sees one look at the patience. He just has to sit and wait. Two of them line up. 1, 2. Oh, Doki! What a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now. And now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG.
Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Hang on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam. Picks up two.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. It's playoff season and what a way to kick off our road to finding out who could potentially join 10 Star and Team Heroic in the finals and with an opportunity to enter the European Challenger League. I'm your host Simon Hill and I'm super stoked to be bringing all of this amazing content to you. Lots of great esports over the next 2 days of the Northern Premier League. No doubt these could potentially be two of the most thrilling days of the Rainbow Six NPL to date. Of course, I couldn't do this alone. I will be joined by some of the best casters and analysts around right now. And let me introduce to you two of them as we kick things off, looking pretty as ever. First up, the dedication not to throw up after an extra large lasagna minutes before a live broadcast, but instead brings you some of the best casting in the world of Rainbow Six Siege. It's a credit to a craft, it really is. Grace, welcome back to the show. How are we feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling better than I was that day, let me tell you. But no, I'm super excited for today, the entire weekend as well. You know, as you say, it's going to be a very, very exciting weekend, for the most exciting one to date so far, the playoffs weekend. Ooh.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. And as I said last time we were both here, this is the man that needs no introduction. But let me tell you, once you get past the constant laughs, the humour, and the passion for the population of Finland, he's one of the best casters you'll ever hear, not just on Rainbow Siege, but for many other products. The man with all the Nordic knowledge, Snurleaf, is back on the show. Welcome back.
Hello. Thank you, and welcome back to you as well, Simon. And of course, you could have done this by yourself, but of course, I mean, you can't take all the credit and all the spotlight, so there we go.
No.
But thank you for those lovely introductions. I feel honored. I feel like the funny thing is that either of those introductions could have gone to either of us. You know, I could have just as well have eaten like a massive lasagna just before casting, and Grace is also very excited about the population of the Nordic country. So there you go. There you go. It's very fitting.
More on that backstory a little later. I'm loving the shirt, by the way, Snurleaf.
Oh, thank you.
Very fashionable today. We're all repping, actually. We're all looking pretty sharp.
You say that and you haven't mentioned Grace. Look at Grace. She looks amazing.
That's what I mean.
She's sparkling.
She's looking great. On fleek. Everything is on fleek, Grace.
Everything is. Honestly, the eyebrows are on fleek today. Like, no.
There you go.
Now, of course, we've got a lot to cover today, guys. We're going to recap what took place before we get into the nitty-gritty of what we have planned for today. Shall we take a look? Obviously, the last play day of the group stage. We had Gibson and Whippet cast an intense game that closed out the regular season between Coalesce and Riddle. Although it's been a tough season for Riddle, they still went out with a fight, didn't they? It was the resurgence of Coalesce that was just too much for them to handle in the end.
Absolutely. Again, like, I think a lot of us were just so proud of Riddle when it came into the second part of the season. You know, they had the break like everybody else did. They made some transfers, they made some roster changes, and they came back with a very different wind under the tail. Admittedly, that first day back, it was a little bit rocky, but it was I was so impressed with how they changed that within 24 hours. And then after that, every single time you saw them play, even if they lost, you know, everything they did was so on point. And I think that it's really exciting to wonder how they're going to fare in the future, what they're going to do. Is that roster going to stick together in the future? Personally, I feel they should. But yeah, Coalesce came out and they just smashed it. Again, another team that's kind of had that little break. They've made some changes. They got in Nixon and Divided, and they've just gone from 0 to 100. And it's really beautiful stuff to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gibson used a very unique but fitting analogy. Cryptocurrency dropped and Coalesce stocks went on the rise in the second half of the season. I actually really enjoyed that. I remember watching, I was like, no, that's going in the notes. So it was definitely great to see the way Coalesce performed in the second half of the season. Our first game of the night, though, saw the star-studded team of 10 Star take an easy win against SSP, with Azar putting in a true MVP-worthy performance. Of course, we know it was Grubby of the 86 who picked up that actual MVP on the play day. But let me ask you here, Snurleaf, I mean, a 10 Star, have they had one of the most storied journeys in the NPL so far?
Yeah, probably the most storied as well. I mean, if you compare, it's almost like, Grace talked about stealing powers before the show backstage, and I think 10 Star just usurped Ambush. I was going to say they took the great form that Ambush had, and they just picked up a couple of players, and they just said, you know what, we're going to be, okay, you might have been the team in split number 1, but we're going to show you who's going to be the team in split number 2. And boy, oh boy, some of these new acquisitions that came through on 10 Star, and just, you could just tell as well on the side of Kenny every time that he was in an interview, it just looked like the whole world had lifted off of his shoulders, and how can you blame him when you see how 10 Star played? You could also say the same thing about Heroically, just continuing their form, arguably not as well as they had been in the first split, but still showing that they are one of the best teams in Europe. Arguably, absolutely. I would say they are the best team in Europe, but their recent performances haven't really been up to par, and the M&M Academy, they tried to really make a run for the playoffs, but as we all know, sadly, it was a run too late. They couldn't make it.
And Benja and co, they were just too much. I mean, Relaxing did try and put up a good fight there as well. But then we look at the next game. I mean, Viperio 86 easily get through this matchup against Ambush. Two teams who we'll see in action later today, Grace.
Absolutely. Again, start of the season, Viperio not quite on their best form due to personal reasons, and then lately they've just gone again 0 to 100. They even won the CL Open Quals the other weekend, so they're the ones that have secured that first 100 points. For those of you who don't know, and they've just gone. It's like, when you see the Caterpie evolving into the Butterfree in Pokemon. That's how I feel kind of about. That's how I feel about Viperio. They started off not what people were expecting, to be honest, and they've really come out of their own. They're back on form. They're like Viperio that we all know and love.
Other anime series are available as well, by the way.
Definitely worth noting. And look, you look at Riddle, they did really put up a fight in this game. It's hopefully we'll see more of them in the future, as I do feel the last couple of games they've started to show what they can do, with just a little bit of improvement. Right, let's check out. Sorry, Snurleaf, go on, you can jump in with that.
No, go on.
Right, let's jump into the standings. This is how it all looked on the final play day of the group stage. One thing a lot of us got super excited about, me personally, was for a very brief moment of our last broadcast, we saw 10 Star actually hold that top spot for a few moments. And again, we've mentioned they have had such an inspired second half of this season, but it was Team Heroic who finished first, Grace.
It was indeed, which again, I think from the beginning, we all kind of knew that would happen. It's the way it goes sometimes when we do have these higher tier teams within these leagues. And that's not to kind of, stub my nose at that or anything either, because it's this idea that if you can do really well against a top tier team, that means that you are doing something right, And I think a lot of the teams this season, they've realized that they have done well against Heroic. And that's going to, again, put the energy into them being like, okay, this is actually within our grasp. We can actually win this out. We can actually, make it to Challenger League. Again, the main reason to win out NPL right now is to get a Challenger League spot. You don't have to do any other open qualifiers. You just have that spot securely under your belt.
Yep. Absolutely. So let's have a look at the schedule in just a second. But Snurleaf, just before we do, that playoff section, 4 teams we're going to see in action today. Viperio 86, Victus, Ambush, and Coalesce, all eventually holding those playoff positions.
They are. And I mean, Coalesce certainly has did their part in the second half to really convince us that they are worthy of being here in the playoff spot. And I mean, looking at the schedule today as well, we're seeing Viperio 86 playing off against Coalesce in the first matchup here, and Victus versus Ambush in the final one. In the second one, but in the final one, the loser of those two matches will face off for attempting to get to tomorrow's matches, I was going to say. And to continue my point about Coalesce, it's if you told me after Split 1 that Coalesce would go to the playoffs, I'd probably have a little bit of a laugh. But Coalesce also shows how much a positive mentality can be important for a team. Of course, they swapped out 2 players as well, but to me, Coalesce has always been a team that's been, the greatest weakness has been their mental fortitude, but also their biggest strength. Like, you see that with a lot of teams. There are some teams who are just really, really good when everything is going their way. You can see them hitting their stride, they're hitting their shots, and then it's like they have the greatest confidence in the world. But when things don't really go their way, they seem to be a bit sluggish. The communication is a bit off point, it seems like, in terms of coordination, etc. And for the second split, luckily for Coalesce, perhaps with the acquisition of 2 new players, things just seem to hit much better. So I am a bit surprised about them getting it all the way to the playoffs, but I'm equally curious as to see how they're going to perform today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also worth noting that today's games and tomorrow's are best of 3. So that's a huge, huge challenge now. It makes it all the more exciting, Grace, all the more tasty. I mean, how do you feel now that teams will be looking at this? It's no longer a best of 1. This is a best of 3.
I think it takes a lot of pressure off, in the sense that with the best of 1, it's this idea of like, if you mess up in that first map, you're out. That's it, kind of thing. That's your loss. Obviously, having the best of 3, if you do lose that first map, you can put it back on the second. Again, this is really where those map picks and bans really come into play, because ideally teams will be going to the ones that they've heavily either prepared for or they've counter-stratted their enemy very, very hard on. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what we kind of see with that this weekend. But again, there has been a little bit of break. We did see a little glimpse of stuff during CL quals as well. So I'm wondering how much of that energy is going to transpire over to here. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And Snurleaf, what are your thoughts on the best of 3? We've heard Grace there. It's going to kind of relax teams in some ways a little bit more, knowing that they've got more to play with, but also at the same time, you'll want to win that first game, won't you?
You want to win that first game to get momentum, but like Grace said, it's not the end of the world, because one of the things that we've been saying about best of 1s is that it really comes down to the map and who's performing better on that map. And I think a lot of people can agree, like, if you've ever seen a Siege tournament and you've seen best of 3s, you've seen best of 5s, I mean, we all remember the amazing Penta comeback and everything, it etched into our minds. It is always, there's always hope in a best of 3, right? As long as you don't lose 2 games, obviously, because then you're out. But it forces teams to expand their map pool. So it sometimes, I mean, especially at this level, it usually tends to benefit the more experienced teams and players, because they would have a deeper map pool. But it also, it is a question of how can players bounce back, because if you lose that game 1, you can say that, we'll just shrug it off and you just move to map 2, and all of a sudden the first one was a 7-0 and we know we can 7-0 them on this other map. But you still want that momentum going in, because players don't like losing at this level, Simon. Who would have thunk? They like winning. A lot of winning personalities in this league, and I don't think any of them likes to lose. But like I said, the ones with the best support team, the ones with the best mental fortitude, and of course, shooting skills will persevere in a best of 3. But I'm excited because I really want to see some other maps. Like, I hope we don't get like 6 best of 3s or whatever with just Oregon, Clubhouse, and Cafe. Like, that would be a bit boring, but
Well, when we get to Veto, we'll have some more information on the map picks, which is very exciting. But let's try. Do we want to try some top 5s? It's our favourite part of the non-gaming side. So let's have a look at our top 5s. This was shown at the end of our last broadcast, but consistency of every person on this slide shows how special and talented they really are. I mean, Jegs just coming in hot, really, and establishing himself as one of the best up-and-coming players in the league throughout this campaign. And he's been a joy to watch, Grace.
He really has. And again, looking at this lineup, it's one of these ideas where I don't think anyone is surprised to see these faces here. But yeah, Jegs 10-star has been putting in an absolute shift. Oscar, of course, as well. It does mention there that U4 has only played 8 games, but even so, it's this idea that if you've only played those 8 games and you're still getting those top KDs, you've put in an absolute shift during those 8 games. So again, players to watch out for, certainly.
And I've been singing his praises for quite a while, but I'll repeat that talking point because people never tire of me, of course, is that it makes it just as impressive because we know the circumstances and under which Europe joined the team. He joined the team literally just days before the transfer window closed and the league was about to start again. You know, Flexi retired on a short notice and being thrown into teams such as that, you know, you don't expect those players to be the ones to be carrying unless your name is Benji or Spoit, of course. You expect them to be a bit more like, no, just take your time, ease yourself into the team. Upar, however, just completely dominated from day one that he was in the team. He put himself alongside Oscar, who's been by far one of the best players in this league this entire season. It probably has been one of the best players of the UK for quite some time as well. Yeah. Now we're saying Upar's name just as often as we're saying Oscar's name, I was going to say. So yes, he's only played 8 games in the NPL, but to have a debut of this caliber under the circumstances that he had and still pull out those numbers that he has is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, let's have a look at the cost one next. And I just want to quickly highlight there, Gorgona as well, potentially one of the best players in Europe right now. Mr. Consistent. He's held that spot in some of these for quite some time now, Grace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Again, Gorgona having, one of the top KDs, one of the top costs, but the same again with U4 and Jegs. And this is the moment where you kind of want to get your red pen out and kind of underline it a few times. These 3 players are certainly, again, the ones to look out for, but it's the fact that not only are they able to get a lot of those kills in the pocket, they're really impactful kills. It's either, those opening kills, or it's the fact that they're going to be able to actually get those trade-offs, and the trades are really, really important. If you're able to get those trades off, it shows that your team are doing things 100% correct in terms of positioning, in terms of the way that you're controlling the setup throughout the map. And yeah, this is 100% why we are seeing not only these players in these positions, but also these teams in these top positions, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you look there, Snurleaf, Zanoxo and Yonka joining in there, only played 10 games each, but making a statement instantly.
Now, people could probably, if I was cynical, I could probably say like, well, it's easier to survive a round and get a point for that than to have kills every single round, et cetera, because that's, that's obviously what cost is for, kills, objective, yeah, anyway, I don't know why I do this to myself because I keep forgetting things. I just keep blanking. Anyway, but what I do want to say about Zanoxo and Yonka is that they have been absolutely phenomenal after joining their teams as well. And Zanoxo, his positivity, if you haven't heard a comms video with 10-star since Zanoxo joined the team, please do yourself in the world a favor and do just that, because he makes you believe in mankind. He's just such a lighthearted dude. He just seems like he has so much positive energy to bring into a team, and I cannot stress how important that is when you're playing at this level, to have someone who's always got your back. He seems incredibly wholesome, and not everything's going to come through in a comms video, but when it's the same guy always shouting, it's like, you're so good, and like, we're the best. It's like,
I love that.
That's a pattern. That's not like, it's not like you just have the most quiet person just all of a sudden just go in like, yeah, like awesome, because people are different, but you need different personalities in a team as well. You need someone who can lift the spirits of a team, and Zanoxo certainly seems like one of those players. Yonka brings in the tier 1 experience. Zanoxo, I mean, not saying that Zanoxo isn't a good player, because he really is, but also just having that sort of positivity and just having fun. And I think we've heard more and more lately about how important it is to have fun when you're playing at this level, because if you always are going to have like negativity surrounding the team, it is going to impact not just the chemistry but also your performance on the servers. So at the end of the day, you need to have fun doing what you're doing.
That was one of the most beautiful, just statements I think I've ever heard. I mean, Winston Churchill would have been so proud of you.
Wow, okay. Well, fire him on the beaches.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah. Right, let's have a look at
I'm
next
sure that's
slide.
what he said about like during the war. Is the important thing, lads, is to have fun. I don't know.
Oh my
I don't know.
I'm sure that was the last thing that our producer said to us just before we went on air, and he's probably regretting it now. Right, okay, so let's have a look at the top 5 season opening KD. There is your I don't know how to put this, Grace, but Oscar, we're trying to figure this handle out for Twitter, as a fan account for you. But,
I see.
Leading
Oscar number one fan.
Oscar number one fan, plus 21. Now, we've changed the way we look at this a little bit. Grace, fill us in on what we're looking at here.
So it's basically a case of just having the opening KD, but again, it's the top 5 of it, which means that once again, we will not only see probably some players that are kind of coming through in those top positions, those teams in those top positions, but also players where maybe it hasn't gone well throughout the round, it hasn't translated as well, but they've still got those high KDs. So for example, M&M Academy, yes, they haven't made it to playoffs, but we still see Akari there with that plus 12 on that opening KD. And I think that really is something to look at, because not only is it the fact that, that's a really phenomenal stat, but it also means that perhaps then the way that those rounds are translating for M&M Academy is where the main focus needs to be for them going forward. Because I think it's not only looking at like, oh yeah, look how amazing these players are, blah, 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 blah. When you compare statistics like this to other statistics, it can really start to illustrate to you not only the positives of how teams have been playing, but also the negatives as well, I feel. So again, for M&M Academy going forward, probably the focus that they're going to have is looking at maintaining those higher costs, again, translating those opening KDs and keeping hold of it, making sure those trade-offs are coming through as the round progresses. Because again, if you're able to be there for the opening KD very high and none of your teammates are really coming up with that high cost, it's then implying to me like, yeah, the trades aren't coming through as well as they could, the objective's not being focused as well as it could. So that's just an interesting tidbit for people, I suppose.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I mean, let me just throw this one to you, Snurley. If we saw Grubby in there as well, who's just been making waves throughout the entire NPL, hasn't he?
Grubby's been one of those guys who just knows how to click on heads and not to die in return, I was going to say. And it's really nice to see. It is, like Ray said earlier, like I just want to elaborate on her point as well with trades. I wish we had a stat that was, I mean, we have a cost, right, that also tracks trades, like whether or not you traded in a round. But I wish we would have been able to see actually who makes the trades, who actually are able to, because in some specific roles, you are often the one to be the second entry, right? Of course, sometimes, there's a lot of pressure on the first entry as well, but you'd also have a lot of the time a second entry, and then it's an interest. I think it would be interesting to see who gets to be on the second entry, who's the one behind the person who goes in first, because like Grace said, like sometimes we can see like teams like M&M Academy, and especially, I mean, I harped a lot of criticism towards Riddle on this particular thing because they were actually able to get a lot of opening kills, but they weren't able to close out their rounds. It's like, okay, is it because there aren't any trades? Is there like too long between the trades? Are the trades happening, as a result of actually the team working together? Or is it just, but obviously the downside with such a trade would be like, well, if it takes 2 minutes, like before the guy trades, that might come into the stats. So actually time is of the essence there as well. So, and that just shows the beauty of Siege, like how complicated, how complex it is, because yes, you can have all these stats, you can break it down, you can say, oh, look at Adikari, he is amazing on opening KDs, but it's like, yeah, like Grace said though, it doesn't really tell the whole story. No, I don't want to take the spotlight away from Adikari because I love the guy. I just took him as an example though. But it's illustrative that he is on the top 5, but his team is not even in the playoffs. So it's stats don't tell the whole narrative, but they help us shape a narrative, and that's what I love, which is also why I would love to have other stats like, okay, when are the trades happening and who are usually performing as a second entry.
I think that's an important thing to, sorry Simon, this is an important thing to probably point out again for the viewers, maybe if you're not as familiar with esports. When we talk about the trades, when we talk about cost, it is a trade within a specific time limit. So again, when we say like it shows you how the round kind of went, it's more the fact of if you're not getting that trade in a certain time limit, it's either because you weren't being aggressive enough, you weren't actually going for that kill, or your positioning was just not the play, essentially. Or you're in like no man's like, you're not playing as a team, you're playing these little solo games where you're running around like a headless chicken. And
sometimes that's on purpose, so it's very complicated. That's the point. It's like, I mean, that's why you have suicide. It's like sometimes it's just like, hey, we're just gonna put you here with tons of utility. If you die, that's fine. That's your role. You're just here to stall time and die at some point. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, guys. We could be talking about stats and analytics all day, and who knows? If not by the end of the season, then maybe next season we can get some additional new stats in and stuff like that. I mean, I personally would love. I mean, that's probably like just I've got the production team just going, Simon, just shut up. Just stop. We've got too much work to do, But anyway, let's dig myself out the hole and have a look at some talent predictions. Let's see where everyone's at. Hopefully, I can get some right and improve my own stats here. Pretty uniform, guys, between all of us.
Do you know what it is? But again, I kind of feel like it's really awkward when we have to do these predictions, okay? Because it doesn't give the full story as to the thinking behind it. And I feel like sometimes it just seems like we're being like, oh no, boo to the other team. But it's not that at all. Like an example, the Viperio versus Coalesce. This is going to be a best of 3. The Challenger League match between Viperio and Coalesce that Coalesce lost, it was a 2-0 in the end. I believe that was a best of 3 too. So it's like if Viperio could kind of, under that pressure on both sides, take that best of 3 in their pocket. Again, map picks is going to come into play here. But we can kind of safely assume, maybe Viperio will win again. If Coalesce are able to turn around and bring the Thunder, if they're able to work out the issues from those qualifiers, that will be amazing. And we'll probably all be throwing our hats off. But I think that's how we tend to kind of go with the vibes. Again, Coalesce, compared to the way Viperio have shown up, especially in that late season, yes, they've both gone 0 to 100, and that's why this match is very exciting indeed. But Viperio have just had that slightly sharper edge. However, if Coalesce are able to actually beat 86, it's just another notch on the Nixon Revenge tour, isn't it, really?
I just go for whoever's got the coolest logo. I thought that's how it works.
Oh, Snarl.
They've just got all of the teams going, hang on, I thought my logo was pretty cool.
Wait. Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, no, but Nixon Revenge Tour, I mean, I style myself a little bit of a Nixon Revenge Tour, especially since he's playing for the Nordic team, of course. But it is true. Like, there is a lot of, you wouldn't think it, but I personally try to actually put some thought into this. The only exception is Ambush. I say that having voted against Ambush for probably the first time ever. But I am going to make up for it later today, most likely, if this result goes the way that we think it will. But it is at this level as well. If people think that we don't think the other team is good just because we pick one team over the other, then I'm sorry, you're a bit too fickle to be playing at this level, because we are literally asked to pick 1 out of 2 teams. It's just like, we're not saying, oh, this other team, they will never win anything at all. It's just, we're just based on performance and based on a coin toss, we think this team will win. It's that simple. And then it makes it even better to win. If you're the team that's like that everyone thinks you're going to lose, you can use that as a coach and go like, you know what? Everyone thinks the other team's going to do well, so that means the pressure is on them. We can actually go in here and play our game and focus on our game and show them why they're wrong. It actually, if anything, we're helping you.
If anything, too, again, I think the really spicy one is going to be that Coalesce versus 86, in my opinion, today, because again, it's the potential for the revenge tour. And again, 86, they already have those 100 points for CL, so it's kind of like the energy that Coalesce are going to bring, they're going to be absolutely sweating it, I think. And I think they are a team sometimes that can be fueled more by negative emotions from what I've seen. So I think that it is one of those ideas, if you can take that frustration and bring the thunder and try and get that revenge in your pocket, that there again, the dopamine hit that they'll probably get if they do beat 86 is going to be next level. But yeah, I think regardless of who wins in that first best of 3, I think everyone's going to be very, very overexcited, both people at home, talent, and the teams themselves.
I really want to quickly add, like, Coalesce I can have one comfort for you. If I was asked which team I think will be in the chat first, I would pick you 9 out of 10 times. Okay, there we go. That's it.
Right.
I'm done.
We told you at the beginning of this broadcast that it is indeed playoff season now in the Northern Premier League, and we're in for a great, gritty, gripping, gargantuan evening of enticing, enthralling esports. How's that for a double alliteration? We'll be back with our first encounter. Viperio 86 will be looking to capitalise on their recent form, whilst Coalesce will look to extend their run of 3 straight wins. It's all happening right here, live, after this.
Noah takes a bit of damage from the hatch. That hatch now really coming back to hurt them. Curly picks one. Can he find the second? Locks it in there for 86.
Here's if they rotate. They have no idea, and Grubby should
no idea.
probably pick up one. I think maybe a double kill could be on for him. He finds another and a quad for Grubby.
15 seconds left, and Hungry is playing aggressive, waiting for that push in. The player coming around the corner. Hungry is going to pick him up. He gets the double. How have Viperio turned this one around?
Vabs picking up one. Supposed to 4v2. Skydie will take down Vabs. 3v2. The push was going to have to come through. But Skydie with a massive pick inside of blue. And a massive valiant hold here by Victus. And this is far closer than it should have been. Victus will pull it off.
As you mentioned there, watching out onto that flank. He's going to be successful in finding Reaxis. That desperation starting to show through now. Oscar swings in. Victus, they pull a flawless round out of the bag.
We'll try and find a second on display balcony. It won't be easy, but Oscar will get a second one. He's going to look for a third and finds it. Ambush crumble.
Ilias going to attempt the plan, but comes off with things better. Nick swings and finds two.
Kilius somewhere behind enemy lines. There's the snap, crackle, and pop. Defele gets two, and now it's completely changed the round.
Freezer, this is a perfect position for him to be in. Will he swing? Yes, he will. He finds one. A second lines up, and this flank, this walk in from Nick has worked so well. 3 kills in the round.
And of course, Ketra will take a little bit more damage as he moves through, and he is going to be one of the last standing. But Nixon, he was just cutting him down for fun there. Who's Clay Pigeon shooting, Grace?
Holding down the support angle is going to be there for the kill and a second. Just flicks on up, aware that he's swinging out too wide. Goes for a pre-fire, gets another, gets a third.
Cali will be able to save him, but no, Noah is playing deep enough, but he will be able to hold us now. Una's going to try and force this. It's an amazing clutch by Noah, and he's so smart.
On fire and ready to go out there, gonna tear it down.
those 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Chris steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1DCs. What?
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League with me, Simon. We're about to jump into our first playoff game, and it's a best of 3. Tonight, there is more to play for than ever before in the NPL for these 4 teams, and we'll be kicking things off with Viperio 86 going up against Coalesce. Of course, I'm joined by the ever-impressive Snurreleaf and Grace, my trusty analysts. Guys, it's about to get exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all we got. That's all we got. Can we start the game now, please?
I was like, I don't want anybody to pick it up. I
thought Snurl was gonna run in there and be like,
I'm excited! I'm so excited! I'm super excited! It's playoffs! I mean, these are the games that, like, obviously the group stage is fun. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I always love a group stage because you get a lot more narratives over a group stage, right? In terms of form, in terms of consistency, in terms of performances, blah blah blah. But when it comes to playoffs, it's just a special atmosphere. Like, I have the most experience casting these kind of tournaments, like with a best of 3, a best of 1, and it's like a double limb bracket even, and it's just even more so, it's about which team is going to step up to the plate on the day, because there's so much more pressure in these kind of circumstances. There's so much more on the line for every single round, and the players know it, the fans know it, the casters knows it, and you can hear it a lot of the times in the casting and the performances on the server as well. You can see players being a bit more rusty. Some of them are having like the games of their lives. I mean, imagine some of the plays that we've seen in the group stage. Imagine if they happened in a playoff, and you'd be like, this is going to be edged into my mind forever. Like, I still have fond memories of casting Nordic Championship in the previous format, you know, and there's just something about finals where it's also final, get it? Because I'm but it is about which 2 teams are going to go and play alongside against, I mean, Heroic and 10 Star, and I really want to see who it's going to be, because we're going to have tons of great Siege.
And just before we check out the rosters and before we break all of this down, guys, now, both teams here have only lost 1 in the last 5, and this makes for a really meaty encounter. How do we see Coalesce approaching this one? We mentioned how we believe they're an underestimated team, from my point of view anyway, who can't really be written off easily, Grace.
I think this is it. Like, I think a lot of people are excited about this roster since they made the changes. Again, lots of hashtags of Nixon Revenge Tour. And again, given how CL calls went, this is the perfect opportunity for another Nixon Revenge Tour moment. And, you know, I've said from the start of the season, even before these changes were made, you've got players like Zeus who they have been around the block. Like, Zeus is very experienced as a player. And then, you know, you had this nice concrete backbone of that roster. They then throw in Nixon and Divided. Of course it was going to go on this, like, runaway train momentum. Of course that was going to happen, you know? So it's kind of like Zeus is the egg in the cake of Coalesce, but then Nixon and Divided are those nice little bits of frosting on the top of it. You know, it's a complete but beautiful cake now.
There's a reason why I'm always hungry when I'm casting with Grace.
Yeah, there's always food involved. Right, let's check out the rosters. Viperio 86 up first. Now, confidence is going to be high in camp, despite missing out on that second place. Is there added pressure for them to perform tonight, Snowleaf?
Actually, I would kind of agree with Grace's point earlier that it might actually be even less pressure on them, because they have already performed in the open qualifiers, and that is a win-win for us as casters and for the audience as well, because that really sets it up for potential upset here if Viperio 86 decides to, you know, try to hide something. Because if they have the mentality that, well, we did so well in the open quals, we might not really have to show everything just in case we get that CL spot. I'm not saying that they will, because that is also going to be the interesting thing about this matchup. Is Viperio 86 going to be, I was going to say, quote unquote, professional? Obviously, what is the professional thing to do here is highly debatable. You know, are they going to bring everything here and be like, we need to win, we need to make a habit out of winning? Maybe it will affect their map choices more so than how they're going to play. But I still think that they want to win. You know, we have players such as Hungry, who's not just hungry for a little bit of that cake that Grace talked about earlier. See, we threw in another hungry joke. Funny, you know. But I mean, with so many good players on the team, such as Curly, Astro, Vito, Groovy, and Hungry, I mean, it's still going to be a banging matchup. And I think Viperio 86 are going to go in here and try to win because, like we've said before, winning is a habit.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at the Coalesce lineup. And as you've mentioned multiple times, Grace, we can't talk about Coalesce without mentioning Nixon and Divided, two players who joined up with the team during that mid-season break. And despite it taking a couple of games for them to settle in with their teammates, I mean, they have been on fire lately and surely have to look at them as making this difference into the resurgence of Coalesce as a whole.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, I can really only speak for the UK casters here, but when we saw these two kind of pop up that they were going to be in this roster, everyone was excited to see it. Nixon just has the golden touch a lot of the times. You know, you can see the way that he can fit into any team almost perfectly. And again, another player that's been around the block a bit. Divided actually, from what I do know, I believe he did actually take a break from Siege for a while, which I was disappointed about because I really do think this is a player with so much potential. I think that they can go to really, really great places. So when I saw that they were joining this roster, it was, again, another moment of just really, really excited feelings and being excited to see what they can bring to the table. And, you know, this is a roster now that's just working so fluid with one another. They're working so well with one another. They've got some really, really spicy wins under their belt since coming back after the break and the roster change. So I think, again, Coalesce, regardless of what happens this weekend, you know, we probably will see them again in more CL qualifiers in the future, and, you know, in other tournaments as well. And I really am excited for that, genuinely. I think this roster as it is perfect at the moment.
It's all exciting, isn't it? It's just so exciting. Shall we check out the veto, guys, and have a look at where we are going? This is one of the most exciting parts. Can't wait to see what's going on here. And,
well, you know.
What did you say at the start of this broadcast, Snowleaf?
Well, I mean, I thought, you know, the funny thing is, as soon as I said Cafe, I was thinking, like, maybe I should say Villa instead, because I think we've seen more Villa than Cafe. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, well, you know, it is what it is, you know. But, I mean, but talk some sense into it. But V86 banning Bank makes total sense, seeing that Coalesce has had some of their absolutely best performances on Bank. So I'm not going to blame V86 for banning Bank against Coalesce, but and I mean, Coalesce banned Skyscraper away. They were actually the only team alongside Riddle, I think, who's actually played Skyscraper in the NPL. I mean, Coalesce won, but it didn't go too well. Let's say that game was a little bit interesting, to say the least. So I mean, I don't fault the teams for picking these maps, and I do think we're going to see a lot of Oregon, Clubhouse, and Villa, and or Cafe tonight. But it is what it is, and we know that in the Nordics and the UK, we don't like Theme Park and Skyscraper, and especially not Border. We've seen this many borders throughout the entire season, so which is fine by me personally, but you know, it just goes to show that there are some. No, you feel sorry for Border, Grace?
I do. I've got very fond like comp memories on that map. So,
I remember Frost mats.
Indeed, no. I think that it's one of those things where yes, there were changes to it, but those changes have kind of weighted it one side or the other. That makes it a bit more comfortable for people to even really want to bother with it at the moment. Maybe, you know, as time goes on, we might see something spicy come out. I hope, I pray. The fact that they've gone a little bit basic, again, as I call it, the Plowman sandwich of Siege plays, It's
There we go.
Oregon, Clubhouse, Villa. It's all really going to come down to map control and the way that you are laying yourselves out individually throughout those maps. It's not really going to come down to the setups or the strats. If there is anything spicy, I'm sure DemoNX will pick up on it and let you all know. But for the most part, you know, it's going to come down to the positioning. And again, we talked about cost so much earlier, and that's going to be really interesting to see as this Best of 3 progresses, how those cost stats are going to start to look between these players. Villa especially, again, I'm hoping, I'm praying we end up at Villa. I think it would be upset to be a 2-0 again if you know, between these two. We want those 3 maps.
Yeah. 100%. Right, it is time for our first game. It's Viperio 86 to go against Coalesce. Let me introduce to you our casters. It's going to be Demo and X. Guys, it's our first playoff game. How exciting.
Simon, thank you very much indeed. Snowlife and Grace as well. Welcome, everybody. We are finally going to be kicking these playoffs off, getting ourselves underway, and we have got best of 3s lined up all day long. Joined here on the desk by Demo, and we may or may not have a little bit of a surprise in a few moments, but we'll get to that in a few. Demo, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. I'll be honest, I'm very warm today. I don't know what it is. It's just, I think it's the humidity, whatever it is. I thought we were past this heat wave, so I'm going to be suffering today, I'll be honest.
Are you feeling like it's a day to sort of crack the window open, get the fan on, and
the window's
watch some
open,
Siege?
and I'm still, it's just, I don't know what it is. I think it's the backdrop, because the backdrop covers the window. That's the issue.
If it's warm in Northern Ireland, it must be warm because you boys don't see the sun a lot. You know, you can see that by your beautiful complexion, obviously. We're going to be dealing with a bit of a spicy one to kick things off here. We have got Viperio versus Coalesce, and I did mention that we may be joined by somebody a little bit special. It's someone that's been around the old NPL broadcast a few times. We've got him on for a few debriefs here and there. We're actually joined by Kangaroo Kenny. Kenny, welcome your face to the broadcast. A little bit of a different setting now. We're used to the debrief where we sort of muck around and have a little bit of fun, but you are on the cast this time, my friend.
Yeah, I'm elated to be on. I've dabbled in a bit of casting before.
And I already can't hear him.
I can't hear him.
Which is a great start.
Why can't I hear him?
So this is a great way to kick off your debut cast. Kangaroo's going to be joining us for a little bit of a tri-cast here. I'll cover just while he sorts out that audio.
We can't do a tri-cast if we can't speak.
Well, I mean, it's going to be just be a normal duo cast, really, isn't it, Demo? There we go. We've got him here.
You can hear me now.
We can hear you now.
Okay, well, I'm elated to be on. That's what I'll say. I've dabbled in a bit of casting before. I even started coaching, so this is actually my origin. So who knows? It might be my natural route if we bottle Challenger League.
I'll be the judge of that.
I think there'll be many judges of that, to be honest. Obviously, Kangaroo Kenny is the coach for 10 Star, for anyone that is unfamiliar. 10 Star, a team that is already locked in for the finals. And he's going to be coming and sharing some thoughts and opinions today here on the game that we have got at hand. We're going to be kicking things off with Oregon tonight. It was a very, I dare say, use the word stale map veto. Oregon Club Villa. It really doesn't get much more simple than that in terms of maps. Neither of these two teams wanting to leave too much to chance, Demo.
No, I think I kind of seen Oregon and Club, and you think classic kind of national scene level, isn't it? You know, the Club does worry me, the fact that Club's been left in, mostly because we've seen 86 do so well on that map, you know, consistently.
I agree. I think 86 and Coalesce share pretty much the same map pool, so it's not a surprise that these 3 maps are the top 3 and the ones that come out the ban phase. The only caveat I would have put in there was maybe a Chalet if Coalesce wanted to throw 86 off. 86 historically don't prefer Chalet as much as they do Oregon and Clubhouse. So I kind of fear for Coalesce at this point because it could very well just be a 2-0 for 86. These are 2 very high preference maps for 86.
Gonna see the Nook ban removed. Warden as well. So we're getting a couple of little off-meta bans here, Kenny.
Oh dear. Who's on the 86? Hungry. And what does Hungry like to play? The Ying. And what's banned? The only counter to a Ying. And Sense. Well, Sense is now allowed, ladies and gentlemen, in playoffs. He wasn't allowed in the regular season of Stage 2 of NPL, but now we're into the playoffs. Sense is completely usable. Every team has access to him now, and we've seen him dabbled a few times in EUL and APAC more specifically. I've seen a lot of uses of Sense in APAC, obviously a very creative region. There's been uses on Clubhouse where they're attacking CCTV and they sense the cross between cache and CCTV from the platform breach, and they just run in and plant, because obviously the defenders can't see back through the smoke to cover the cross in from the breach to the default plant. So I'll be very interested to see if 86 bring out the sense at all. Hungry, I've seen playing in FPL a lot of sense as well. So it is an operator that he's been testing the waters for.
I'd like to see a bit of sense today. We obviously it was in a quarantine during our regular season, during the group stage, etc. So I guess these teams are going to be, they're going to be prepped, as you mentioned there. There are a few FPL games going on. They're going to be using it in scrims, etc. But there won't have been too much value to scrim with it all season long, given that it wasn't available to be used. But we'll see if it gets brought out here today.
Obviously, also, as we know, he's called Kangaroo Kenny. I call him Ryan by his real name. So if you hear me mention him called Ryan, that's who I mentioned to is Kangaroo Kenny. Okay, just in case people. Oh wait, hold on a minute. Who's Ryan?
Are you going to call him Ryan if he gets in trouble?
No, I'm just going to call him Ryan.
Full like Sunday name sort of job?
No, it's the same way I call you Ollie, isn't it? It's the same way. I think Sens reeks, in my opinion. I don't like the operator. I know that, Ryan, you'll probably say, oh, but there's value to it, it's a great operator. No, if you're playing an operator, I feel sorry for you, because the gun stinks, you're 1 speed, you have no explosives. What's the point?
For anyone that wants a demo translation on that, reeks actually means bad.
Yeah.
Just in case anyone was wondering. Sense doesn't actually smell. I'm sure they smell delightful.
Oh, dear.
That's a freebie.
How is this happening in National Leagues? How? Ryan?
Beyond me. Absolutely beyond me. Especially when you're doing a tower take and Divided gets 1 and he's almost fishing for a second and deals pretty much half of Hungry's HP, and 86 now just in a complete stall out, and Divided even gets away. There's no way 86 have let him escape T3 and they get a second for their troubles. Noah finds Vito just wandering into stage, and the round's pretty much fallen into nothingness for 86.
Not the best start, especially when you're attacking onto basement. You want to be able to clear tower, as it's a very tertiary thing in terms of taking the whole site. You usually place someone up in tower to get a couple of drones, waste a little bit of time, and potentially get a kill, and that's exactly what Coalesce have been able to achieve here. It now just puts 86 a little bit further onto that back foot, especially given that one of the operators they lost was that Hibana.
I just don't know how 86 allow that to happen. This is really going to hinder him. In fact, if you look at Basement and Oregon, it's all about man advantage. It's all about keeping numbers. Similar to how we kind of see Clubhouse play out, where it's just about maintaining all 5 players alive and then go for those great executes that you can have. But whenever you're 2 men down, this is going to be so difficult for 86. If you think about how the basement's laid out, you can set up, an easy triple crossfire onto the kind of default door that you'd like to try and plant it onto. So, yeah, this is where 86 need to try and find some kills. And to be honest, this is where it's kind of up to Coalesce if they throw it away. Because if Coalesce just sit in their hands, don't move, they will be fine to win this round now.
Well, Curly's been able to get himself a little bit closer on in Astro. He's going to drop in through Freezer. Actually finds himself a kill onto Noah. Could potentially line himself up a second here, but there's not a lot of time to work with Curly. He's going to take down Divided, but the trade is going to be there. Enters on into sight, immediately pops the goo mine, and it's all down to Hungry, and there is that crossfire.
Oh dear, Coalesce, the first round question mark. This is the transition that we're going to go through at the end of every round. It's going to be, if Coalesce win a round, it's question mark, or one of those little blowout cheek faces.
Because they're expected to lose, aren't they? That's why, and they can meme it up.
Well, even when they're winning, they do it against Riddle, they do it. So just expect it every single round that Coalesce win. But that's a statement. Coalesce coming in and pretty much decisively winning the first round against 86 is really going to stem the confidence that, or put a question mark, so to speak, on the confidence for 86 going into this matchup. So, and especially when 86 opted to start on the attack, because this was Coalesce's map pick, so they're very confident in their attacks. I'm surprised, but when they played against us, 10-star in the regular season, we chose the map Oregon, and they decided to start regulation on the offense. They obviously prefer this side of Oregon, but obviously losing their first round is going to really put a dent for the rest of the few rounds, and it's going to lift Coalesce's confidence. And I think they're a very momentum-heavy team, and that's probably the best possible way they could have won the first round.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
Oh, Vito, what's he up to? See the Amaru. Obviously, straight away you're expecting, oh, he's going to go in through Kid's window. Maybe that's going to be a pickup to take Big Tower easily. You know, that's what we've seen a bit more from Oregon, is teams bringing the Amaru just to get into that position really early on and with, you know, little ease. And, oh, Kane, unfortunate from him, just gets shot as he tries to fall back after getting droned. And that's a good start for 86. And I think 86 have been a team where if they get that opening pick, it's very rare you would see them throw away the round. You know, they're very precise in terms of how they want to surgically remove anyone else who could be in their way. So I would say, Ollie, that you're probably going to see 86 now just have the confidence to clean this out, and obviously could be a flawless.
Exactly. It was a very small mistake that led to the demise on that first round, and it was a tiny mistake inside a Big Tower, but everything just went from bad to worse from there on out. And the drone work has been a lot tighter at the start of this round already from 86. They've been a lot more thorough, and they're kind of punishing the confidence that Coalesce are displaying at the moment. Look at where Nixon's playing. He's on white stairs with the SMG. That's not really the position you want to be in when you're sitting at such a man deficit. Now he's the last man standing with a shotty in his hand, and he has got 86 swarming. A clean flawless there from 86, and that just goes to show why they have chosen to start attack here.
Yeah, it's clinical, but I think slightly misplayed on Coalesce's part. I feel like when you rat the first round and get a pick or two, you can't do it the second round, because a team like 86 and the experience that they have, they're not going to let it happen again. Kane, I'm referring to Kane's position in Small Tower. It's a high-risk, high-reward position. They already played a high-risk, high-reward position in T3. It's quite standard. It's more 86's laps, but I feel like whenever 86 make one mistake, they're not going to let it happen again. In my opinion, slightly falling on deaf ears, that Coalesce play, because 86 are really going to up their drone work once they make one mistake on their drone work. But heading into meeting room and kitchen now for Coalesce, not opting to go back to the top floor, as that was a very quick and efficient attack on kids for 86. Their kids' Storm's attacks have been pretty flawless throughout the whole season, apart from Demo, your lovely little cast of Jigs' 1v2 and Grubby's fly down attic when he didn't need to.
Oh yeah, I did go in quite heavy on that guy. Again, user fraudulent that you won that game, I'll be honest. You should have lost that.
Yeah, we should have lost that game.
One thing I also want to highlight from that last round is just how well Vito played that. You think about that actual attack from 86, it was a small tower clear. Generally, if you're defending Kid's bedroom, you see everyone go towards small tower. Oh, they're going to nade below, they're going to try and take in towards kitchen, then they're going to go white stairs, then they're going to double window, and then try and plant that way. Never would you expect a solo Amaru swinging in for a big tower and then be in position in attic where Vito was. So you have to give credit to Vito. Very lone wolf, but it is a treat for him in that round.
I think that's a position you often find Vito in, isn't it? He's very efficient playing on his own, but in coordination with the rest of the side. And that's not something that's always easy to do, being in the right place at the right time on the other side of the map for that pinch and push. The opening pick is going to come in Viperio's favor here again. Noah will be removed on the alibi. A very roam-heavy lineup here from Coalesce for this meeting defense. They've spread themselves up and around on that top floor, obviously in an aid to maintain some control up there, as that vertical is just so important here on this site.
This is a really good game plan by Vito, in my opinion. they know that Coalesce like to play very solo and disconnected on their roam on their defenses, and Vito is just prodding those backstab areas. Last round, as Demo you referred to, he went in attic as Amaru, and the whole team were pushing from small tower. He's just constantly backstabbing and waiting to just catch a lone wolf of Coalesce off guard. He's not going to be finding anyone through Zulu just of yet. And Divided looks to be he's aware of the position of Curly outside tower. 86 yet again doing quite a spread out attack, and Vito's gonna regroup with his teammate in tower.
So the only issue from the 86 game plan is obviously they're relying on, you know, probably the comms are wait till Vito gets a pick, wait till Vito gets a pick. But if Vito's not finding those kills, then everyone's just standing still and they're wasting a lot of time. Somebody's just dropped down armor hatch and been met with Astro. So I do not think that Coalesce had any info that there was actually a bit of a rotation around towards the front side of the map. And 30 seconds to go. 86 need to get a move on, but with more picks just coming in left and right, then this is where Coalesce are going to start to feel the pressure. Divided will go back into the bomb site, and there's Vito finally will spring the trap and find his man, and Hungry just, well, sweeps in, finds the last remaining player. That round was a bit weird. It was literally just individual picks, and then the round's been won. There was actually no sight play at all.
I love the patience from 86. I feel like they've really just letting Coalesce almost do it to themselves. You look at where a couple of those defenders died, and there were rotations, they were moving, they were, you know, almost getting caught out in places that they really oughtn't be. And it's almost as if Coalesce are, dare I say, trying too hard on that defense and that roam to make something happen. On the flip side, you've got Viperio that are just happy to sit there and lurk and let them play into that. Very, very relaxed and no pressure sort of play style from Viperio that in itself is actually quite pressurizing because you are waiting for something to happen. And you're just sort of relying on the fact that you're going to be in that right place at the right time, which in that instance they were. The first round now, it seems a long time ago, and it seems like a very small blip in what has otherwise, for the other two rounds, been very decisive attacking from Viperio.
It could be the Coalesce kind of are reading the room wrong. One thing that 86, in my opinion, have really struggled with throughout the season is actually executing. I think 86 win a lot of their rounds in the early to mid rounds, and you see it there, as you guys said. 86 just stood still for about 2 minutes, and Coalesce just fell into them. If Coalesce make themselves hard to kill and don't give away the free picks, 86 really struggle, especially in the game against us, Demo. Like, how many times did they have a 1-man, 2-man advantage when they got to site execute and it all just crumbled?
Yep.
So these heavy roams, like we're on a basement defense right now, and we're seeing 3-4 people top floor. And 86 are heading up for a rush. They've got a blitz. We could see
some interesting picks as well. Like, you look at that lineup, you're missing half the amount of utility denial. You know, you're bringing in like a 4 and a cap can there, which sure can be great and maybe denying rushes, but we know 86 are a team that likes to play with nades. You know, you're always seeing the Iana Finka combo. That always comes in for 86 as either Astro, and I mean, it usually is Grubby, but now we're seeing him on a bit of an off pick now, as he will be going on that blitz, so he's looking to get in a little bit fast, a little bit aggressive, and seeing if he can open up that first pick, because like we mentioned, Coalesce, they do leave themselves very vulnerable in those 1v1 gunfights, and yeah, it's difficult to take a 1v1 against a man with a shield.
I think as soon as a little bit more drone work gets done here by Viperio, they're going to realize just how free this is. Instead, they go to try and clear out that top floor. Grubby first through the breach and first to fall on the blitz. By far from ideal. Astro will drag one back, but not before Curly falls too. Going to be the lion scans gone, and a large part of this 86 plan. Now a moment just to take stock. Diffuser called on the ground. Vito going to make a rotation and ensure that that is in hand. We've still got quite a lot to do here, and Coalesce quite rightly retreating back to site.
However, they don't have the utility to bunker down on site with. There's no catches, there's no Jaeger, there's no Wamai, and Vito just walks straight into Laundry and finds himself 2 picks. There's a third and elbow, which he doesn't have the ammo to be able to take down. Astro finds a third for 86, and it's down to the 2v1. Divided finds the first onto Astro and Hungry in the 1v1. He has loads of time to work with, but no case, and the case is very exposed to the elbow rotate, which Divided is playing. No ADS inside of elbow, so that nade might catch Divided, and it does. does. Hungary wins the 1v1 at 86, go 3-1 up.
Ooh, well, he's got better play-by-play in him. So he does.
Absolutely. I was
Here
loving
we
that.
go.
I was absolutely loving the Kenny
I was ready
play-by-play.
to dive into a slow, just get ready for the end execute. Also, Vito's aside.
That's what I'm saying, that this happens though. Like you learn that in CAS, and it's especially in Siege. You know, I think a lot of other traditional esports, it's very obvious to see what can happen. You know, if you look at like MOBAs, for example, or you know other shooters. But for Siege, it's you know people can make those plays, and you just have to ignite the fuse, isn't it? So, I mean, Vito, just how has he been able to get away with that? And if you actually look at the lineup from Coalesce, you know they're bringing in the Catcan, they're bringing the Thorn. Those can be good for like sound cues to let you know that somebody's crouch walking in. You know, and how's that, you know, not playing out? Obviously, I think they use most of it for the upstairs hold. But then if you're going for this heavy roam, you are going to be at a disadvantage where people can just go for those solo plays and just walk into the bomb site. And of course, the last kill came down because, guess what? He didn't have any utility denial, which is what I mentioned at the start of the round.
10 seconds to go.
Well, let's see if Coalesce are able to start salvaging things here, because things aren't looking great, I'll be honest. 3-1 in favor of Viperio. You would expect Coalesce to be able to bring a couple of rounds back here. They've only been successful on that laundry site in the first round, and we have since kind of deciphered that it was maybe down to a little bit of a misplay on the side of Viperio, and certainly something that hasn't been repeated. They have done a full rotation and have yet still struggled to find rounds elsewhere. So they do need to start buckling down now and figuring out just how they're going to pick a couple more rounds up here, because they can't afford to fall too far behind here. Viperio already with a 2-round lead. Back down to the basement we go. We are seeing a little bit more in terms of slowing and a little bit more denial, certainly focused toward those drones with the Mozzie and the Mute, but again, no catches.
I struggle with Coalesce not playing to the power picks. Just look what's not banned for a basement defense. Cade, Mirror, Wamai. You have all these operators that just are so useful in a site that you can sit 5 people in the basement and win it. Noah's going to win the gunfight outside main door with an SMG-11 somehow after Grubby found the opening kill in Armory. And another freebie. Astro just walks into meeting. How's he got there?
This game is
it's just ego challenges.
It's just blatant 1v1s. That's all it is. It is solo to the max. This isn't a 5v5. It's 1v1v1v1v1. That's literally what it is. It's just, again, you're Zeus inside a meeting by himself, nobody with him, gets killed. Kane walks up the stairs, gets killed. What's going on?
Have recovered their
what? I don't know. And then he's just gonna get rushed by a blitz.
located a bomb.
It's not going to be a fun time for Old Divided here. Gets himself caught in the crossfire. I think everybody knew exactly how that round was going to go. It's curious, isn't it, Demo? Because we say it's 1 versus 1s. We say it's just people challenging, ego challenges and stuff. And the challenges that Viperio are winning. You know, Viperio aren't necessarily seeking out those challenges. They're just sort of turning a corner and being faced with someone or getting swung on a window. It's not like Coalesce are really making this very difficult. I would really like to see them play this a lot more conservatively.
It's a sheer lack of disrespect, I think, from Coalesce. Like, you look at the players that 86 have. They've got gunners. They've got really good players in this lineup, and they think that they can just challenge them as if they're nobodies. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me anyway. That they can just run around and just play this reckless playstyle where, oh, we have the better gun skill, we can win any engagement. No, you can't. You can't do that. You need to play as a team.
It's struggling, especially I have seen the praises of 86. They're ready for all these gunfights. They're not being caught off guard after that first round now. They've really obviously adapted. They've understood how Coalesce are playing the map. Coalesce have not changed their playstyle from round 1 to now round 5. It's been the same throughout. And when you've got heads like Curly IGLing, Curly is a fantastic IGL, and I think one of the best not inside of T1 at the moment. I've heard snippets of Curly's
his
IGLing,
energy's great,
and it's brilliant. And his energy and his positivity alongside with it, his people management when things go wrong as well is fantastic. And 86 just aren't going to be caught off guard by this anymore. They know how Coalesce are playing, and they know how to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie, there's a reason why Curly's the only one remaining from that 86 lineup that we've seen inside of CL last season.
Last year, yeah.
Yeah, he's a great player. And he showed
absolutely. And, he's almost built a new team around him.
He has, yeah.
We've seen, other players do that.
The super of his generation.
The Lagonis, some may say. It's something that, good teams and good players can get away with. Is building a team around an individual with a mindset and a real good ethos around everything. Look at Astro go in this game. He's 8-2 right now. He's really putting that Finker LMG to the best possible use. I mean, you can attest a little bit of it to the gun, but you've got to give him credit for being in the right place at the right time. And another round that seems to be falling apart here for Coalesce. Couple of early picks going in favour of Viperio, and now we're going to see Vito start to make his way in through Attic. Still rocking the Amaru, so he's got a couple of options here. Secondary hard breach gadget to make that rotation as well. Divided will be playing quite close on the breach though, so going to require a little bit of drone work here.
I'm not sure that 86 are prepared for this play from Divided, and he is going to swing out as he hears Vito get on the drone, and he finds the pick. That's one back for Coalesce. Hungry's not able to find the trade from the attic window as he was caught in a reload. The Amaru down, not the biggest blow in terms of utility. We still have the Finker alive with that LMG, 2 nades in hand, and 2 Finker Surge boosts alive. The smoke canister is going to stem his progress up the white stairs for the extra 10 seconds, but there's still a minute to work with here for 86.
Ooh, Grubby misses the nade from below. It would have been a surefire kill if he positioned it correctly. It's going to go with second, but nobody's home. So nade's going to be done from Grubby. Still 1 nade inside of Astro, and as the smoke comes out, Astro eliminates Nixon, and now Coalesce are back in that 2-man deficit. Divided did well to get 1 kill back, but it has been tossed away again. And surely this for 86 can just double up and take these engagements and trade off each other extremely well. Astro does go down eventually, but they know exactly where Zeus is going to be. They have the man on that window who almost misses the magazine, but Grubby does finish him off. And, well, 86, what can you say? After losing that first round, what a rampage that they've went on.
It's one way to respond, isn't it? It really is one way to respond. Fantastic performance there from Viperio. You could almost say that they've made one mistake in the game so far, and it was in round number 1. And it was probably the best time for them to make it, because since then they have just tightened everything up to the max. And it's looking like we're going to see a very quick Oregon.
Mm-hmm. And look at the picks coming out of 86 on their basement defense. A Mirror, a Wamai, a Goyo. These operators just work in tandem. Yeah, the Jaeger goes without saying, but Coalesce didn't bring it once.
Hey, Coalesce, you say it goes without saying, Coalesce, we're not interested in even a Jaeger. You know, what does that say?
Yeah, exactly. I know the gun maybe stinks for some players, but his utility is almost second to none.
No Kai, which is probably surprising.
Most scenarios, a Jaeger is still better than a Wamai, in my opinion. But yeah, the fact that Mirror's open and it wasn't bought once for a basement defense, I can kind of understand where Coalesce were coming from. With the Warden ban, if you did bunker on site and Hungry bought the Ying, you may be sat as sitting ducks to just being stunned and pushed. But remember, the Candelas are caught by catches. They're caught by Wamai discs. They're caught by ADSs. And if 86 don't have enough burn, the Candelas are going to be useless anyway. And because 86 were bringing 6 nades, that means they only had maximum 3 flashbangs on their Hibana.
At what point do we say that 86 have actually been geniuses in the pick and ban phase, because they didn't bring a Ying once? So it's as if they see the Warden ban, Coalesce, right, okay, we can't sit in sight, we have to roam.
Oh,
and then 86 just never bring it. You know what happens if that's how big brain they've went? And if it has, then just give them CL. To be fair,
just give it to him now.
We already seen one of the first open qualifiers for CL. Have 86, just from points from that first qualifier, are they already in? Does anyone know?
It's 99% certain. If you win one qualifier, basically everything possible has to go. You have to get 0 points in the next 2 quals, and the specific teams in the top like 10 to 5 place positions have to get like the 50 points to 25 points. So They're
pretty
all
much.
locked in.
It does take the pressure off a bit, Ollie.
Absolutely, and that's maybe one of the reasons why they can play the way that they are. You know, they're playing really confidently, but they're not playing recklessly. And when there is that little bit of, you know, a little bit of buffer room, a little bit of fudge factor, not as much of pressure on every single round, you can perform a little bit differently. That being said, we are seeing some recklessness here from Coalesce. I mean, if Grubby hadn't got him, Hungry would have got him. It was a bit of a nightmare there, just attempting a bit of a solo push down those back stairs, but that's been the order of the day. Solo pushes, very few trades from Coalesce.
Yeah, where's the second player? Every other player, there wasn't even a player in Meeting or Green to be able to trade out Divided, and they still don't know about Hungry's position inside of Planks, and he's definitely going to catch a second in Kane very soon. The drone yet again evades him, and the drop is heard. Kane hears the drop from Hungry, maybe a bit ill-advised to go a bit too early there. But 40 seconds left, he could afford to give up his life for a 50-50. The smoke canister is going to come out, the Goya canister is going to start getting popped, and that's going to make Nixon have to drop into a ball of flames, but the rest of Coalesce do fall into an inferno, and down they all go, and it's match point already on map 1 for 86.
Well, Demo. I knew you were going to say that.
I knew you were going to say well, because I was thinking the same thing. That's spooky.
Well, maybe there's just not much else to say.
We've been here too many times. That's the issue. I mean, 6-1, you know, 86 have just... It's the strategies have been better from 86. The team play's been better. Just the gun skill's been better. Everything that goes into a Siege game has been better by 86's standards. That's all you can say. It's just 86 have shown up. Coalesce have tried. You know, we've seen that kind of play style where they played very solo. They've just sat down every single time they've tried something. I would say at this stage, Oregon surely has to be wrapped up. You Coalesce have to win 5 attacks in a row on Oregon. That is not easy. That's a difficult task. Yeah,
as bad as it is to say, you're almost looking at Coalesce need the break for the reset. You know, they need that.
Maybe would lose 2 rounds, but then they still have another basement to go, and you don't see them losing basement with the operators open, especially how they defend at that. Should be.
It's going to be very difficult. Coalesce at this point, you're really looking for that break between map 1 and map 2, that 10 minutes, whatever it is, to really sort of recompose yourself and see if you can break that momentum that 86 are on. We're actually head-to-head in 2 86 players.
Sums it up.
Which, again, you know, that's a little... Whenever Affy does that, that's a little casual nod of like, yeah, there's not a great deal to write home about on the Coalesce side of things. Noah will pick himself up a kill onto Vito. Just a small lapse of discipline there, peeking onto that double door. But not before Nixon falls. And with it, the Hibana sledge next to go as Astro picks up that refrag diffuser at the bottom of that white van.
There you go, Coalesce. Look at it. Aggression. Together. 3 people were just dedicated to peeking outside lobby. Astro went to the master door while Hungry was on the armory stairs, and Vito was lurking around garage lobby itself. And that's where a team showcases how good they can be, and when you do things together, everything in the level of Siege, the quality of Siege you are playing is just going to elevate, because you are then there for the trades. You're playing together, and rather when you're peeking someone, the attacker has a 50-50 chance of looking at the right area of where they're going to get peeked from. But if just one person looks at the angle, then they have a 100% chance, and then it's just a straight up gunfight. That's a beautiful angle by Hungry there. I'll just like that.
She just don't know how Coalesce get through this. Like, you think about all the utility is still stacked up. You've got the Uruni gates, you've got the ADSs, the WAMIs, obviously the Azami barrage as well now coming in. You've got deployable shield still up. There is so much that 86 can just fall back onto. I don't know how Coalesce break through this. They have nothing left. All nades gone. All 6 nades are done. There's just no way. This is like break it into Fort Knox. It's not going to work.
It's going to be very difficult, especially when you're faced with either tanking damage or using a drone or something like that. Astro is going to get himself picked off. Is it going to be enough, though? A level playing field, 3 versus 3, and with Hungry all the way downstairs, there is an opportunity to try and storm the site and use that man count advantage.
Yes.
Tanks the laser gate and gets taken down. Trades 1-for-1. Kane's got himself into bunks here. He's going to deal a little bit of damage down, but he's essentially 1 versus 2 here. Hungry with that rotation up the white stairs. Surely is going to be able to pick him out, and he will. Grabs one, but it is not going to be enough. 86. What a display here on Oregon.
Absolutely disgusting for 86. 7-1 says it all. And I think when looking at the map bans, you have to think, if your map pick is a potential map that 86 would have picked themselves, is it the right place to go to? I understand that you may be confident on a map, but 86 have shown time and time again that Oregon is one of their best maps. They play it throughout the CL quals. They played it in NPL Split 2 quite frequently as well. And their only loss was a game that they should have won on it, and they just showcased how good. So let's show back to our beautiful faces, Ollie, me, and Demo, to break it down.
Yeah, I worry now, looking forward. Obviously, Oregon's done and dusted. I think Coalesce will probably just want to just write that off. That was, we don't talk about that first map. And now you look towards Clubhouse. Last time both these teams faced off against each other was in Clubhouse, and it was a 7-1 for 86. Like, this is now where you look at and you think, surely you're just going from the frying pan into the fire at this stage.
You've got to try and bring something into a best of 3 that you're very confident on, and not just something that you think you're better than your opponent on. And I think it sort of plays into what you were saying, Kenny, about, you might be confident on Oregon, but Oregon's a great map for 86. Let's go to somewhere that you're great at as well, because then we're going to start to get a bit more of an idea of what Coalesce are about here. It all comes down to that first round for me, and almost the response out of that first round. You drop the question mark in chat, and it's like, oh, that is just the moment before a very unfortunate event of then losing 7 rounds in a row. You've really poked the bear, because 86, I don't think they said anything in response. I think they were just like, yeah, we're just going to let the Siege do the talking. And they did. They really did. They barely made any mistakes from that point on. And it just goes to show that sort of confidence, while it's important to have that confidence on the side of Coalesce, they just looked way too overconfident today.
All right, well, we're going to head back to the analyst desk. It's going to be Simon, Grace, and Snurry.
He's doing
What froze?
He's doing froze.
Huh?
As Demo's mispronunciation of throws.
Hey, that's...
Demo likes to use
We've been over
F.
this. I can't do that. We can't. I can't say free. I can't do anything with TH. We've been over this. I can say that. Well, that counts.
Let's take it back to the desk.
Wow, well, there we go. I mean, first off, can we just highlight Kangaroo Kenny's casting? I mean, shooting straight fire.
Can we also highlight the fact that they completely sabotaged this amazing throw, and poor Kenny was like doing like a great throw, and is like, oh, look at him, he can throw as well. It's like, let him have it. And then Ollie took it. Come on, guys. Come on. Let him have it. Well, at least it's more fun to talk about that than talk about Coalesce's performance in that previous game. So,
I mean, question mark's a little bit premature, as the chaps just said, wasn't it? And again, I think my main concern here is, again, as mentioned the last time these two teams went on like Clubhouse, even Villa together. Even in the CL quals, it was a 2-0. It was both on Villa and Clubhouse. They didn't actually make it to Cafe, I don't believe. So yeah, that's a little bit unsettling. Again, Oregon, I think it was really interesting when you saw those bans come through from 86, and then the ops that they chose to take. I think even Kenny was saying we're expecting this Ying to start coming through. The Blitz came through, which was a little bit naughty from 86. And again, I think that's one of those moments where it's like, oh, okay, that first round, Divided going for the spawn peak. Snowell actually said that's smelly about that, which it was, and rightfully so. Again, like you go into it, if there's a spawn peak like that, he's not punished for it. It was a little bit like, oh, okay, it's gonna be one of those games. And then 86 just turned around and were like, nah, we're not having that. Which again is a really, really great sign for 86. It shows that they can just go like, okay, that didn't go the way you wanted. Let's just steamroll through this now. So that was, really good stuff from them, to be honest.
Yeah,
For the
absolutely.
record, I do believe the actual quote was "that place smells," and because they were talking about reeking and smelling and everything in the cast, I was like, "Well, that place smells." But I actually rewatched it, and the timing of the drones, like impacting the drone from below and then climbing up the ladder, and you can see the other drone just falling down right next to him, so you probably didn't see him climbing up the ladder. It was really unfortunate, but it's just like. You don't do that. You don't let people do that. But I think but Kenny really caught up on that. Like you said, like you can do that one round, but doing it twice against a team such as V86 is just not going to happen, and they proved it.
Yeah. I mean, Nixon and Divided and Co are struggling to get out the gate. What do they need to do now? I mean, what's the plan going forward, Grace?
I mean, for me personally, it was just a lot of these setups did rely a lot, especially on their defense, on kind of more individual plays. It was this idea of like, oh no, I think I'm an unstoppable force that can kind of stop all this momentum from the opposition. And it's like, okay, well, maybe we actually mix it up a little bit. Maybe you guys play a little bit close together. Maybe we have some nice duo play setups here, there, and everywhere. Again, they're going to go into Clubhouse, so there's lots of opportunity for that. There have been a lot of meta changes within Clubhouse too, where we are going to see, different site picks as an example, and how that can maybe end up benefiting them. So yeah, I think for now, I think that was a little bit of a smelly map for Coalesce, and I think going into this next one, I really think that playing a little bit closer to each other, playing again that more duo style of play where you have like maybe a two setup somewhere, and then you have like the rest of them kind of close to site to fall back a lot easier and get that anchor down. That would probably benefit them a lot more than kind of going for these almost like solo plays at times. There were moments where it was a bit like, oh, that's a bit risky biscuits, but especially when they are going to do things like bring a blitz. Like that's stinky. That's stinky from 86. That's very naughty. That's
stinky, smelly, naughty.
Stinky, smelly, naughty. Like it's
rotty food.
But this is the thing. Like 86, they are going to play a little bit outside of the box right now. They are going to be taking these unusual operator picks because they've already got 100 points in the bag. The pressure's slightly off them. They don't want to show too much because they still have the rest of NPL to get through, as does Coalesce, but I think the pressure, as we say, isn't as much on them, so they can be a bit more experimental. They can go for these more sweaty. We even had a lion, like the lion thinker blitz situation is just edgy. But I've like numb flashbacks almost from that kind of setup from like 2018, like Go Falls basically, where I just got,
you weren't there, man.
You weren't there, man. Like it's uncomfortable. Even nowadays, it's just so uncomfy. And I think playing close together and playing more in those duo formations would really benefit them if 86 are going to do stuff like that.
Definitely. Well, let's see how it goes. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to be back with more NPL. It's playoffs and it's coming all the way back right after this.
I'm pushing. What am I doing? Nice.
Reading done.
Nice.
Last pillar. Doing reading hole.
Yeah, I'm gonna plant. Reading hole. Nice! Come on! Let's go, Flex. You're insane.
Really nice, boys.
Want me to?
We can see if they drop back.
The case has been dropped. Relaxing can recover this and hold on. He is in a 1 versus 2. He will hear that drop. He'll swing wide, finds one. He's on for the second here, and he finds it.
Nice. Relaxing. You're so insane. You're insane.
Good shit, bro.
All me. Kill Thermite.
Actually.
No, I kill Thermite. That's what
that's
down.
why we won. Yeah, exactly.
2v2.
Box maybe. Put them in, Kim, Chris.
I'm finding full table. One single door. 75.
Let's go!
Let's go! I'll play, boys. Let's go. You're a beast.
Inside.
Red. One more red, last one red.
Red.
Top red.
Pipe.
Nice! Oh, I'm so good. Oh my god, they're so bad. They're so bad. Let's go.
Bad, yeah.
Go. Oh, GG, lads. We needed that win. We needed that.
Full kitchen.
One was office. Malusi office. Where's the castle? Coming in.
In
Okay. Go on, be careful.
Yeah, I'm running.
Malusi was office.
Mega small.
That's the last out. Nice. Wow. Cool. I'm not boring, man. Let's just get it out the way.
I'm leaving main. I'm coming vault with case.
Gold killed me.
Push cane, push cane, push cane. In the vault, in the... Kill gold, kill gold. Window dead. 3-1. Window sight. Watch the window sight. In the corner, deep blood. Let's go, guys. Well played.
Could be heroic. Could be heroic.
We're the best team in Europe. We beat the best team in Europe.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
White snow, red sky, reach up for so high. Blue eyes, fake cry, beware of the fox tonight. Cold feet, a dark rain, my blood in your frozen veins. Dream high, no pain, run fast in broken chains. Sneak out, keep fighting. I'm willing to take a chance. Break free, dogs biting. Dressed up for the final dance. Shut down, inspire. I'm here to take your call. New soul to higher. I will despite you all.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Grandson steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills, all E1 DCs. What?
Welcome back, everybody, to the NPL. My name is Exo Troika, joined here on the cast by Demo and Kangaroo Kenny. We are try-casting the heck out of this first playoff game, and it's been a lot of fun. We didn't have a lot to cast over last game, I'll be honest with you. It was a very quick win for 86, taking Oregon 7 rounds to 1 versus Coalesce, and now we move into Clubhouse. So 2 very standard maps here, and you would expect a lot closer games than what we have been seeing, Kenny.
It's moving on to Clubhouse, however, and I think if 86 were about 80% of their potential on Oregon, I think we'll see that extra edge come up on Clubhouse, especially now as they're warm. Clubhouse is their map through and through. In CL Open Quals, when they had a chance to pick Clubhouse, they picked Clubhouse pretty much exclusively. So this pretty much is their most preference map, and I fear for Coalesce. I don't know, if Oregon was a 7-1, this could be even quicker.
Well, there's only one way it could be quicker, and that's if it's a 7-0.
Exactly. There's small margin for error. But if any team's going to do it, 86, yeah.
Well, let's see exactly how this one shapes up as we throw ourselves into game right now. Over onto Clubhouse for our second map inside of this best of 3. Viperio currently lead by 1. Now, Demo, we had a little sneaking suspicion that Viperio kind of big-brained the map, the operator ban. I mean, I imagine they big-brained the map ban as well, but we were talking about how they'd big-brained the operator ban on Oregon. Do you think they're going to do the same again?
Last time, whenever they played against each other in Clubhouse, the bans were as followed. 86, they went and banned out Habana and Valkyrie, and Coalesce with a Thatcher and Case. So let's see if it's going to be the same bans. That might give us a better picture. I want to say last time, whenever we seen them play Clubhouse, Ollie, it was 86 managed to take 5 attacks. So they did extremely well on the attacking side, and looks to be the 2 same attacker bans, and now we're going to see the same defender bans as well.
It really is the case, isn't it, that teams do exceptionally well in that sort of threshold between tier 3 and tier 2 when they're sort of going for Challenger League and stuff. The teams that do the best are the teams that can attack. You know, we look back to how we were talking about M&M, for example, last year. They were a cracking team on the attack. And it always seems to be that sort of side of things where teams do tend to struggle, and Viperio are no different. Very effective team on that attacking side. They're going to be starting off on the defense here, and so far, Demo, the bans are coming through
exactly the same,
just as you predicted. Exactly the same as the last time we saw these 2 teams play.
The one caveat I can give for Coalesce going into Clubhouse is they start on the attack, and I think with recent meta, Azami being introduced, Azami being unbanned, Clubhouse has become very attacker-sided, and I mean very. I think with 4-2 halves are quite common in EUL and T1 nowadays, attacking on Clubhouse. We saw the Heroic Rogue game in T1 where Heroic got a 3-3 attacking split, and then Rogue just didn't lose an attack and won 7-3. And I feel like that's quite common nowadays. They're seeing a lot more attacker heavy sides onto Clubhouse, especially with just, I don't know what I'm trying to say, Demo.
So what you're trying to say is 2 of the bomb sites are really bad. So that does then lead into the fact that the attackers have a good time. There you go.
There we go. Also, the attackers have a lot more at their disposal.
10 seconds remaining.
You know, you look at some of the operators that you can bring on attack now, and you know you can bring so much utility in a very useful couple of packages, whether that's a Finker or an Iana or something like that. It can be, and then the secondary hard breach gadget for me is huge as well. That's something that Coalesce are going to be taking advantage of here. They're going to be bringing a fuse, which is typically like a bit of a almost why you're bringing a fuse. Well, to attack onto Church and Arsenal, it's not terrible. If you can take control of Kitchen and you can get yourself in and around that Kitchen corridor, you can start sending those fuse charges down. Obviously, you are at the risk of C4s, and there are quite a few on the side of 86 at the moment. We are going to see the first pick. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure where Grubby got
just
that from
up.
there.
He just rappelled up. gym window, and then Grubby just killed him. I think punch hole, perhaps? Something was in that wall, medics.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was a punch hole.
Yeah.
Yep. So, oh yeah. Ryan, don't know if you've ever been working with medics before. He'll sit here. Basically, Ryan, ask him to do something and he'll do it. Go, crack. What do you say? It's really cool.
Can you look at what we call Pengu on this map? No, because you don't know what we call. Loophole. Alright, well, Coalesce obviously
just for the reference, what do you call Pengu on this map in the 10-star scrapbook?
I'm not going to give that away, unfortunately.
But you were about to give it away to everybody.
Hold on a minute, you can't do that. You can't tease us like that.
The thing is, I think that you've tried to ask something impossible there.
Kick him off the cast.
Kick him off the cast. I think you've asked something impossible.
Well, that's the whole point of why I asked it, because it was impossible.
What a joker. What a joker.
Yeah, well, obviously, to be able to utilize Fuse's utility, Coalesce had to clear the roam, and they have kind of done it, but do they know about it? They're going to still have to drone the middle floor. The Mozzie Pests are going to be doing their work. The Mute Jammers are going to be doing their work, and with the minute 10, Noah's got himself down to bottom main. So they have cleared the top 2 floors, which is step 1 of this attack onto basement of Church and Arsenal. And now we see the cluster charges doing their work down the blue hatch. We're going to be clearing any potential barbed wire that's down there. Maluti's not in the equation this round, so no Banshees to clear. And the sledge of Noah is going to have to be very careful of where he treads inside of kitchen, because Astro's down below with a C4 waiting.
I'm going to see a bit of a collapse come through here as kills do start to trade. Noah sees a bit of success way down at the bottom of those main stairs. Does achieve a down, but tanks a bit of a canister and later gets finished off there by Vito. It leaves a lot for Zeus to do as that big, heavy 1-speed fuse stuck in behind Generator. Has an inkling as to where Vito is, but it's never more than that. Red ping information for Vito to collect that final kill.
He's having a good game today. You know, he showcased that you can win these gunfights, you know, extremely well. You know, I think still people forget. You know, Vito was an ex-professional player for quite a long time in that Chaos roster back in the day, so he still has, you know, a copious amount of do you want to say veteran about him? I mean, obviously he was kind of brought in not like an OG of that Chaos lineup, but certainly still, you know, quite an old player in these days now. And you know, he's still doing his thing. You know, people forget that about this 86 lineup, as they do have that experience. I look at it as we've seen a roam game from 86, nothing too complicated. You know, everyone who plays Club, I should be aware that, hey, if there's a basement roam, you should know how to deal with it. They lose that opening pick, and then Coalesce were just stunned. It's as if they've just been knocked out for a good minute and a half before anyone else realized, hey, we need to do something. But by that stage, Coalesce are hunting nobody because 86 are back in bomb site, and you have a minute 15 to try and carry out a basement attack with nothing open. That's never going to work. Coalesce, if they lose that opening engagement, which does happen, they should have a plan B. They should be able to have things in place. Okay, if he loses his entry engagement, which does happen, what then do we do? It looks as if they had no idea what they wanted to go for.
Medics just showed it there. The Azami barrier on the master bomb. Astro actually prone next to the bomb, and Hungry threw the Azami barrier onto the bomb, but because Astro was body blocking the bottom of it, any 86 player is now going to be able to see the feet that walk in through Master Door. That's actually quite clever, like body blocking the growth of the Azami.
You're stealing that, aren't you? You're
area.
taking that. That's in the strat book, wasn't it?
No, it is in the strat book. I didn't know you could do that. 3 ADSs for a top red hold, and it looks like Coalesce aren't invested in clearing it because they're going to get a jacuzzi open off the rip with the ace, and straight away onto the bathroom wall. Is the bandit in place to trick? No, he is not.
Good work.
Grubby inside of CCTV with batteries placed on that wall instead that will be naded off. So with that wall open into jacuzzi, it does give a little bit of option here for Coalesce, but it is by far job done. There's a lot more that they need to do in order to start taking a bit of control here. Namely, dealing with this presence over inside of CCTV. Astro, he's going to swing out and find the kill onto Nixon. That immediately nullifies at least half of the pressure that was being put through that jacuzzi breach, given that it's now only Kane to sit there and watch that angle.
Kill comes back though. Noah does find Curly, and the Thermite charges both being used to kind of deal with the eastern side of the map, being able to open up that main CCTV room breach, and also the single wall in construction, so it does force the 86 players in construction to little bit more aware of their surroundings now. They don't have that same flexibility of just moving around, not having to worry about getting shot. That's another entranceway that certainly we can see Coalesce use and abuse. Divided does get downed, and Noah finds Vito, though. Does Divided have any more stims? Doesn't look like it, unless he's just waiting for it to recharge, but he's still down for the meantime. Grubby now rotating up, and will get caught up by Noah. Triple kill for Noah. Big plays from him, and potentially this could be around for Coalesce if they can just play this man advantage. It's a 2v4.
It's very salvageable.
Double up. They've got 2 guys on main stairs and 2 guys on the windows. They can very easily 2v1 the 2 remaining 86 players. But those Azami barriers are going to continue to be a thorn in their side. And
Hungry picking up one's pretty big. I mean, that's one of the big problems we've seen from Coalesce, isn't it? They've not been playing those trades. Hungry just to be able to pick himself one off now. If he can make this rotation up main stairs and start to assist Astro somewhat, it could be huge. Astro finds a down, which is important, but will be immediately traded. Hungry, he's going to start to use the breach that has been opened in through Bathroom. He knows that the kit's down on the ground and that he's in a 1 versus 1. The diffuser has not been recovered. Downed player in Kane is now going to be revived, but that means you've got no time. You can't get the plant down in this time. Hungry doesn't know this. He's going to go for the swing. All he's got to do is keep himself alive, but he turns and gets the kill. Hits him with the turn and burn. Great round there from Hungry.
Why would you revive to not plant? I can't wrap my head around it. If you're going to revive and then Zeus just sprints for the 1v1 when Kane is left in Narnia behind him and not following him for the trade, that's a prime example of what I said. Coalesce have to play the trades here. They have a 4v2. They can double up on each remaining 86 player, and they're just so disconnected. Noah's pushed way further than Divided, who was his partner inside of construction, and just gets caught off with no potential, with Noah getting the refrag. And I think that just shows the class between the 2 teams. Even though Hungry was in a 1v3, he still has the experience and the quality to be able to close it out. And 86 take a 2-0 lead and move into bar and stage.
Well, that's going to be a tilter. 100% from Coalesce. You know, that's a surefire round that you should be winning every day of the week. And then that happened. Yeah, it can be difficult to come back from. Like we mentioned, Clubhouse only really having 2 strong bomb sites for defenders, and even that's a bit of a stretch. You know, Basement and Gym are certainly winnable from attacker's perspective. These 2 bomb sites now are the tricky ones for the defense. You either have bar or you have cash, both of which it's very easy to get a plant down, which is probably the biggest issue. We're dealing with Gym, so they've moved away from cash, which I think Gym's Bar. I think Bar's probably better than cash, mostly because you have some form of a retake, which you can't really do with cash. As soon as the main wall gets open on cash, you're done. You can't retake that. Whereas with Bar particularly, you do have the capabilities of being able to have a roam game upstairs and retaking from above. So there is that potential that 86 can go for, and as expected, they will be holding above.
Coalesce are finding it really difficult to get into this, and it's like we're seeing them make errors that we otherwise maybe wouldn't see them make necessarily. Just some very strange decision making, and you kind of get the feeling that maybe the comms are a bit muddled, or there's maybe just a lot of tension. There's quite a lot going on here with things repeatedly not going their way, and they're trying almost too hard to make certain things happen. They're going to have to start picking rounds up somewhere. They've only got 1 round so far in this entire best of 3. Now, granted, we're fairly early on here on Club, but you would expect them to start picking up a couple of rounds, and that's a great way to start round number 3. Nice nade through there from Kane. Could find himself getting taken out here, and he will. But Noah continues his rampage. Having a great game so far. He's going to pick himself up 1 along with a couple more from his teammates, and immediately the tides have turned. Much better situation here for Coalesce to be in. Grubby getting chunked down as well. Got a bit of info to be going off here, but you get the feeling the plant's probably not far away. Curly snags himself 1 before being taken out by Divided. I think Divided lines 2 up here and hits a little bit of a collapse.
Brilliant. Brilliant Brilliant, brilliant. That's all I can say from Coalesce. They found the pocket, and that was Noah on, or was it Zeus? Who was on the, yeah, it was Noah on the knock. He found the pocket. He walked in kitchen and walked in bar with the knock scanner on. Obviously, if you're new to Siege, and we have the, is it Hell Presence Reduction System, something like that. Ooh, flexing my knowledge of the knock, that's the ability name, and it means that her footsteps are very quiet and she cannot be seen on cameras. And because sound and information is such an important factor in Siege, that when an attacker can just completely evade both of those, you're able to make plays that are round changing, and that's exactly what Noah did. He took site control. He was able to identify there's only one guy on site, I can walk in and kill this guy. Because 86 had 5 players alive, he was probably the guy on cams, because most of the time your site player is also your cams player. So really good opportunity finding from Coalesce, and I think that's what they need more of. Noah actually did the same in the gym attack as well on round 2. He dropped logistics hatch. He found a gap to be able to just drop the hatch, kill the logistics player, and then walked into construction and killed the construction player as well. So Noah's really been able to flex his playmaking skills so far, and we are seeing the first NPL sense. Thank you, Zeus.
Ollie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the first time on cast that someone has ever said out the full name of the Nuke gadget.
Honestly, we're out of a job, mate.
Ollie, get him in the game shows. He'll be a menace.
We are absolutely out of a job here. It's a pleasure. I feel like I'm being treated to like the full Kenny experience here. It's fantastic.
You can tell we're just podcasters now, aren't we? You can tell. Yeah, that's all we are. Oh my goodness.
Very nice.
That angle is such a one and done, because you die to that once from that angle and you'll never die to it again. And I think Hungry, that's him now. He's learned his lesson.
See, when you saying that Sense his gun's rubbish, Demo?
Oh, the
it's
AR.
It's a DMR, and the AR is horrible. But the DMR is still DMR. You know, you're not seeing Dokkaebi sitting here popping skulls, being most picked operator, are you? You're not seeing Twitch for that on, are you?
For every single operator.
I was going to say, it's 2 shots to the body.
Yeah, but are you playing Glaz every round? Glaz is the same thing. I think Glaz is much better operator.
Kicks, like, the recoil is disgusting on Glaz, but the 417 doesn't move.
I just don't think it's good.
I'm liking the wall that we're getting put up here. I think that one did get caught.
It still rolls.
Yeah, it still does something, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Doesn't really help them though, because that doesn't do anything. But yeah,
doesn't give too much, especially when the mirror window's right there.
Oh, they've now used an actual smoke on it and the sense. It feels like a lot has been invested into blue right now for Coalesce, and there's not much progress being made. They're at the same point that they were a minute ago, and they've used all their sense gadgets, but Divided's just found his way into sight. There's one in black box that he's gonna take out. Grubby gets 2, and it's a 3v2 inside. A Coalesce turned into a 3v1 with Nixon finding and falling Vito. Bomb going down for Nixon. Zeus and Noah on the cover. They're unsure where Curly is positioned. He is in moto. He brings out the M590, but Noah hits him with the reverse pre-fire, and Coalesce actually do find the basement attack in their favor this time around.
Was kitchen hatch opened?
Nope.
Very unorthodox.
Ow. How are they winning that?
I'm not sure how they've won that with such a minimal take. Like, when was the last time you saw a team just take blue and win a round?
I mean, blue is such a pivotal position in those basement attacks. You know, we mentioned it before. It is usually a make or break, because you need some form of blue pressure. Whoever wins blue usually wins a round, if it's attack or defense. And it just seemed to be that they threw everything. Obviously, the SEMS was brought. It didn't really work. They were literally there just to burn up Whammies, it seemed to be. You can do it with any operator, so it was a bit of a wasted pick, in my eyes, in my opinion. But yeah, they just dropped in the blue. They had somebody somehow get into Moto and just walk in whenever mirror windows are still up in triple wall. How's that happening? I have no idea. It's more questions than 86 in terms of what they're actually doing and what people are holding.
Good to see a good round from Coalesce.
There must have been a backstab through dirt, surely, because otherwise I don't see how they've collapsed.
10 seconds.
Go ahead on.
I mean, at least Coalesce are on the board now. You know, they're keeping things competitive here. We're seeing a 2-2 scoreline, which is by far and away a lot better than anything we saw on Oregon. So I want to see 86 tested here. I don't want it to be, you know, just almost handed to them on a plate.
It's more Coalesce need these attacks because they're going to do weaker on the defensive half just because of how Clubhouse is at the moment. And of course, 86, in my opinion, are a better attacking side than what they are defending.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Agreed. But it is back to the round 1 defense for 86. They're bringing out the roam game with the Oryx, the Mozzie, and the Mute. And Kane is going to have to try and not give the opening pick away to Grubby. And it looks like 86, with 30 seconds left, are already falling back to site and leaving Grubby all on his lonesome. Obviously, a lot of drones are lying on the top 2 floors, so Coalesce might not be aware of Grubby's presence upstairs. And it looks like they are already on the middle floor, so they probably have already cleared the top floor and aren't aware of Grubby, and Grubby's going to be able to do a whole mess of damage if he times his flank right.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and he still gets picked off. I thought that they done a great play there with smoking off the hatch, but you still shoots him through it. Unfortunate again from 86 to lose a pick so early on. Vito inside a kitchen has went unchecked. We'll find one. This is where I worry because the amount of times in this league where I have seen somebody in kitchen get away with absolute murder. Is he going to jump through the window? Doesn't know if he wants to go for it. He goes prone again. He's on his belly. Nixon moving and a C4 gets tossed out. Vito, please don't. Oh, he finally gets picked off. I'm always worried. Benja has really hit home with the stuff he does in kitchen, and it's ruined me forever.
Benja had a round on Capcan, and I think he aced from the kitchen alone.
Yep.
And ever since that, you just get excited whenever you see someone scrapping it out there inside of the kitchen. Vito not being given the same opportunities there and getting taken out. It is going to give an advantage here to Coalesce again, and this time we're seeing them get open at that kitchen hatch as well as the bar hatch. So they've got a lot of options to go with, but look at where Grubby is on the flank. Now, he's not got a lot of info to go on. He was kind of playing for someone at the bottom of main stairs there, but is instead going to have to go searching. Might be able to catch somebody out here. Hits a little pre-fire almost preemptively. Can't afford to give himself away here. That's the real key thing for Grubby, but he has been cut off. Can't rotate down because of the skeleton key, and Noah, what a clubhouse he is having. Nixon picks one, Zeus the last. Coalesce take the lead for the first time here in this series.
They're a lot more firm, I think is the word I'm going to use on Clubhouse. They are droning out these positions, like in kitchen. Yes, they weren't aware of Grubby upstairs, and they kind of got fortunate with the timing of Grubby coming down the main stairs, and that's why when I initially spoke about Grubby worming his way on the top floor without Coalesce knowing, it's all good evading the drones, but sometimes you just have to get the right timing when you flank, and Grubby did not have the right timing. He narrowly, by 3-4 seconds, missed Nixon running through kitchen hall to bar, which he would have caught off if he was 3 seconds earlier and got that kill. He almost killed the guy in kitchen, but decided to fall away, and Coalesce got lucky, but they still found the kills where it mattered. And yet again, that blue push was so influential at the depth. They decided to not just go for a blue only hit. It was a lot more spread out. They got kitchen hatch open, they got blue hatch open, and I'm kind of questioning 86. They banned Hibana, but they're bringing no impacts to Impact Trick Kitchen, which I think is a staple mark of when you ban Hibana, you're going to try and deny the kitchen hatch, but they just aren't.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention a couple of rounds ago whenever I kind of seen them go for that kind of heavy roam game, is that you can go for the heavy roam game, waste a lot of time, and then you can still fall back and have just a shed load of impact grenades to try and just stall out the round even more so. Because if you're banning Hibana, that does then kind of lean in favor of defenders, especially for basement. You know, basement is certainly winnable from an attacker perspective, but it makes it a lot more difficult if you don't have Hibana and your kitchen is constantly being pack tricked by the defenders. So it is weird to see 86 go for that ban and then not follow up with, you know, the strong component that you then get with that mechanic. It's a bit weird.
We are seeing 86 go to what previously was almost a second choice bomb site, and is now,
as I like to say, it reeks.
It's drastically fallen out of favor. Demo would say it reeks. I would say it's third, fourth choice. But no one really likes to go into CCTV and cache anymore, and it's in part due to just how easy it is to attack onto. You can get the wall open very easily on that east side. You can rotate and start to put a bit of pressure on inside of construction. Garage is pretty easy. There are just too many places for the defenders to effectively hold now, given the kit that the attackers can bring already. Not even the halfway point, we have got a heavy presence inside of construction. There are a couple of defenders below, so there is potential for a flank here, but Divided's picked at one onto Vito, and Nixon straight on it, and he's going to be planting there on radio as Army Barricade is actually going to block off any sort of rotate or hope of trying to trying to stop that plan from going down, as Kane picks himself up too. Grubby forced into a very long rotation here, up into Garage, fighting his way back through, grabs himself too. Hungry grabs the third. It's now all down to Zeus. He's got himself onto the roof. Do 86 know this? Have they got any info to be running with here? It doesn't look like they do. Pre-firing and checking every single corner. They can look to try and maybe long arm this a little bit from the window, but they're not looking to try and cover each other. A headshot comes through there. Grubby, how much has he got to do inside of the round to get the win there? What a performance from him.
What a performance from Grubby. But Coalesce, they cocooned themselves. They all ran into sight, and then they got the bomb down, and they all stayed in sight. They had plat breach open. They could have, one person could have left the site and played from a long angle, but they all decided to, they became the defenders, and 86 were then able to collapse themselves onto Coalesce, and the roles were just reversed. And yes, they had to still win the gunfights, 86, and that's exactly what they did, and it's on the back of Grubby with a massive 3k. Coalesce did everything right until the post plant. That's something that I commended Coalesce in Split 2 fantastically for. Sometimes they just explode, and we saw it on round 1 when they attacked the basement with 50 seconds left. They didn't open any walls. They had all hatches open for a basement attack. They just flew in Moto door into church and flew down blue, and they catch people off guard because they can be really explosive on their attacks. We didn't really see them have many attacks on Oregon, so we didn't get to see that. But we're seeing the nature of it here, that I assume it falls onto the shoulders of Nixon being their IGL, just shot calling. That round, 2 people just jumped in server window, fragged the rafters guy, and they had side control. It was fantastic. But then they just couldn't close it out. The idea of it is really good from Coalesce, because it is catching 86 off guard.
See, there's a couple of things that I looked at round and I thought it was a little bit hit or miss from both teams, right? First of all, Vito inside of Rafters needs to be doing better, right? If you know that they've opened up main breach and then they're rotating towards the bedroom side, nobody's going to your garnish door. Nobody's going there. So realistically, all he has to do is hold the server breach. Ask somebody else to hold the server window and they're cooking. You know, there's no issues there at all. So I have to question Vito, as a resident Rafter players, you need to be doing better in that position, because it is a very strong position and you need to be heads up, ready, gun up, to take those engagements. The plant position from Coalesce was atrocious in that position, if you think about it. Look at where they planted. Why is that not just being planted default? They have Rafters control. You've seen the bandit on the other side of the map use the C4 to try and kill somebody inside of office. Why are you not just planting behind the bomb, then go and sit in the rappel outside of breach? Why was the plant position at radio? A lot of issues there for Coalesce, and I think a lot of that did stem from, I think, the plant position. You know, that was probably where then they had to sit in sight, because they know that they couldn't just hold the fuser as simply as what they could if they planted in the normal position.
A 3-3 split is at least something for Coalesce to start basing themselves off it, but the question is, will it be enough? We know that 86 are a proficient team on this attack. They've already displayed that here, picking up that opening pick, and it looks as though Vito will get a second. No, Kane hits him with the swing. Vito in the crouch position there, just getting his head ripped clean off. Kane might see himself get another here, but instead will go 1-for-1 with Astro. Picks himself up too. Very worthwhile, really, from your Vigil. You can't ask for much more than 2 picks on the roam and just over half the round wasted.
I really want to see Coalesce now, hard bunker site, play their utility, and that's exactly what they're doing. Divided Nixon and use us. Oh my god. Zeus, it's caught me off guard for the first time. Zeus has a C4 in his pocket. Nixon has 3 toxic canisters. Divided can impact Trick Kitchen with 1 singular impact remaining, and they're all in positions to do exactly what I've just mentioned. Curly only has 2 Selma charges left, and it takes 2 Selma charges to open a singular hatch. And it doesn't look like 86 are bothered about the kitchen hatch. Oh, Hungry has a can opener as well, so 86 can still open everything they wish to do. So Divided is going to be forced away by the nade from Grubby to stop him from impact tricking the kitchen hatch. But 25 seconds left, and 86 have it all to do in the 3v3.
Nixon will be able to smoke off long. There's a rush going to come through into Arsenal. As we see Nixon playing on the box, can toss out the smoke canister, but with the plant going down, Grubby has just got to aggressively push on through. The shotgun's going to deal the damage though, but not before the plant goes down. But look at the positioning this time. Hungry, he's upstairs inside of kitchen. A C4 comes through, it's going to down Curly, but still it won't be too much of a concern. Hungry can hold this from above, and we're starting to see players from Coalesce swoop on in. He's got great visibility onto the diffuser. He's got to be cautious of the flank here though, and that flank is going to come through in the form of Zeus and in the form of Divided, but 2 clean kills. It's not going to be enough. Nixon from below. It took all 3 of Coalesce to bring Hungry down, but they do it with 6 seconds to spare.
Gut wrencher. Absolute gut wrencher for 86 fans out there and Hungry. I thought he had it. I thought he played it so well, kept the fire arrow to then block off the diffuser, knowing that naturally Coalesce are going to have to try and retake up main stairs into kitchen. Wins both engagements inside a kitchen, and then he just gets shotgun from below because he just didn't react quick enough. You see, he just kind of, oh, what's happening to me? Oh, I'm getting shot. But he didn't move. He just stood there. And he goes down. Oh, that's rough. So rough.
It's unfortunate because it's not one that you expect them to win. It's very winnable. You don't expect Hungry to win it, but when he picks up the first 2, you just think, oh, go on, like just go on. You know, if the time was just a little bit later on, Nixon, he was cutting it close anyway. He only just had enough time. 6 odd seconds remaining, so he had sort of 5 or so seconds to play with there, give or take. Very, very close stuff. But well played from Nixon as well, letting his 2 teammates make that rotation and then playing from below. Just because 2 of your teammates get taken out upstairs, it still goes down as a trade. He was still able to trade it, even though it was from below, even though it was from the shotgun. He just had to keep himself hyper aware. Nixon picked up 2 really crucial kills, at least inside of that round.
You see how useful smoke canisters can be. Nixon forced the guy out of that little nook, not the operator, that little nook corner inside of Armory with his smoke canister, and forced the operator into a close quarters engagement, which Nixon had the best equipment for, a shotgun. And that good smoke players are the ones that force people into choke points, and I think Pengu is probably the best example of that in how he plays smoke. He forces people into disadvantage gunfights for them, and a disadvantage gunfight for Divided is swinging kitchen corridor against an L8, and Coalesce, after a fantastic first round, have just given away one of the most important operators in the meta right now, their Azami, early on.
Oh, good start. Obviously with 86, plenty of hard breach that they can still utilize, and they will be using the Maverick to eliminate the bandit charges. No kite on the board. Means that it's easy. You don't really have to do the full Maverick line and then clear away the wall. Just get rid of the bandit charges, get the thermite on, save a lot of time. Don't put yourself at the risk of somebody just swinging the holes and killing you while you're trying to blowtorch everything out. But yeah, quite easy for 86 now just to set up the way that they usually do and get things rolling. Only thing you have to worry about really for gym and bedroom is just below. It's just a C4. Many positions where you'd like the plant, apart from on top of the bed, can be C4'd from below. So that's one thing you have to take in consideration whenever you are attacking this bomb site.
You can see the wall get open now. There was an attempt there. A little bit of a trick, but it did not pay off, I think. Does he use his C4 for that? Maybe. Seems a little bit reckless if he did. Kills flying in here for 86. Nixon in with the response. Pays for it with a good chunk of damage, though. He's going to come up against another opponent inside of the showers, and that opponent is going to get the better of him. Grubby credited with that one. Zeus, 1 versus 3. Very quick fire round from 86. I tell you what, the way that these guys bounce back after after a round doesn't go their way or after a little bit of a mistake is made. It is very impressive indeed. Clinical stuff from 86.
And you see there the showcase of why we spoke about Clubhouse being so attacker-sided at the minute. As Demo said, there's nowhere to sit in that bomb site. You have the vault inside of office, and that's pretty much it. On top of the bed can be seen from master window. You're exposed if they run into gym as well, and there's just nowhere for Coalesce to sit. They tried a retake of bar, which I have to commend as well. You saw Nixon drop down, as I think Zeus also supported in going down red stairs through lounge, and they retook bar. They killed one of the bar players, which was Astro. However, 86 then just pounced onto site and collapsed. That's Clubhouse. It's just collapsing from every angle that the attackers can utilize, and that's the reason that we're seeing Coalesce go down into bar and stage now rather than a reattempt of gym. Bar and stage is essentially a gym defense, but instead of the site being above, the site is below, so you can
5 seconds left.
defend it the same way, but it's harder for 86 to use those vertical nades because they can't get into bar as it's the bomb site. So we will be seeing a lot less nades come up from 86 this time. They're only bringing the 4 instead of the 8. But the Flores is up on the board as well, and that's such a powerful operator, especially against the bulletproof utility being bought by Coalesce. There's 1 bulletproof camera, 4 castle barricades, a shield, 5 Azami barriers. So 86 have all the tools to their disposal. It's obviously just whether they can use them effectively.
So, 86 starting to remove all the utility that's going to be set up inside of bar. The castle barricade's going to be gone. Realistically, if you are 86, the main thing you want is that construction control. Construction is, of course, where that main hatch is inside of bar. That's where you want to drop down and try and get a plant going, or just hold from above. And that is the main area that defenders want to keep hold of, because obviously, if you have hatch control, then nobody can plant inside of bar. So that's where it all comes down to. That's the main room inside of this bomb site, is going to be that construction. So, 86, all we have to do is open it up, hold the hatch, they can plant very, very easily. If you don't have hatch control, you're not going to be swinging into these doorways. They're going to be covered by attackers. So, yeah, 86 can take their time. This is the thing where I mentioned about the bar, where it's not very favorable for defenders, is you can't hold it. You can't do anything against it. It's too easy for attackers sometimes if they know what they're doing.
Bit of a focus on burning out some utility. We've seen a couple of the Flores drones getting sent on in. 86 starting to pay a little bit of attention here into the site. We're seeing Hungry search out for any electronics that he might be able to find. Great pick there from Zeus onto Vito. Vito getting caught out there. Any remaining Rotero drones no longer available. Hungry still looking to make a challenge in here from kitchen corridor. Divided is going to be watching that though, but he lets him slip. Luckily corrects and picks up the headshot through the wall. Hungry there getting taken on out. Players slowly dropping here for 86. They haven't paid too much attention to that upstairs, and we're going to see a bit of a rotation here now from Grubby, but might be a little bit too little too late. We can hear the Azami barricades plugging up the gap. Zeus picks up his second, takes Curly down. Grubby finds himself 1. Could it be an impactless frag? Could it be an exit frag at this point? C4's getting thrown on up. Grubby hits the drop, finds himself 1. Nearly the second. He knew exactly where the player was on that pool table, but just didn't have the health. Timeout called here from 86.
Our first timeout of the whole best of 3 so far. Coalesce went the whole first map, despite losing 7-1 in 7 rounds in a row without a tactical timeout. So
I'd forgotten they existed.
Yeah, questionable to not stem the momentum in the first map. I completely forgot about it as well. But 86,
you're a coach, you can't say that.
Well, it's different when you cast, and when you're coaching, you're like, when can I take my time out? Is now right? Are the vibes down?
Is that all you think about?
Well, I can't see what's going on, so that's all I just hear. I just hear Zonoxo shouting, Jake IGLing, leader even. it's very different when you're coaching and you can only hear the game. You can't see what's going on. It's a very weird sensation.
But surely you must know just from the vibes. Like, you, as a coach, obviously, you know.
You can obviously tell, like, people reaffirm the man count, which is something quite common in comms. Like, someone will be dedicated to saying, okay, it's a 3v2 or a 3v3, and you kind of understand how the round's going. But you can never obviously see what's going on, and it's scary at times, especially when there's like a 1v1 clutch and everything's just silent, and then you're just waiting for either a nice try or an explosion in Xenoxo shouting.
I mean, obviously, if we look at how the two halves of the season have went, you were in very different situations for both. Because obviously you go into the first split, and there was a lot of, obviously, hype around your team, a lot of hopes with it. East didn't do as well as what I think everyone was expecting. You know, he finished 6th place, and then obviously roster changes happen. Losing Savage must have been, you know, quite a big hit. But then you then went undefeated. You know, it must feel good from your perspective to kind of know that, yeah, you know, the vibe's different. You know, things have changed, and you're playing better Siege.
I think one of the massive topics right now is having fun while you're playing, and that's exactly what we have inside of practice and inside of officials. We're just enjoying ourselves. It's 5 people who enjoy being around each other, and that's in anything in life. If you're having fun at your job, you're going to be performing better. And Siege obviously is a job for some people, and you have to enjoy what you do. Otherwise, what's the point?
Well, I've discovered why me and Ollie aren't as good at the moment. I've discovered there, Ollie.
Because we're not
having enough fun. That's the issue.
Maybe we need to start playing with other people.
You do. I've been playing Siege for both of us at the moment. Get you in the staff hub. Get in there.
So what do 86 have to do, Ollie, after this timeout? They find themselves in a losing position, 1 round down, and they've got to attack onto basement, which they previously lost.
It's tricky, isn't it? You've got to think about the parameters of how they lost that last round. It came down to the plant went down, and Hungry was left in a pretty impossible clutch. Already, we're seeing kills start to trade here. Kane, been very successful on that vigil role.
Oh, no.
Done a fantastic job of picking up a couple of kills. Isn't going to be able to keep himself alive here, though. 86 are too good with that refrag. Nobody expected Zeus to be sat there behind the bar. That is a lapse in drone work indeed. And as such, Grubby and Vito both going to fall. 2 of the players that you really want up if you're going to be looking toward kills. Both of which have been having a fantastic series so far. Astro had a great Oregon, but as yet is still waiting to really get kick-started here on Club. Changing over onto the attack onto the Finker could be that little bit of secret sauce that he needs. We know that he's a bit of a demon on the old Finker. But so far, 86 just looking to slow things down a little bit now. They've still got options, importantly. They can still look to try and get open that kitchen hatch, although with the impacts below, it could be quite difficult with only 1 can opener and 2 Selmas.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
40 seconds.
Have recovered their diffuser.
Can really go either which way. I would say that defenders are probably more favored in the basement defense if it is going to be a 3v3, just because there's not as many areas that you have to worry about attackers pushing in from. 86 really have to pick their poison and really have to think about what they want to go for. It looks like it's going to be 1 player in dirt and 2 players being sent down in towards blue. That door being barricaded is going to cause some issues for Curly. And now it comes down. Oh my goodness! What has just happened? Nixon has been completely domed off the game, and then Zeus goes down. Well, I don't even know where to begin with that one. Check the moss. Check it. Check.
That's
fantastic
the sort of
shot call.
If you die from that in ranked, you are immediately tabbing your opponent. You are immediately thinking, I am not happy about that. That was unbelievable from Curly, and it was great to see Astro fly in as well with a couple of kills. I mentioned there, he's been quiet this game. Get him on the Finker, get him in that position, and just watch him pick up those multi-kills.
That's the difference maker right there. In that 3v3, it was an exact replica of round 7 where 86 attacked Coalesce's basement defense. It was a 3v3 with the exact same 3 operators on 86 against the exact same 3 operators on Coalesce. And that time, 86 made the right decision. Rather than going for Kitchen, where you could argue the first one was good, but they just lost the post plant. Although it was a 3v1 for Coalesce in the post plant. They pinched blue and dirt, and really good situational awareness from Curly, knowing that the smoke is smoking blue from AKs, so he can go down dirt, which is barricaded, and kill the smoke player. And as soon as you kill the AKs player, that is a power position completely wiped off the game for Coalesce, and then that allows the 2 players to push down blue and take their 1v1s into church or the rest of Arsenal. So fantastic adaptation mid-round, and even that could have been spoken about in the timeout from 86. So I've really got to sing their praises for that one. And they do level it up. Remember, Coalesce, 1 map down. They have to win this map, and they're giving us a much better fight on Clubhouse than they did on Oregon.
This is where things for 86 need to start getting a lot tighter, and we've not really seen them make the same mistake twice. Kenny, you mentioned it there, you know, they've attacked in a very similar way onto that basement. It was an almost carbon copy of circumstances with the same operators available, very similar time left, and you just don't see 86 making the same errors that they've made previously. They really are a great team at adapting and learning on the fly as to what their opponent is going to be doing and where those players are going to be and what they're likely to be doing. So much more competitive game, and as you say, Coalesce, the pressure really is all on them. Viperio, they've got a chance at, you know, a little bit of a lapse here. They obviously don't want to go to Villa, but it is there as an option for them. Coalesce more in the do or die. Hungry going to start to open up this jacuzzi wall, getting the can openers out on there.
Scary times.
Just to give himself a nice, easy hop in.
Slightly worried whenever I see them misplace it, and then it opens, and then you can see his head. Very fortunate that nobody was there. Curly opening up that construction angle again. Just put a bit of pressure on Noah for the meantime, and Nate goes in. Not in there at the moment. Noah, be careful. And it looks as if the breach is going to be messed up, and Noah will get taken out. Grubby finds Kane as he was looking to go below and make something happen. Another nade can be tossed in from Grubby, and Vito's already inside of office. 86 are starting to surgically remove everyone in their path, as they usually do. No exceptions from this great attacking side. Both players on the defense stacked up with one another. A swing from the breach will be shut down from Hungry, and the second as well. 86 say will take the lead, and that's 7 match point series point.
How has Hungry picked up that kill without taking his teammate out? That was like impossible shot to perform. He's been able to pick up that great long kill there from Jacuzzi without actually tagging Vito up all too much. I think he put 1 bullet into him and is ready for the swing from Nixon as well. 86 match and series point now for them. Do you think we see an overtime, Kenny?
It's the basement defense, and it's been, well, so far we've seen basement attacks go 1 for Coalesce and 1 for 86. So it hangs in the balance, and I like this from Coalesce. They are not roaming the 3rd time that they defend this site. They did it on Oregon. They just kept trying to rinse and repeat the same roam strategy for their basement and not playing the operators that were available. But now they're bringing the Mirror, they're bringing the Goyo, they're bringing the Warden in case Hungry brings out his fabled Ying, or he is on the Capital and obviously utilizing the smokes.
He loves Capital
still. So Warden is useful. And they are playing the operators, but I do have to worry that they don't have a Jaeger or Wamai. If they are bunkering, like I think they will, or it's going to be a fallback roam onto the utilities. So I can kind of understand it, but you might want to have at least a couple of ADSs just to make that late round, if it turns into a 3v3 again, slightly more secure for you. But Hungry, he's going to flex onto a shield for the first time in this series, and the Monty, if you don't know how to deal with it, Coalesce, is going to do a whole mess of damage.
No smoke on the board, which is probably the biggest thing that 86 have going for them in terms of bringing that Monty. It just means that Monty doesn't really have to worry about getting challenged at all. He's not going to lose really any HP. Obviously, there's Goyo canisters, but it's a lot easier to dodge the Goyo canisters wherever you can look at them and see where they are rather than a smoke just tossing a canister at your face. Hungry. Just find out some info in towards blue for the meantime, and Vito does send in some of those clones and see what they can spot out. We'll find Kane on top of Catwalk, and Kane should just run away now. As soon as that Monty comes in, just get out. There's no point staying, because you will die. That's a guarantee.
Astro looking to get himself into position to cut Kane off a little bit here. Kane's been really effective on the top floor roam, but not in the round that he is needed the most. Taken out there as first blood with little more than a challenge presented there by Astro, not leaving anything up to chance. Just goes to show how pressurizing that Monty can be, and when brought at the right time on a match and series point, it can really, really stun your opponent somewhat, as that kill can almost be credited to Hungry just being able to push those defenders a little bit deeper back. Now with that top floor control gained, Viperio can look to start getting a bit of drone work done and figuring out how they want to execute.
This is, although they're in a man disadvantage, Coalesce, I feel like they're in a good stead so far. Noah is going to be caught off. No, he's not. Vito, the timing just eludes him. But as I was saying, with a minute left, Coalesce have a lot going in their favor despite the man of disadvantage. They have 4 players bunkering on site, and Viperio don't have much time to work with. Curly's utilized all his Selma charges. Hungry does not have the can openers, so they're not going to be able to open any other hatches. Medics, if we could just see if they've opened the kitchen hatch a second. No, they haven't. So it's going to be a push between Blue and Moto, but they have 2 mirror windows to walk into. They are going to smoke off the triple wall mirror window and find themselves dropping into Moto. Hungry's going to be the spearhead, and Astro's going to be the firepower moving into Church. Down goes Nixon. Divided going to hop through. The triple will find one. Astro doesn't find him, but that's the series for 86. The bullets reign supreme from the LMG, and 86 reign supreme and move their way into the upper bracket final.
Great finish there from 86. A real strong attack onto a site that they have not really had the greatest luck with so far in the series. You know, they went 50-50 on there up until that point. They brought an entirely different setup with that Monty. Changing just one thing really gave them that little bit of a different pushing power. You've got to feel a little bit sorry there for Coalesce Demo. You know, they didn't really turn up on Oregon. Had Clubhouse been the first map in this series, we'd be going into map 2 thinking, yeah, we've got a good series on our hands here. And it's just a shame that it took Coalesce a whole map to warm up here, because they were competitive on Clubhouse for the most part.
This round right here, this is where they'll be kicking themselves, because that was a surefire round win, 100%. They should have had that, but they lost that one. That's where they'll probably straight away, if you're going into the VOD, you go and you watch that round. That's the one that's going to be the stickler for Coalesce. And we're dealing with fine margins, I think, in that map. Obviously, Clubhouse, very competitive map. You would expect both teams can play extremely well. One thing you can say is Coalesce have improved since the last time they came up against 86 in Clubhouse. That's one thing that they can take away. But they're not out. You know, you have to remember that. They still have another chance. Coalesce will see them again. Obviously, 86 will see them again. So both teams, this was a good, I would say, beginner for them inside the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to remember here that we're dealing with not only best of 3s in our playoff games, but we're also dealing with a lower bracket. So it is not going to be the last time that we see Coalesce play this weekend. They will have another opportunity here, but for the meantime, the praise and the attention has to go on to Viperio. Just a team that rarely makes the same mistake twice, Kenny. Very, very beautiful to watch.
I think that's what 3 ex-Pro League players does. Astro hasn't been in Pro League, but I think he's at the level that should have been in Pro League at some point. But that's the level of experience that 3 players being practically at the top of the game for so long. Demo, you spoke about Vito on Chaos earlier, Hungry on G2 and other iterations of Pro League rosters like Penta way back in the years. That's what experience brings to a team, and from personal experience, that's what Yonka has brought to my team. Just having an experienced head who's been through it all, you know how to avoid a mistake twice and what adaptations to make to when you reattempt a site attack. What little, and it can be really tiny things to change. Just 86 sending one guy down dirt. Simple. That's the round win for their basement defense. And I've got to sing 86's praises. And when they have the firepower of Grobby, I think he ended on 15 kills that map, and the eye gelling of Curly, they really are a very well-rounded team.
Well, we will have to see how they perform as they advance on through our bracket. We're going to throw this one back to the desk. We've got Simon, Snurleaf, and Grace to break this one down for you.
Well, what what an incredible game that was, guys. I mean, it was very back and forth. Coalesce definitely put up a fight, and I think we did really see something special from them. So, I mean, help me break this down. Where do we start, Snurleaf?
I mean, I threw a little bit of shade of Coalesce in the first game, and I have to give it to them this time. That it was a much stronger showing from them here on Clubhouse, which is probably to be expected on a map such as Clubhouse. I mean, Grace touched on some couple of good talking points earlier about the space that you have and the way that the sort of bread and butter play of Clubhouse kind of forces teams sometimes to be playing in a much closer proximity to one another. And it definitely did seem at a point like Coalesce was actually going to be able to take this to an overtime. But we saw some incredible shots. I mean, I could still hear the echo of demo ringing in my ears here from that shot down in that. I was like, I was looking down for just a split second, and I heard demo, and I watched the replay. I was like, oh yeah, okay, I can see why you got excited. You know, that was a great play. So again, but all credit to Viperio. I spoke negative in a negative manner about Coalesce in the previous matchup, so I really want to highlight the things that Viperio 86 does well, which is the droning, shooting, the teamwork, and the level of skill that you have in players such as Hungry and the rest of the team as well. It's just incredible to watch. So all credit to V86, but like Ollie pointed out, it's a double limb bracket, so it's not the last that we're going to see of Coalesce, and hopefully they can pick up the pace from what we saw in map number 2. Keep up the pace, I mean, sorry.
Yeah. Absolutely. And a timeout called by 86 before we hit round 10. Clearly, they needed to reevaluate after seeing the way Coalesce were coming out of the gate and putting up that fight. And it clearly worked, because we did end that round with Demo completely losing it, and rightfully so, as you say, with that impressive play, Grace. You know, what do you think was going through the minds of Viperio 86 at that moment?
I think it was just an idea of, we can't let this one slip away from us. Again, I think, Demo touched on this, that if had this map of maybe in the first one, it would have been a lot nicer for Coalesce going forward. But it's just a shame that, this is the second time they've come up against each other within the last few weeks on this map. Coalesce obviously had some idea of how they wanted to approach it, and we saw that with how close it was getting. And again, as Demo perfectly said, it was like round 5 or 6 where they went for the collapse into CC, and it was nice and open for them, literally fresh for the taking. They get the plant down, and then in that post plant, it was like, again, the angles that are held when you know that you have all this space on site and your enemy's off site. You know which angles to hold, and it kind of just fell away from them. It was like this really quick cleanup for 86 to try and pull that back. So I think, the timeout from 86 came late, but I think it's because of the fact that they were able to get such a clean retake a few rounds before. The rounds that were leading up to that, it was like, it was very down to the nail. So I think maybe they thought like, oh, it's just a little bit janky. We don't really need to call for the timeout just yet. And then, of course, when they did, and they came back with a bit more of a game plan that went swimmingly for them. And again, I really do feel for Coalesce, but 86, as everyone's mentioned, it is just the experience within that roster and how it puts you on a higher level completely to an enemy. And I think that everyone would have been a bit surprised if 86 kind of hadn't have taken this one, especially after taking that first map. So, not really any surprises here. But as we say, Coalesce still can be in it to win it. If they just kind of win out the last match of the day, which will be against the loser of whoever is going to lose again with ambush Victus. I completely forgot how to speak English then.
I know how I feel.
Whoever will be the loser of that match will obviously go against Coalesce, and it gives them a little bit of a kind of another chance, another shot at this. And again, I think that then hopefully not going to be too tilted by the fact that happened, because I do think that was a really good map from them. 86 on a different tier right now. Really loving how they've kind of come up and decided Again, the start of the season was very rocky. I think everyone can agree with that. It was very rocky.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of that was to do with personal issues. There were a lot of roster subs that had to come in, things like that. So the fact that 86 were not only able to kind of be like, okay, we're fully prepared now, we're all good to go, and then they just kind of are able to go on this upwards trajectory. It's really beautiful stuff. Obviously, the CL win. How they're hopefully going to play this weekend as well. 86 back on form, and it's what we love to see.
I just want to very, very quickly point out that I might not be the best predictor in terms of matchups, but when it came to predicting whether Coalesce would be the first ones on a chat or not, 100%. 100%. 100%.
We've got to talk about Grubby, haven't we, Snurleaf?
Do we?
He was. I think he had a great game. I mean, just like Kenny said, what was it, 15-0?
Yep.
During that, an impressive display, but all round it was Viperio 86 that put out that huge team effort, wasn't it?
That is the thing about Viperio 86. Like, I mean, I love talking about groupies, so don't get me wrong, but it's just so much better to look at the teams. I mean, it's funny to have Kenny on the cast as well, because I keep saying that the two teams that probably look the strongest since the split is arguably 10-Star and V86, and they both are teams that have had players with tier 1 experience come into the team. I mean, Kenny touched a little bit on it in his cast, and they just look like two completely different teams. And I don't mean that as a discredit to Kenny or anything like that. It's just like he said himself, he talked about, you know, the chemistry of a team. It's so crucial who those 5 players are. It's not enough to have players who are good at shooting people, but you also need people who enjoy playing together. And I just feel like it looks like when you're looking at V86 play, when you're playing as well as you are, this is a team that's really enjoying their siege at the moment. They're really, I mean, I hark back to the interview with Hungry where it said like it just felt natural coming into V86 because it's like, you know, you don't really have to start over. It just like the chemistry was there, and obviously when it comes to a certain level, you know a lot of these players from beforehand, even though you don't play in the same tier as them. They might play in the same FPL or whatever. You know, you might know them from ranked. So it's great to see teams like V86 play well, and that's what I love about Siege. That's like, of course, it's awesome to see those individual plays, but it's when a team really comes together and performs some really good executions, and actually you can tell that a call is being made off of a call. Sorry, or play is being made off of a call. See, I don't know how to speak English either, Grace. So there you go. We're in the same situation here. But it's just so nice to see that. And yeah, see how I diverted that away from talking exclusively about Groovy because I wanted to talk about the entire team. Yeah, been doing this for a couple of years.
Well, you're doing well. We've got an interview with PX7 from Viperio 86, so let's jump into this and see how the team are feeling. Dude, what an impressive display. First of all, welcome to the show. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good. Satisfied with the performance. That's pretty much it.
I mean, round 10, you called a timeout, and there was clearly a discussion that needed to be had. Coalesce were starting to put some barriers up and really take the game to you guys. What was the plan after round 10 going into that and just, you know, kind of being, look, we need to just get on with this and we need to get the win in the bag?
Yeah, I think it was two things. It was, first of all, let's, you know, fight for the map. Like, let's not let it go, because it's really easy in these situations to just kind of let go, be like, oh, this is getting difficult. Like, let's think about Villa. No. Think about the map. Win this map. And I think strategically it was about just slowing down, playing more as a team, staying, you know, packed up, shutting down the aggression, just like we did on Oregon, and worked pretty well.
Yep, and you're either going to be going up against Victus or Ambush later on. What are your feelings going into, obviously, the next stage now? And are you guys looking just towards this next game, or have you got bigger hopes and bigger future that you're looking towards?
I mean, of course, like, we're, you know, looking at getting the best spot as possible, like, you know, the best finish as possible. We want to like, if we can win the whole thing, we're gonna go for it, of course. Whether we can do it or not, that's another question. But yeah, we're definitely gonna take it match after match and just beat all the teams we can.
Yeah, no, it's good to hear. And how is the synergy in camp now, especially the second half of the season. You've come into this now and just you've completely taken off. Obviously, only lost 1 in the last 5, now 1 in the last 6. So you've got some good momentum.
Yeah, we're riding a really good momentum right now. I think it's pretty clear that we're performing a lot better than during the first half, the first leg of the season. We're doing good. I mean, decision making's on point. Everybody's fragging out. It's kind of good to be us. Like, it feels good to be us right now.
Brilliant. Well, it's great to see, and we'll see more of you later on. Congratulations on your win over Coalesce and advancing to the next stage. So hopefully we'll see more of Viperio 86 doing amazing things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, there we go, guys. Plenty to say from PX7. Things are looking good in Viperio 86 Camp Snowleaf.
It's looking very good, and I think it's good that PX7 can be, honest about it. We were seeing it on the server as well, but about how they were struggling a little bit to answer to the aggression that you saw from Coalesce on map number 1, but this also shows how important it is to be able to take those tactical timeouts and make the most out of it and turn, the mental into positive one. It's like, guys, we just did the exact same thing on Oregon. These guys just running around gunning heads. Like, we know how to shut down aggression. Like, we don't have to take them, this is our show. We're not going to let them, hijack the playlist. This is our show. We wanna play rock and metal at this gig right here. Don't let them come there with their youth music. But no, Viperio made it about.
Are you being a boomer again here, Snowleaf?
I'm always a boomer. It's who I am. But it's about Viperio 86 making it about them and playing the way they want. I take that as a hint from production. He wants me to stop talking about music. So we'll see.
Grace, after that timeout, the plan was to slow down, play more as a team, and it certainly worked.
It did. It became a lot more coherent. Again, that allowed them the opportunities to kind of punish Coalesce for the aggression that they were bringing as well. Slow and steady wins the race, as we like to say.
Yeah, exactly. And we have got our next game, which will be coming up at exactly, I'm making this precise with the producer in my ear, at 14:12. We will be back right here for the next one, which is Ambush going against Victus. 2 teams with plenty of momentum. One maybe more so than the other, but we'll see you right back here after this at 14:12.
My name's Jake Sexter, I'm the coach for Victus.
Hi, my name's Adam, also known as Skeptic, and I play for Victus, and I'm the IGL/support.
Today, preoccupied though, Skeptic could find himself a couple here. Picks one, finds the second, finish with the shotgun. The SMG has been drawn, and it will be successful. Victus, successful once again.
I initially was just going to help them with their Rumble finals, and then I just ended up staying on because they convinced me to stay.
I joined Victus after they offered me a trial. And when I trialed, it just kind of clicked, like it worked. The chemistry was there already, and yeah, that was it.
When we made the changes before the season, we knew that we'd have a lot of very strong individuals, and we'd be able to win rounds off that. And I think that's sort of shown through in the first half of the split that we can win a lot of rounds just off individual players making plays. However, that isn't something that we want to just be the definition of the team. It's something that we're happy to have, but we don't want it to be us as we do want to be a team first and then individual second. I think that's the big thing, in terms of our goals for this next half of the split is making sure we fulfill that as well as obviously get Challenge League.
I know sometimes in the team we joke about how the casters and how everyone says 10 Star's the biggest UK team coming up, and it's yeah, okay, sure. When I got kicked or left or whatever, I beat them on J-Links, and then I beat them here as well, and I'm still ain't lost to them, so that feels good.
I try to avoid falling into the trap of believing your own hype, but I do think we have quite a high ceiling if we can get everyone on the same page and working together.
I don't think we're at anywhere where we want to be right now in terms of the consistency and level that we want to be, but we can be there, so it's just about making sure we work hard in the next upcoming break to make sure we're there.
If we can win against some of these teams off the basis of individual play, then really, you know, if we become more of a team and we add other sort of weapons to our arsenal, where is the sort of ceiling for us as a team?
Hello, my name is Nick. I play for Ambush Esports in NPL, and I'm the fragger for the team.
My name is Kylius. I play for Ambush Esports in NPL, and I'm the hard support for the team.
Kylius has actually got the warden activated here inside of the tunnel. He's got the shotgun at close range. He's going to pick himself up too.
I at least joined 2 years ago, and through the seasons we kind of switched players based on what we needed. We played with Nick in the same team in like, what was it, like 2018 or something.
The decision from Ambush to buy me out from KVM came actually kind of fast, and like that's my way kind of getting into the team. I knew about them before, and I know it's a strong roster, but I saw that they need a fragging power as well, so the fit was kind of perfect. Communicating in Finnish is much easier, obviously, because it's like the main language we all speak, so like making calls and all this is so much easier, and it obviously helps the gameplay as well.
I feel the same. I used to play in an English roster as well, and I feel like you can do much more broader calls and faster. I think Nick can agree that we were really happy and surprised about the results that we had in first split. We knew that we were strong, we had practiced so much, so we had the hope and know how to go through these situations, but seeing the results in the end of the split, we were really happy.
For myself, I kind of like to put the expectations to be the best. Being on the second place after the split one was obviously like really good. Facing Heroic it's a best EUL team. I feel like we can be happy about being like under Heroic as well on the leaderboard. Everything is paying off, and I think it's really good for the team to see as well that like what we do is actually working. So yeah, it's a good thing to see, and big relief.
If you can keep that second spot, it's so valuable in the playoffs. So we definitely want to keep it.
That's the focus, that's the goal, and I think that's where we are just focusing on now.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
in. 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Grandson steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 What?
Welcome back. It's the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League with me, Simon. And as you can see, I have 2 new beautiful faces joining me, fresh from the caster's seat. First up, it's Ian Chambers, biggest fan and lover of baked beans and pot noodles. Demo, welcome back to the show. I can tell you've missed me by that stoic look on your face already.
Where's the pot noodle came from and the baked beans?
Where's the pot noodle came
Where's this
from?
came
All the
from?
brand's available, but where's that come from?
This was a discussion that we had on a debrief, or just before a debrief on my last show with Demo. So I think it was just a bit of a running joke. But yeah, you look like you're enjoying them. Anyway, and a man who wears many badges in this industry, not just a caster and a pretty face, the man who hosted your final day of the regular season is back to help bring you the playoffs. X, welcome back to the show. And what a way to kick off the playoffs here in the NPL.
Cracking, wasn't it? It was a brilliant game there. I think it was almost like we went through a warm-up scrim ourselves watching that as viewers. Oregon was a real blink and you miss it affair, 7-1. Really, what can you say about that apart from well done to 86? And then to kick things back on Clubhouse. You do think, and this is a big stretch, if it was a best of 5, we'd have been in for a real treat there because Coalesce started to come alive. We got a bit more competitive. We had some really exciting close clutch rounds there. I could have watched them 2 play all day with the way that they were playing on club, but fortunately for 86, they managed to get it done in 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And Demo, I mean, there was a lot going on there, but it was Viperio 86. The team synergy was just too much for Coalesce in the end.
Yeah, 86 are on a real run of form. We've seen that not only inside of NPL, but also inside of the qualifiers for Challenger League also. I think we mentioned the desk. They're pretty much already stitched up to make it into Challenger League just off of point standings from the open slot. That's not even considering, the 2 slots that we're offering up here in NPL. So 86, they have literally no pressure. They should be going through into Challenger League. The job is done for them. What they wanted to do is pretty much there. So yeah, they can just relax and just take it easy. We've seen obviously we've seen the coach from 86 come on, UPX saying that they're just really enjoying playing Siege at the moment, and that's always a good thing to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we check out the rosters, I mean, Victus in our next game have won 5 of the last 8 since returning from the second half of the season, which is slightly more than Ambush, who have played 1 more game than Victus since returning and only won 4 of the last 9. So momentum is well and truly in the favour of Victus here, X.
It really is, and you've got to credit Victus with that momentum, as you say. I think that we're going to be in for a good one here. If I know Ambush, they're a team that work incredibly hard, and they are a team that are not afraid to put the hours in and not afraid to really play well as a team. And they've got such a nice, I almost want to call it like a family mindset in Ambush, where it just seems like everyone's got everyone's back. And I think that can't be underestimated here, despite the little bit of momentum that we may be seeing from Victus.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's check out the rosters for the 2 teams. First up, I mean, there we go. I mean, Victus, it's pretty standard, right, Demo? They've been doing amazing things this season, but it's Oscar especially has just been unplayable at times.
Yeah, Victus had a couple of roster issues where some players were away and they had to get people filling in. We've seen the coach step in, for example, so they have had some roster issues, but it is the main 5, the 5 that we expect to see week in, week out. Upor has been, for me personally, a big standout coming into the second half of the season. He's hit the ground not only with a run, but into a double somersault. That's how good he's been. He's done extremely well for himself coming into this roster, and then of course the usual suspects who can do wonderful things. So yeah, again, another side that you have to favor, and you say that they have a good chance here of going into the next round.
Yep, absolutely. And you look at that entry conversion there, X. Impressive. If you're kind of above 60%, you're doing pretty well for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Those entry kills really are what defines teams and rounds in often points, and being able to consistently get that entry and then be able to consistently keep that advantage and then come away with the round. It just goes to show how important that entry is here for Victus. And as you mentioned, they've got some of the best players, some of the most talented players in NPL inside of this roster. You've really not got to look too deep until you see some very talented names on your screen.
Yeah, 100%. And let's take a look at Ambush and how they're lining up. No doubt we'll see some familiar names as always. And again, Kilius has been showing up occasionally here. And, the usual 5 there, Demo.
Yeah, Ambush done extremely well in the first half of the season. I think they blew us all out of the water just how good they were playing Siege. In the second half, things started to slip just a bit. They were losing games against big opponents. If they want to be competing with the best and want to make a chance at qualifying into Challenger League, those are the teams that they need to beat. Sure, anyone can sit there and beat Riddle because literally anyone beat Riddle. That was the whole thing about that team. Yeah. But everyone else, you need to try and beat the big boys. That's what you need to do. And for Ambush, they struggled. They took losses against Heroic. They took losses against 86. This is where now they need to step up and showcase that no, we're not just going to be rolled over. We're not going to be rolled over by Victus, which they did lose 7-3 the last time both these teams played against each other. So, all pressure on Ambush today.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, we can give Ambush credit where it's due. We know they can put up a fight. We know they can go the distance if they need to. I mean, you look back at some of those absolute barn burners, where they beat Coalesce in overtime back on Playday 13, I think that was. And before that, Playday 11 against M&M Academy. So we do know that they have the ability to take on Victus and really push them to the edge of their comfort zone.
Yeah, I really think that they do, and that's probably why I think this is the game that I was most looking forward to today, because I feel like it really has the potential to go either way. I know that everyone on the desk in the predictions has said Victus. I think that there's a little bit of sort of regional bias maybe coming into that. I know Demo's sort of screwing his face there. It's a best of 3, and that really does start to change everything. Ambush they're not a perfect team. They are a team that make mistakes, but in that best of 3 format, it might just give them a little bit of a different avenue to find a bit of success today.
Yeah, 100%. And let's take a look at the veto, guys. We ready for this? Let's have a look.
Let's see where we're going.
Oh, Demo, first thoughts?
Okay, so bank pick, which is a little bit worrying, I think, for Ambush at the moment. All these, I'm going to come back to all these points as well, just because I did, disagree, as of my visual expression. Ollie saying that, Ambush can go and give this a good go. I would have said if these playoffs were happening after the first split, I would say yes.
Yeah.
But after what they shown with current form in the second split, every team inside the top 6, they did not beat. That's one thing that you have to remember. I think apart from Coalesce, but everyone else, they didn't beat the big teams. This is what I'm getting back to. Victus is one of those big teams, and I just think the run of form for Ambush isn't working. And I think with the fact that they're going to bank is always a bit of a risk, because it's not a map that I would associate Ambush being good on. It's not a map that I would associate them with, so this is a bit of a strange one to see them first pick. Chalet is obviously going to be picked up by Victus, because this is what we've seen Victus beat Ambush and Chalet last time, so that was always going to be there for Victus. But yeah, bank's going to decide if we're going to see a third map or not, because if Victus win bank, I think they win Chalet as well. It's going to be another 2-0.
Yeah, X, your thoughts there. Obviously, I don't know if you've just seen what Kangaroo Kenny put in our chat, but this could be a tough one for Victus. They're not really a fan of bank, apparently.
I think that banks are probably a really good pick from Ambush, because Ambush are the kind of team that are going to hide something for a whole season. Like, they're going to hide a map, no question about it. And I think it was one of their permabanned maps. So they've purposely not played bank throughout the entire regular season. Split 1, split 2, and Victus don't like it as a map. So for Ambush to come out here, it shows that they are just so prepared. I don't think that you will find a team that prepares as diligently as Ambush. That is something that you can really, really credit them for. So I think it's a very good chance here for Ambush. Map 1, if Map 1 goes their way, Map 2 maybe goes the way of Victus, we really could be seeing all three here. It just all depends on which Ambush shows up. Is it the Ambush from Split 1 or is it the Ambush from Split 2?
Yeah. And Demo, last words you get then just before we hand over to the casters. What are we looking for from both Victus and Ambush in this one?
Well, Bank as a map to kick things off, it's a structured map. You have to play, a certain way. I think it's going to also offer up possibilities for roam games for either side, so it does certainly have a good mix of everything. I'm just, Ambush have hid this map the entire season. It has not been shown by them. I just worry that this is a much different playstyle map compared to what they're used to playing, i.e. Oregon, for example. This is really going to take them out of that comfort zone. So it's, yes, we can sit here and say, oh, they've prepped this, they haven't shown it for a reason. It could be they haven't shown it because, maybe things just weren't ready for it, are things ready now to be pulling out the bank? Have they got everything prepared for it? It's just a big mystery.
Yeah. And it's going to be an exciting one, and we're going to find out. We did say at 14-12 we were going to have our next game, and it's happening right now. It's Victus versus Ambush in our second playoff game of the day. We've already had one barn burner. Let's hope we get another. Grace, Snurleaf, take it away.
Thank you so much to Simon, Ollie, and Demo, of course, and Grace. This will be our first cast of the day, or actually our only best of 3 for today. But it's going to be a good one, and I am actually really excited to see Ambush play on Bank because, as Kenny and the others have pointed out, it's been permabanned by Ambush the entire season thus far.
So I don't actually know what you just said, Snurl, as you're muted for me, but I am going to assume that it was the excitement about these two teams going into Bank. I mean, I really agree with what Demo said about Ambush kind of hiding it for a majority of, if not all of the season. And at the same time, I'm really curious to see whether, we saw Victus kind of opt to ban out the Oregon and allow Bank to come through, even though perhaps at times it isn't their stronger point. And I'm just kind of wondering on both sides if there's a little bit of work behind the scenes. Where there's been a bit of fluffing with the map bans, I doubt that, to be honest. So again, I'm kind of curious to see what both teams are about to bring. And if it's a massive gamble, really, isn't it, for Ambush to be like, do you know what, we've hidden this in our pocket for so long, and now we're going to bring it in these playoffs where, everything really matters.
This is the time though to bring out the gamble, isn't it? Like, and you were right on the money. Like, I was muted on Discord, by the way. It wasn't her fault. It was me. It was me. It was I all along. But it is a gamble. But this is the time to gamble because, realistically speaking, I was going to say, like, if you can get yourselves to the finals with against Heroic and 10-star, that's just going to be. Okay, you were cutting out at the end of the production. Sorry, I just, when I hear other people's voices in my head, I have a pause sometimes, and it was apparently important information. So if you could type out that name in chat, that would be lovely. Sorry, anyway, as I was saying, if you know that you're getting to the finals, right, you have 10-star, you have Heroic, and a third team. I'm putting my money on Viperio to 6, but things can change. So knowing that Heroic already has a Challenger League spot, it means there's only other 3 teams. So yes, just getting to the finals, you might have to gamble and throw out one of those juicy picks already. Who knows? Maybe they have more spicy picks. Ambush, that is, if something comes up. So my point is that this is what Uberos was trying to hint to, and we were like, getting all that copium. Maybe Ambush is hiding something, hiding strats G2 style, but I don't know. Bank. Actually, it is a Nordic map, I was going to say. Like, I don't know how many times I've casted this map up in the Nordics. We love ourselves a little Bank in the Nordics as well, back in the previous format. Maybe not as much lately, but Ambush, playing with a stand-in and Unica as well. By the way, important things out of the way first. Happy birthday, Unica. So, yeah.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, see? Let's hope it gets a good birthday present.
Very wholesome. I mean, yeah. I know Ollie kind of touched earlier that perhaps the Victus picks by most for talent prediction wise was maybe a bit of UK bias, but no, personally I disagree. Again, I hate that I keep having to bring it up, but the CL quals, Victus weren't playing with their full prepared roster. A lot of the teams during those quals weren't, to be honest, but Victus weren't, and they were still doing really, really well. There's been matches, a lot of matches recently where they've been having to play with like a mixed up roster because of those last minute changes that happened after the transfer period, and they've still come through and been shining. Now they're able to play with this full roster. I think it is going to be a little bit spicy, a little bit dangerous. And that's perhaps, again, Ambush, they got knocked out of CL quals by Ovation. And that's no offense to Ovation, but Ovation themselves have just not been on top form for majority of this year, and I think they're very aware of that themselves. So the fact that Ambush kind of struggled even in that situation raises a few alarm bells for me. I'd really like for them, I love it. I really, really love it when a team prepares something very sneaky and they keep up their sleeve and they throw it out like this. And if this is what Ambush are about to do, I am so here for it, and I really want to see that. But I feel doubtful, I'll be honest, Snarl. And again, it's no offense against Ambush. It's just given a lot of the data that I've collected lately, and in like the last few months, it's just Ambush just aren't quite ticking over that line I need and I want them to be.
I also, you know what? I got more offended by the fact that there was a regional bias, completely forgetting that I'm from the Nordic countries. But it's it is what it is. But I agree. I agree. We just want to point out that one of the reasons why I went mute there was because that's the first time I heard production speak for a long time, and I love the voice of production in my ear. But we're going to point out Adam. Adam is Skeptic. Skeptic is Adam. He's just had a little bit of a name change. So no, it's not a completely new random player joining the side of Victus. It is Adam, the player formerly known as Skeptic. Adam, yes.
That's a very old meme.
Well, we're old people here. I mean, at least I am. I'm not going to speak for you. You're, of course, very young and in the prime age, whereas I'm just, a spoiled apple. There you go. Get that reference.
We're not a spoiled apple. We'll get you glazed up. We'll cover you in toffee, and then you'll be an autumn favourite just in time for September. Moving into these setups, then we've got this really nice little extension with the Vulcans. Unic already steaming their way towards the CC take on the Monty. So again, that shield's going to allow a lot of protection. People do get a little bit frisky with it in that server area, so it's just allowing any early round aggression to kind of be nicely handled in a very safe way, which I think is very, very good to see from Ambush there. U4 still setting up a little bit of these old Vulcans, but that Melusi as well is going to hopefully give a little bit of an audio cue. It has been pinged out by Unica as well, who is hopefully going to allow then for a teammate to deal with that, but it looks like they're not willing to risk it just yet. There we go. Melusi Banshee taken away. Gilius nomading off the servers nice and early too, so they're not scared of any aggression or late round rotation that may come through from the side of Victus. And so far, it does look like Ambush are getting stuck in, Snarl.
You're getting stuck in, and this time, I mean, it's Unica's birthday, but today he is doing his best present impersonation, wrapping himself up with a nice big shield there. So far, it's been going well for Ambush, just trying to get themselves that information, trying to set up for the execute here, because that's the thing about Ambush, and I kind of disagree. Like, yes, sure, Ambush has been playing a lot of Oregon, but Ambush is one of those Finnish teams who just love to play for the objective. They love to go for the execute here. They have some of the highest amounts of plants throughout this entire season, and you can tell that they're already going for this at play. Of course, with the downside of having a Nako playing against you, it's going to be a bit harder to plant. Of course, the Goyo canister being just around the corner as well, as we're seeing Oscar and Rustin. Rustin is sitting here on the flank. Watch here. There's actually two from Victus upstairs. If they know there's two people with the fella going on the plant is going to have to go down, and the flankers is going to have to try and rotate back to site. And Skydie winning that against Rustin is crucial. Kill is going to kill onto YZN. The plant, of course, has also been denied. But still, look at the time. Plenty of time here for the side of Ambush to try that again. But sadly for Ambush, they lost Rustin. Oh, kill, yes, the timing on that. That's amazing. I was going to say, with Skydie roaming upstairs and Oscar as well, they still have to worry about the second floor plants, but now of course Oscar holding the hatch instead. Playing with the Monty here though, it opens up the opportunity to be able to plant there without being worried too much about the hatch above.
Absolutely does, and again, I think it's really interesting to see Ambush trying to really focus this objective here as the way to try and win that. Now the C4 goes through, Defeli and Unica taking a lot of damage there. Kilius as well, a little bit tagged up at the moment. They do have the player advantage. That plant is being stuck, but U4 looking to win his ones and try and deny this plant. That's I don't huge. Think it's going to happen in time. No, it's not. There we go. Plant is secure for the side of ambush, and oh no, as you say, because that little sound cue is going to let Kilius know that the boys of Victus are coming for that retake, and very, very swiftly making their way away from the site of danger. And I think that's the right thing to do, to be honest, Neural Relief. And again, the timer is now ticking. This retake is going to get a little bit chaotic by the looks of it.
Could be very chaotic, but keep in mind, it's a Monty and a post-plant as well, and with Kilius just stalling time instead of going for the 1v2. It's great play here by Ambush, and it's just great to see. Look at the time, 5 seconds left to get to the defuse. The Monty's taken down, though, so the angle must have been there, but Kilius on the flank watch with a quad kill, and Adam is the only one left alive to try and get both the felon kills, but it won't matter because look at the time. It's run out. And Ambush win round number 1 in what was a really good setup here from Ambush. And even though Rustin died, sadly, in that 1v1 on the flank was Kilius with a round of his lifetime. I remember casting him not that long ago, and he was on the donuts. And right now, Kilius, he's not going to be on the plant. It's going to have Defele playing the Thermite and go for the plants. Usually Defele's the one getting the kills, and he's being Fragmite. But Kilius just, you know what? Guys, I want to see rest of the map. I want to do the flank watch. I want to sit and kill people, you know, and some crucial kills there from Kilius coming through there, and like you said, not just going for the kills as well inside of open. You got pinged as well by the alibi clone, so they knew exactly where it was. He made a smart play. He just rotated, and again, amazing play by Kilius in that previous round. Amazing teamwork by Ambush. Great setup.
Yeah, 100%. Again, they really took advantage of the fact that they knew there'd be some level of extension coming through from Victus, so they were just really hyper-focusing on the objective. And again, bringing the Monty, 100% the right thing to do. It's interesting the Warden come out now from Victus as well, as a kind of, you know, maybe we are expecting a few more shield ops coming through. Maybe we're expecting some nasty little flash games to come through as well. Maybe some smoke cheeses. I think that's really interesting from Victus again, this idea that, yeah, they maybe if they are going to try and cheese the objective a little bit, they might be bringing some smokes out at the moment. We do have the smokes on Monty, of course, so that does make complete sense. And again, it also does allow that if they do decide to bring those flashes through, which they aren't just yet, there's also that utility there to deal with that too.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A lot of quick thinking on both sides, really. And again, I think the objective-focused approach, it's old school, but it works! And well, that works too! YZN, opening pick going in the favor of Victus. Nick getting a little bit bolshy with it on that window. Not realizing that the aggression... You can predict the aggression from Victus, but... a little bit spicy to get aggressive on that window like that. Really could have gone one or two ways.
That is the pacing, actually punishing Ambush, because they're trying to make the most out of the information that they get. They're just trying to take that territory and just apply pressure to Victus. But of course, playing on this site, you know that the windows are going to be contested, so someone's going to be playing up close and just punishing that. And that means the opening kills goes over to YZN, and that's the Finca taken off the board as well. Nick, who was one of the most greatest standout players in this league in the first split, has just absolutely not been up to the same level in the second split. I was hoping to get a little bit of a highlight on that for the playoffs as well, hoping that, you know, the success of Ambush could rely on him finding his form. Right now is not really, these 2 rounds thus far hasn't really been a great showing for him, but still has plenty of rounds to pick this up. And again, Kilius being on the Monty this time around is like, okay, I got a quad kill, but now I'm going to be playing on the Monty. He's actually going to take a lot of shots there from Adam, formerly known as a Skeptic. It seems like he was a little bit unaware of the angle there. Otherwise, it seems a bit weird for him to take those shots, but could, of course, be that he was expecting another player holding another angle. As we see the gunfights coming through here, Rustin gets a kill into Oscar, but YZN's going to be able to finish off the Feli, which means it's only Unica, Rustin, and Kilius alive on the side of Ambush.
I think this is the interesting thing too when you come to how they were playing it previously. Oh, there we go. Nice little pistol kill there onto Adam, but U4 is going to be there for the trade onto Unica, so 1 for 1 on both sides for now. And Kilius once again trying to make this shield work. Been a little bit rockier this time. Again, not really able to force the objective as easy as last time. Slight detriment sometimes to Monty's that you do need that secondary player behind you to also allow you to make that push. Rastin getting the pick there onto YZN as well. A 2 versus 2, but again, Kilius on the tiniest bit of health as they do try and stick this plan. Rastin has to make it work. There we go. 1 onto SkyT. Can they get the second onto U4, who is desperately trying to deny this plan? Manages to get the pick onto Kilius, but the plan is already down. But there we go. Beautiful save there by U4.
It's almost like there's a reason why we're highlighting Upor, that not just me, but also Demo. He's been having an incredible form, and yes, you could argue the Monty was low, and of course, but he's turning around in the smoke, his shields, his feet are exposed and whatnot, but that is crucial. If he does not get that kill on the Monty, it is such a difficult situation for him, because you will be playing against a Monty who can just have the extended shield. It will be impossible for you to get a 1v1 against him unless the Monty makes a screw up. But look at this as well. This is important to highlight. The cooperation coming through here from Rustin and Kilius. I was going to point out how it actually made it difficult for them with Monty being on his lonesome on one side of the map and the Rustin having to come in from square, but they actually were able to make use of it. And the Rustin, of course, playing with an LMG, was able to land his shots and get that. So to even get to that plan was a really good momentum swing for Ambush. Unfortunately for Ambush, Upor is just impossible these days.
It's just really lovely to see, because, you know, previously we'd speak a lot about how you had this almost like demonic trio of YZN, Oscar, and Skyty. Upor being added into that equation, it's disgusting, to be honest. You've got these four really, really capable gunners. You've then, of course, got Skeptic, or now Adam, as he's now deciding to go by, who has, you know, a very, very strong backbone here, a lot of experience with a lot of different and good teams as well. So it's a relatively nice balance here, but the absolute gun skill that you are having here with Victus is probably why we were seeing a lot of those shield ops in a bid to kind of focus the objective and get that sorted as fast as possible, so you don't have to take those gunfights.
But it is a very ambush thing, though. It is a very ambush thing, though, to be like, the Finnish teams don't mind whipping out Monty and pushing. So I get the sentiment, and of course it plays into it, and of course knowing that Unica is on the is a sub as well. I'm not saying that he has to play Monty, but it's usually sometimes you get to see like players who have to step in, usually get to play more supportive roles. But the thing about Unica is he knows the team so well, and he's been like he knows the players, he knows the teams, he knows exactly what they need. And seeing how many times we see these operators are now being swapped around here with Unica and Killia swapping operators pretty much all the time, it's comfort. I mean, comfort for the side of Ambush. Like, they're not going to bring them onto this time around. It's not because it doesn't work, but it's because of the site, I would argue, and because Ambush has a clear idea. So, yes, I do agree that the Monty, I mean, means that you can take those gunfights head on, but look at this Ambush! Thank you for proving my point. The timing couldn't have been better. They are not afraid to take gunfights because Ambush can shoot back.
This is it. Nice little stim coming through there as well, just to keep things nice and safe as they approach the remaining three players of Victus. Upor taking a lot of damage there through the verticality that's now being brought to him by these attackers. So again, positioning is the name of the game for the side of Victus, as they basically have to give up the top floor now.
Have to go up the top floor, and that's what you want when you're playing against open. You can just open up all these sidelines, and I mean, so importantly, crucially for Ambush, both the soft breachers are alive, and I mean, if you get the sledge off early and you lose the verticality, it's not the end of the world, but now with all the time on their hands, like a lot of teams could learn from Ambush's time management here, because they're trying to take as much of a map as quickly as possible, and you have to when you're playing a bank. You know, you can't be passive, and Kilius is just being ganged up on, but Nick is going to trade back onto Upor, so that's big. At least it's a trade. It's still a 4v2 advantage for Ambush, but of course, again, I'm gonna continue on the timing thing here. Now they have way more time to drone out, get some intel, get to try and find out where the plays are. But look at this flank from Oscar. This is like Benja time coming all over again with Oscar on the flank here from blue. And if Rustin and Ambush doesn't know that he's in blue, he could actually single-handedly punish anyone trying to push inside of square here. And that's only Rustin. Rustin might actually go up. No, sorry, never mind. Unica's coming down the stairs as well. And if he plays this patiently, it's going to give his position away, but he's still going to get Unica. He might be able to take down the Rustin as well, and he will! The flank from Oscar stepping up huge with Adam taking a kill down at the side as well. It's only Nick. And what was it 4v2? And it's going to fall down the hatch. And that is essentially the round. And that's what I mean. Like, even as a 4v2, you still have side control. You still, if you play it well, it's going to be able to swing that, but there's no way Oscar's going to swing this, surely. And there you go. Round number 3 is going to go to Victus. And again, even if you have the man advantage, it's all about intel. It's all about info. And the Rustin and Unica did not respect the blue stairs flank.
They didn't, and this is it. Like, you really need that information game. You need to make sure things like that aren't happening, especially when, I think this is the issue with banks sometimes. There's so many sneaky little drops, but they're in very close proximity to staircases. You've got blue stairs where you've got the hatches and even that drop down from the top of Skylight. You've got even, around those lift areas, you've got the lobby drop down from like Banana and stuff like that. There's so many opportunities to just drop down to go for a flank without taking any damage, and you have to be prepared for that. You have to be prepared that it's kind of like a game of snakes and ladders almost, this map. Up and down and up and down,
and this is without the Oryx at play, imagine.
And this is without the, now especially without the Oryx, if Oryx involved obviously makes it a lot more disturbing, is how I'll describe that, because Oryx can come back up those hatches, so last thing you want is a little Oryx head poking up.
I'm sorry to interrupt you in a very crucial point, but Medic, sorry, could you please go back to YZN? Does he still have the shoddy up? No? Does he not have the shoddy up? He has Black Eyes Super Tree. I want that. That's what I wanted. Sorry, Medic. It's like Medic gets to cast tier 1 and to observe tier 1, and then it's like, oh, this guy wants to see the Black Ice Super Shorty. Okay, great.
Thank you for letting us know what you want for Christmas this year.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Medic.
Nice in advance. That's at least 5 months worth of the Ubisoft gods trying to do some work to hopefully increase your chances of getting that.
Yeah, but we'll okay, but I'm gonna try and keep it a little bit more on a serious note here. Like, Ambush's drone work has been really good. It's like, and in the middle of a round, I mean, this is also what kill. Oh no, this is you hate to see that. That's what I do as well. But this is the value of an operator such as Zero, right? Okay, you want Valkyrie on attack? Sure. Okay, bring Zero. You have a hard breach gadget. You have so much intel in his gadgets. You have a pretty underrated gun, in my opinion. Sure, it's the LMG meta, but you can clear out so much of a room, like a room clearance, just with these Zero camps, because you don't have the drone in. You can just shoot up a drone. You have this bird eye view sort of perspective of the room, and it saves you so much time. And again, clearing out bank, getting, droning out, knowing where these players are, identifying where they are, is part of the game. And that's what makes bank so hard to play on, such as rank and stuff as the attack, because you, like you said before, it's snakes and ladders. There are always these areas that the defenders can play, and the more intel you have on the side and utility on the side of attackers, the better. And Ambush, again, a team who loves to play for the execution. Here we go, Unico. We didn't even talk about the Osa pick here, but this is, they're not going to go the traditional way, I was going to say, with opening up the wall and then just play a cheeky little Osa from behind the server rack, but it doesn't seem like he has the team with him to do that. Unix has taken a damage, but Nick's going to get the opening kill onto Upor. Look at this flank again from Oscar. I don't want to talk this entire round, but he's making it hard to throw it over to Graves, but here we go. The plan's going to be able to try and go down there, but look at the positioning. Defense all the way over the different bomb site. CC is back. Oh no, Nick, the timing, is he not watching? He's not. He was looking the entire wrong way, but Rustin, it's inside of garage. Oscar will be able to trade back. Still inside of a garage. It's going to be Oscar again. Don't do this to him. Kilius has the Osa shield, but he's in an entirely different wrong side. He will see one of the players. It's a 1v1 now, but now surely YZN knows where he is. Does Kilius have eyes on YZN though? The pings are coming through. The red pings even. It's behind the shield. YZN's just going to try and bait him out. Kilius, you have a long place to run. Red pings, they have so much intel. He can spray this. Kilius wants to take the 1v1. He wants to play Spark, but Kilius is going to take it and even out the score. 2-2 in that round. Woohoo! The pacing of that one was a bit difficult to cast in, but Memo, stop talking, throw it to Grace.
This is it, right? I really love that Ambush are just kind of being like, just hyper-focus the objective, because if we get that plant down, we can probably try and secure that post-plant. And that, it was a fast and furious round that was. And again, I love the fact they brought out the Osa. I remember when we first started seeing Osa come out into comp, and I believe it was a lot of the LATAM players were bringing her, and we started to see like how quickly those objectives can be focused, especially if you do have aggressive teams. It's beautiful stuff, and I think the main issue there to begin with was almost this idea of, if you remember the old school way you used to approach that downstairs of bank, it was you'd get both the walls open, you'd bait out what would typically be those toxic babes on the smoke, you'd bait out any C4s, and I think that's one thing that teams forget to do sometimes now when they are trying to hyper-focus that objective. They, especially when you've got Osa where you've got 2 shields, so those shields are very valuable, and you don't want to waste too many of them. You place one, you can even use the audio cue of like a bait almost almost, depending on how quick you are with it, to try and bait out those C4s. And it's just sometimes like, how much are you willing to lose utility-wise in order to bait out some of these C4s? So I think maybe a little bit more safety there on the side of Ambush would be really lovely. For now, though, I think they play that really well. The fact that they were able to sneak in and completely uncontested just get the plant down, because, again, the fact that they were hyper-focusing so much on server, Victus, rightly so, were like, okay, they're just trying to cheese it again in server. We don't have to even worry about, the back of sites at all. Like, we can just kind of focus this way, and it worked so well. It was like the old bait and switch almost, wasn't it?
Yeah. Knowing Ambush, they probably just saw, hey, Bumble Icon says A is for Ambush. Let's go to that site.
A is for Ambush.
Yeah. There you go. A is for Ambush. Went there. Success. But no, I agree. And again, this is one of the things I've been praising Ambush for in the first split, because they're so good at adapting during rounds. And I mean, Kilius and Nick said it themselves in the content that they produce in the interviews, that that's one of the benefits that you get with casting in your native language, because you can have a lot more nuance in your communication. You have to spend less time translating, and then it's like you get more nuance. You can be a bit more on the quick with your call outs, and I certainly see that from some rounds in Ambush. CEO last time was a very close one. Did go the way of Victus, but that was down to a U4 clutch. Now it is 2-2. The rounds have been won. I mean, Kilius has actually been able to just step up in those both rounds for Ambush. I'm not going to say it's been very different, but there have been a lot of clutches already, like with Oscar and Upor. And technically, Oscar's wasn't a clutch, but it was a clutch moment. See what I did there? And I'm just hoping that Ambush, now that we actually have not had a single death the first half of the round, we might actually get to see even more of an execute, just as we did in round number 1. For the sake of Ambush, Victus, of course, still wants to try and hold this map control for as long as possible, and Kilius going down, Upor first blood there.
First blood indeed, but again, the patience and the amount of focus there on holding on to that stock and vending machine area for Upor. Again, the investment of the Azami gadget to actually cover up the holes that Ambush had made there. Even Oscar throwing down a magnet to further protect it in case they tried to deal with those barriers again. And it's really interesting. And of course, we're going to see, well, there we go, Nick actually finishing off YZN though in retaliation. But again, Victor's currently looking very, very strong. They've established where that really important choke point for them needs to be, and they've really invested the utility there to hold on to it for as long as possible. They're not willing to give up just yet, because why would they? They're in a really strong position right now. Ambush have to kind of change their approach here. Again, whoa, we're actually seeing the Felly jump down onto mid-stairs. There we go. Little bit silly sausages, as Oscar's going to take you down, and now it's all left down to Nick, repelling on these windows. They're probably going to know where he is. And there we go. We're seeing the aggressive push there as Skyty and co push from that kind of janitor and hallway area. And there we go. Shut down. We even have a chance to think. Really good stuff from Victus Fair. And again, the utility investment really coming through to help them maintain that map control, that all-important map control.
Yeah. You know what's even more scary than a team full of gunners? A team full of... you know what's more scary than a team full of gunners? Patient gunners.
Ooh,
and that's what I like about Victus. Like, it's very easy to make that narrative when you're tier 3, that usually you would have more aggressive teams who are like, oh, they're just going to be swinging and going for these mocky plays and whatever. But Victus has shown time and time again that even though we keep highlighting their individual play, that they also have experience and the patience to know when they're playing in power positions, how important it is to maintain that map control for as long as possible, and then having that gun skill. It just adds on to making it easier to hold that map control, rather than you don't have to try and sort of chase that first blood all the time. You can just use your knowledge of how the map works, how some of these angles work, and use your experience to know, okay, if I get pushed here, where can I expect the push to come from? What kind of utility do I have to play with? Oh, okay, I can listen to the sound cues and see, like, okay, it seems like this guy's outside my windows. I can only hear one. Is he really going to be sitting there on his lonesome? He is. Hello, I'm going to take your head now and, and steal your skills or whatever, like we talked about earlier. But, again, new map, not new map, new site, sorry. I do like what I've seen from Ambush. It seems a bit more I didn't expect it not to be contested, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ambush in terms of the setup. And even though it's a bit rusty, ambush, still doing some ambush things, almost throwing around, etc. This is more the ambush that I wanted to see, a bit more controlled, and they're playing with Uniga as a stand as well, so keep that in mind.
Hey, we just saw a really nice opening bit of utility use from the side of Ambush, not only dealing with the Melusi gadget, but also opening up an extra area of breathing room / line of sight between that kind of kitchen area and the opening into entrance. If they do decide in the late round, I would assume that's when they would probably do it, the late round, to jump in and try and get a bit funky with it. Why is it then nearly getting taken out there? I have to be a little bit careful of this window aggression being utilized by Ambush 2, and there we go, that all-important intel that we were talking about before. Will they have YZN's number now?
There we go.
There we go. It's actually Upor. Upor falls because Kilios ready and waiting to react upon that communication from his team.
Again, 0 cams. Okay, don't want to waste a drone, don't want to set up the drone. Okay, just shoot up a 0 cam instead and just get the entire bird view, ping it for yourself, run in and shoot. Like, you don't even have to. I mean, you can save the drones. And you want even more drones? Here, have a Flores who can also explode and force people out of positions or get rid of some utility. And once that Maestro Evil Eye and he gets it, well done. Kilios with yet another kill. I don't know what kind of crisps he's been eating. Well, I do know, but I don't want to say it for production or whatever. But he has been really having himself a can of those crisps today because he is really popping off thus far. YZN trading back onto Rustin. It's still a 4v2 advantage for Ambush, though. Again, it's Bank. You said it before. Even though you get comfortable, no, and the timing there, but the fella is there to back up his teammate. That's big. It does mean they have one on site, and the fella getting the call, or at least doing the pre-fire on towards main, means no, it's getting the call. Yep, there's the ping. There you go. Great job by the fella and Kilios and the rest of Ambush. And it will be a 3-3 half, and I don't think that's too bad on attack on Bank, considering the form that we've seen from Ambush the last the second half of the season.
I think this is it too, like it's a 3-3 split, and I think going into this it was a bit like, ooh, how is this gonna go? Because again, maybe not the strongest map for Victus, and Ambush haven't really shown it. What I've seen so far from both sides is really, really good. It's really concrete, it's really fluid. I feel like even that last round there, that was so streamlined from Ambush as well. They were able to just set up really nicely, get the control they needed, really utilizing that 0 as well, and not surprisingly, we are going to see Victus do exactly the same. They're bringing that 0. That intel is so important, especially when it comes to those bigger areas. You know, you have got lobby, you have got that skylight area where you can get these insane lines of sights where you can just see everything for 10,000 million meters. Well, not literally, but you know what I mean. It's a large space to cover with one tiny piece of utility like that. It can be really, really beneficial, especially if your teammates are willing to react on it, which absolutely we did see that from the side of Ambush. You know, Upor getting taken out very, very quickly. As soon as he was spotted out, the swing came pretty much instantly through. Really, really good stuff there. Just very excited to see how this defense is going to go for Ambush as well. That's a very interesting shield, actually.
I was just going to say, like, demo, shield your eyes, because a certain operator is being played instead of Smoke, and Smoke isn't banned. So you're just going to have to bear with Kilios playing Tachanka. Okay, I'm sorry, there's just a... But look at this. Okay. This is by no means any disrespect to Kilios, but it's just that he's not been on the KDR stats. He's been on the plant stats, and right now Kilios is actually... I mean, we know we've been talking about like how some players are better on the attack than on defense when it comes to kills. I think Oscar, if I remember correctly, has far better stats on the attack than he has on the defense in terms of entries, etc. Well, of course, on entries, but well, not of course from first bloods, but anyway. And Kilios being up there, 9-3 after an attacking half, considering that he's usually the hard support player. It's great to see, especially considering that he had a bit of a stinker, since we're on the smell analogies and everything earlier. That's a very early lost Echo Drone, though, and Skydie is going to punish Unica for it, because they want to use that intel to try and get themselves a little bit of help for the roamers, but Skydie is prepared for it, and he has the LMG, so there we go.
Yeah, indeed. Still, of course, in this little silly sausage LMG meta for now, but we move. And again, that allows the opening pick to go very swiftly in the side of Victus. Oscar as well getting that pick. You know, we did mention Oscar's ability to hunt down these players in those opening engagements when it comes to the attacking half, so rightfully so. We are going to probably see him pop off a little bit, as will the rest of the Victus, well, I was going to say trio, but it's more of a quad now. And again, no disrespect to Skeptic or Adam as I say that. Again, it's just, you know, we do know the absolutely disgusting aggressive firepower that is existing in that Victus roster at the moment.
I mean, okay. I mean, it works. I mean, Kilius is playing the T'Chaka, and he even wants to help up and push as well. Like this aggression coming out from. I mean, Kilius is there to back up Nick. Like he obviously is there to trade back, and they know that they have a number disadvantage. They need to make something work. They need to create something. But Nick, that's a kind of bad position to be playing, I would argue, because like you saw, the attacker will see your feet if you're standing that far up first, and there we go. But still. They had to try and do something, and you have to respect that with with Ambush. Now that Kilius goes down, and Upar can just walk down and take the rest of the site, because he knows that there are not many players left alive, and that there are tons of players left alive on his. And Victus were showing that, yeah, they can also clear up Bank, and Ambush, bit more, I wouldn't say, like, super aggressive, because pretty much everything happened around main stairs, but... yeah, they're trying to answer this, and that's one of the difficult things on the defense, right? Like, when do you play aggressive? And one of the things that we talked about on the defense is that you have the advantage of having such a big map that the attackers have to clear out, and it's very tempting as a defender to make most of it. And Ambush was trying that to a certain, not as much as Victus, of course, because I don't know how it really fits the DNA of Ambush. I'm sure, but also if he was here, shout out to him, we'll be able to go more into depth, like how aggressive Ambush actually are on the roam. But it just didn't work out this time, and sometimes we are in number disadvantage on the defense as well, especially against a team like Victus. Like then the narrative kind of changes a bit, because you have to try and make those plays and try and even out the talent, because you can't just sit there passively and wait for the attackers all the time, because worst case scenario, the attackers are just going to play for trades, and guess what? They got one more player than you, so if you're going to trade every single kill, they win. It's maths. Even though I don't know maths, even I know that. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like, yes, of course, like we saw with Victus earlier in the 2v4 how you can turn that around, but Oscar made that play by rotating to the position and playing smart. And so it was proactive. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't going straight to their face, but it was proactive. Maybe I should use that word rather than aggressive. Maybe people understand what the heck I'm talking about.
It's interesting to see Victus kind of play a bit more mindful of the potential defensive aggression they might see here from Ambush as well. Again, ready and waiting even for this play by Rastin. They do have the barriers set up nice and early. There we go! Oscar shutting him down before he can cause any more chaos around that stock trading area. Now it really is just a case of making sure that that area is clear and free. So the flash is going to go through. We'll assume some drones going to come out at some point too, just to check that that is indeed free. They need the intel first before they can make their way into the building. We do see some players lurking around that lift area too, who could potentially come and cause an upset eventually. But there we go, drones coming through, and the Victus lads very shortly will be aware of the fact that they can't just hop into stock. Again, you've got to be a bit careful just in case that Verti play comes through, but as I can see at the moment, not really anything to worry about just yet. Unica actually getting the pick there onto SkyT as well, so not only is that disgusting LMG taken away, also the ability for a nice little health boost as the round progresses.
Yeah, good pick there. Get Skydie off. Of course, the verticality is still on the side of Victus here. There's still players alive, though, on the side of Ambush. I was going to say, well, obviously, but I mean, who are on the second floor of that is going to be Defelling. And they know that he's here. We saw some yellow ping, so they should know that he's somewhere close to CEO here as Oscar's going hunting. And there we go. Like I said before, this is what he's so good at, and this is what you kind of have to expect on the side of Ambush. Like, if your drone comes in, someone like Oscar's not going to be too far behind. Like we said, I spoke of the two halves, right? An Oscar on defense versus Oscar on attack, and when he gets to have a drone and just take these fights, I mean, there's not many players I don't want to face on rank, because it's like, well, you know, it's just a player. But Oscar, oh man, I mean, there's a reason why you made a fan club for him, you know.
Indeed. I mean, Oscar is a player that I think a lot of people have been excited about for a very long time now, but it's even just the fact that the way that the Victus roster is forming, and there we go, beautiful trades coming through there. Kilius getting the pick onto Adam, but you four rather ready and waiting for that pick to come through, and it's all down to Nick and Unica. They are in some spicy positions here, but Nick actually has run out of Toxic Babes, and there we go, Upor able to just quickly swing and take him out. Oscar gets the second onto Unica, and that is a very clean collapse. No need for the plant. Just get those kills. Good stuff.
Heal. That's all you need. I mean, I can see what Rastin and Ambush were trying to do there with the early play on the side of stock, but it's just, I mean, this is a risk, right? You're like, hi, look, I'm super safe. I have these two massive concrete walls in front of me, but it's like, yeah, well, I mean, you're really. You can be exposed when you're being flanked like that in that massive open area. Like the attackers know where you are. They know you're going to be in that room. They know they're going to be watching the windows. And I mean, the idea is there. We've seen some great Azami play earlier today. I don't know if I would want to put this one as high up as we saw earlier. But an attempt was made, and like we said earlier, like the aggression from Ambush has to come as well. They can't always just, they can't let Victus have their way with the map. I was going to say they can't allow them to get all this free real estate. They have to try something, and that is a team decision. You don't get that much resources if it's not like a team decision. But it is what it is. We're actually not going to see a Tazanka this time around. We're going to see Kilius on the Azami instead, and we're going to see Rustin go back down to the smoke. So it means that Ambush are not afraid of trying to alternate their strategies here, as we're going to say, in terms like they're not sticking to the same defensive hold on lockers every single time around, and that's nice to see. It's nice to see that a team can be flexible and not make it too predictable for the attacking side.
No, and I much prefer it when teams do that, when they do mix it up a little bit and kind of don't make themselves too predictable as well. Really beautiful, nice opening for us, trying to get rid of a ton of this utility, and it's a beautiful thing, I think, at the moment, even when you are using those top of server stairs holds. It's like you do have the Flores drones nowadays. We talk about it a lot on Cafe in that pixel spot, but seeing it in action on the top of server stairs, especially if people are going to go for the very old school kind of double ADS shield strategies around there. Of course, instead using those Surya barriers instead, but it's a really quick way of just dealing with a ton of utility very, very quickly. And when we speak about dealing with utility quickly, it does favor these more aggressive teams. They really rely on it. It is their crux to try and be like, okay, we don't want to be slowed down here. We need to get rid of anything that's holding us back from this approach as quick as possible. And there we go, Skeleton Key coming through, allowing a little bit of line of sight just in case anyone does try to rotate through the open area too. Oscar feeling a little bit flicky with it today, so he's being very confident in that position as Adam starts to open up this hatch as well. That's going to give a beautiful line of sight and maybe put an additional level of pressure on Rastin here, who's still desperately trying to hold on to these server stairs, Snarl.
Yes, a little bit of backup from Unica, and then it doesn't seem like there's too much pressure coming in from the sewers here, or from dirt, on towards Unica, who's not having the best of days in terms of kills, but he is, again, having to stand in here for the side of Ambush. Still counted enough to help here, and Rustin, considering how early they got rid of his shield, I mean, it's trying to get as much map control as well on the side of Victus here, but a bit surprising that they've waited relatively long to apply pressure to the smoke. But then again, like you can see, they have a lot of utility on Ambush's side and invested inside of servers. So if they can clear servers blue, you imagine that there doesn't have to be that much utility on the side, but Unica gets a crucial kill onto Adam, playing inside of service. That's big. That means that Rustin is still a little bit safe inside of blue. It will below a minute now. It's going to try and swing it with the shoddy, but it was playing a bit too far away, and it didn't pray enough to the shoddy gods, of course, on the side of Rustin, but Unica still alive inside of server, and look at all the time they're wasting here. Uper's opened up the hatch and then back, by the way, inside of Vault, and hoping that they might be able to do a little cheeky drop later, but look at the time, 30 seconds. Still have to get inside and actually plant as well with the number advantage here. Rustin's feeling a bit more confident, but there we go! The drop comes inside of Vault, and this is what you worry about. If you keep banging your head against the wall, you know what you do? You go another way, and you try and get another entry, and they have. Oscar's still on site, and you can see the guns of the player playing inside the garage won't be able to finish off Nick, but he gets a great shot at the Unica, and YZN is going to be able to clean up Nick as well, and all of a sudden Rustin, who's been holding the fort inside of Blue, is all of a sudden having to play for a retake here, dropping inside of CCTV. He's going to have to play a 1v3, and with the SMG-11, you believe? It didn't believe hard enough as YZN closes him down, and that's what you'll love to see from Victus. You'll love to see the teams who try to push through a place and they just cannot get through it. You know what, guys? There are several ways to get into the site, and Upor and YZN and the rest of Victus just decided, you know what? We want match point. Let's just rotate. This is what you'd love to see from a team. Like, it seems like this is a struggle for me as a caster, because a lot of people watching this will be like, well, duh, that's very basic. How many games do you not believe I've casted where teams go completely into like the sunk cost fallacy of just like, we've invested so much time and resources into this that we're going to have to hard force this now. And you're just sitting there and you're screaming internally as a caster. It's like, why aren't you just moving somewhere else? Because like we just pointed out, server and blue stairs, tons of utility invested to keep Rustin and Unica alive, which means there's less resources elsewhere. Perhaps we should try somewhere else. And there's no Kaid because he's banned. So the hatches should be open. So let's go for it. We have nothing to lose. We're a man down. Let's try a cheeky play. Victus did it. And look, they won a round.
I mean, you speak of cheeky plays, but I just wanted to point out the confidence of Oscar to, you know, timer ticking down, has the diffuser. Skeleton keys himself into sight.
He had to
knows the angle of one player, tries to take that gunfight, goes to the pre-fire, doesn't quite work out, turns to the garage, sees a little bit of a pixel, tries to take that gunfight, then swings back to the other player, gets that tub, and then collapses back to a safer position to go for the plant. And it's just like, you can defend him, but if I had that, I just need to bottle that confidence up and drink it every morning for my breakfast, because goodness gracious me.
I mean, in his defense, U4 and the other players were close by, and he is probably not used to carrying the kit that many times. He's used to shooting people. Okay, so it's like it's a force of habit.
No,
it's
admirable. This is the thing. It's admirable. If I could be anyone else, I'd be Oscar. Like genuinely, I would be.
You can quote that, by the way.
If you're like Freaky Friday, I wake up as Oscar, and I'm like, what?
I can shoot people now. No,
I can shoot people now.
Yeah. Oh man, you love to see it though. This is why we praise him. So all credit to him. So that is match point, of course, or sorry, map point for Victus, because we're casting the best of 3 now. So it's not match point anymore. It's map point. But still, Victus have been absolutely dominant here on the attack. 3-0. I mean, I thought there was hope seeing the half that we saw from Ambush, but then again, Victus are also capable of utilizing their utility. I don't know why I said it that way. It just makes it sound weird, but anyway, and make the most of the time that they have. And again, Zero's coming out to work here for U4. Look at him at 12 kills. Oscar as well. I mean, we saw the comparison between Oscar and Kilius in the previous half, and Oscar just on the attack is just a completely different beast, and it's great. And like I said, when you're playing like that, you get that confidence. So why wouldn't you go for a cheeky little peek like that? You know, it is what it is.
100%.
Yeah, so Ambush gonna have to try and hold the fort here because they've yet to win a single defensive round.
It's match point.
Yeah.
If they're gonna win a defense, it certainly needs to be now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's well, there we go. Why is it an opening pick going on to Kilios? Kilios, who's had the absolute run of his life during this matchup as well. So that's really good stuff from him. But unfortunately, there we go. He is off the board, as is the Alder, that all-powerful Alder. It is a beautiful gun. And as well, getting the pick onto Nick is all starting to fall apart a little bit to the side of Ambush. They need to try and get... This could be huge. Defele going for the flank. Can they actually get the pick? No, they miss. They whiff. They whiff. Oscar with the pick onto Unica. They're going to know where Defele is now. And there we go. YZN taking him down. Can Rastin hold them off? There we go. One pick onto Oscar. Can he deny it this plant? Most likely not. There we go. YZN, the finishing pick, the final pin, the final nail in the coffin for the side of Ambush. And there we go, Victus winning 7-3. Goodness gracious me, Snurl.
Goodness gracious indeed, and that round could have looked also differently. And again, Defele has a patience there. He knows that there's probably 2 players there, but just unfortunate. And again, this is we talk like the funny enough, we can actually elaborate or expand on the whole confidence thing here, because Ambush know that they have been in a bit of a rut, and it's just like when you see like plays like this from Oscar, it's like, look at the confidence this guy. It's like, no, I get the 1 kill, I should be happy with this. Like, nah, I know there's another one there, I can take him on, you know. Like confidence wins you more gunfights. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yes, there's a thin line between like being too crazy and swinging out like a monkey and then being an absolute god. Like, how many plays have we not been saying like, well, that's a bit of a risky peak, and then if you land those shots, it's like, oh my god, you're such a god, you're winning all these rounds for us. And Oscar is like the living. I'm not saying that he's swinging like a monkey. Like, look at the drone here coming in from Theo as well. But my point is, if it works, and just keep playing it. Like, that's what you just spoke of anyways. But Oscar has the confidence. Victus has the confidence. They're feeling great. Upor has the confidence. They are rotating mid-game, and they're rotating mid-round. I was going to say, sorry. And Ambush, they had I think they had a good attacking half. Like, some of those rounds that they lost were actually very, very close. But as soon as you get on the defense, as soon as you see Victus starting to pick them apart, you're starting to see a little bit of issues coming through here again from Ambush, because they don't really have a good enough answer to respond to the aggression coming out there from Victus. And it's, as an Ambush fan and stan, it hurts to see. But again, this is the best of 3. Could be a completely different narrative, but I'm a bit worried because this was their map pick, and I don't know. Grace?
I mean, again, I think that we can kind of sit here and kind of talk about it for hours and hours, but I think the best thing to do is probably throw it over to our beautiful analyst desk. So let's see what they have to say about it.
Wow. What a start that was. Victus just absolutely coming out the gate. I mean, what things off for our first best of 3.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised. I'll be honest. Ollie kind of backed the corner of Ambush, saying, "Oh, we've seen this Ambush side, and they go out and give it a good crack." I just don't think that they've shown that during this split. I just think that they've struggled. They've obviously took the risk. They went for Bank, map that they haven't played. That big mystery of, is this map going to be great for them? Ollie thought that he was a genius back in Ambush, because he was having Kangaroo Kenny whisper down his ear, saying, "Oh, this is great. Victus, they don't like this." So he's been playing too many Chinese whispers. I think Victus looked very comfortable in terms of carrying out some of those attacks. Obviously, still a bit ropey in some areas for Victus, but still doing enough to see quite a clean victory. 7-3 is usually how it goes. Upor and Oscar were the 2 main cast members. Everyone else was just a support cast. That's how it felt like. But yeah, Ambush just they looked uncomfortable, I would say, throughout the majority of that map. It just didn't really fit them. And this was always a risk where they're moving away from playing Oregon every single week into a much different map as Bank.
Yeah, exactly. And X, your thoughts there? I mean, Ambush did try, but clearly, Victus, they're just a well-oiled machine, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Ambush went into that with the right idea, and you could sort of see what they were attempting and what they were trying to do in some of those rounds, particularly on the defensive side. It just wasn't enough. I don't think we've seen, a full performance out of them. And you've only really got to look at Coalesce being the top fragger for Ambush to sort of realise that they've probably just had a bit of a poor game there. Usually expecting someone like Defele or Nick to really be up there in terms of the kills, and Coalesce is like, main support, IGL. You're not always looking to him to get a lion's share of the kills there. So a bit of a slower start than I think Ambush would have wanted. But Victus came out of the gate swinging, doing exactly what they do best. Oscar having a fantastic game yet again. It seems we can't have a play day with Victus in without mentioning his name. Almost triple positive on the match. So yeah, I think whilst it is a map that Ambush sort of hid away, it maybe just didn't play out how they really wanted it to, and you can sort of throw that into, is it still wise in this sort of day and age to squirrel maps away and not get official experience on them? It's all well and good playing them in scrims, but everyone knows that officials are an entirely different thing.
Yep, 100%. Well, it is best of 3, so we're going to be back with game 2, and this one will be tasty. Will it be Ambush getting back into the mix, or will Victus take the win? We'll be right back after this.
The best way to improve is constantly playing with each other, like in and out of game, just being together, learning each other's personalities, learning how each other tick.
Getting everyone on the same page in terms of how they see the team identity, what sort of situations do they want to play passive in, what sort of situations do they want to play aggressive, because everyone sort of has their own ideas and their own ways.
Maybe put the pressure on a little bit in terms of saying, you're kind of letting the team down. You need to step up, otherwise you're gone. Then you give them that period of time to improve, and if they don't improve,
you need to get rid of them, because no matter how good they are, if they're unmotivated, you're not going to get anywhere with that player.
It's one of those maps that you don't really want to, like, it's quite ranked, it's quite, you know, gun skill orientated, so you don't necessarily want to just take teams to it without really knowing how good they are at it first.
You bring your soft breacher, your entries, your hard breacher, and then you'll see what else you want. So it really could be, if you've got a good shield player, bring a Montaigne. If you've got a good Ying player, bring a Ying. It's really flexible.
When stuff isn't working, trying to figure out why it isn't working and being able to come up with a solution. It's kind of like, if there's an issue, then I need to be the first person trying to come with a solution and like being able to work it out.
We watch films sometimes. If we knew we had like a very late game, like 10 or 11, we would purposely stay up, you know, a bit late, and then we'd watch a film or something. And we do some other things, whether it's just like cheesy games online or Deal or No Deal or stuff like that.
In terms of pressure, it's definitely easier to be a coach because, you know, you're not in game. It might be stressful to watch, but you're not in game. You don't have to deal with actually playing to win those rounds. So I definitely think it's more stressful to be a player in that sense.
I've got a really expensive moisturizer up in this basket that I use every day.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. For the first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders, but limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, you know, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then I got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect. And I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
kills coming.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last two.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Chris steps up huge for Ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCUs. What?
Hi. It's us again.
Okay.
Sorry. It's just us looking at the, there are a couple of memorable moments in that role, and it's just like someone just pointed out, it's like Grace's casting is so distinct that it's like, oh, we're coming to this part now, and it's great.
It is indeed.
It's the same like me using the same crutch words over and over again, so it's like, oh, we're coming to Snurl's Pit.
Things like I sometimes feel like a cross between a human being and R2D2. Some of the sounds that can come out of me. But no, we just saw Bank, which was a phenomenal performance for the side of Victus. Again, we were really excited to see how Ambush would show up. And I really do think their attacking half was so strong, and I was really pleasantly surprised by it. And I thought they had, a really good way of approaching it, where they were like, we want to kind of focus that objective a bit more. We're going to focus less on the roam clear, more on getting just stuck into that site collapse, which was really good stuff to see. And again, I think that the issue there is, of course, Victus took it. So for Ambush now, it's like we're about to go to Victus's map pick. It is Chalet, I believe. Victus will be starting on the attack there too. 9 times out of 10, we will say Chalet is an attacker-sided map if you are a team that can attack Chalet. And I do believe that Victus can indeed attack Chalet. So this could be a little bit of a spicy one to try and defend now for the side of Ambush. But again, they've had time to kind of prepare for this. They've had time to work out what they want to do, how they want to approach it. Let's see what they do with it, Snarl.
I'm worried. as an Ambush stand, because I don't really feel like they've had like the most impressive showings here in Chalet, and Victus thrive on Chalet, or like they're doing well on Chalet, and I feel like Ambush can be, for the lack of a better word, they can be stubborn. Ambush can be, we didn't play well that map, but it's not down to the map or that we're not good enough on this map. It's just, it's just having an off day or whatever. And I think Ubidos would second that opinion, that sometimes they might be perhaps a little bit too stubborn. It is good to have confidence in yourself, but I hope that they have confidence in themselves, because when I saw that Chalet is going to be map number 2, I was like, they have to win Bank, or I think this is going to be a 2-0. But Ambush have proved me wrong. Oh, yes, please. This is a classic. Like, there's been... No. But the thing is, I know that Oscar's like, well, I was playing Jaeger. Like, come on, don't do this to me. But it's like, this is actually, like, way back when this was a staple Ambush ban. Time in and time out. There was not a single game where they didn't ban Jaeger, because they just loved to bring nades, and they got so many nade kills. And actually, I mean, it might be a ban towards Oscar playing the Jaeger, but like we both said earlier, it wasn't really the defensive half that was really impressive. Oh, sorry, the first half. Well, yeah, the defensive half. That was the most impressive by Oscar. It was the attack. Even though he had that great clutch play on Jaeger, it had nothing to do with the operator. It was just Oscar being Oscar. But it's just... I mean, again, look here. Look at the lineup that Ambush is bringing in. This is why you ban Jaeger. I don't think this is like aimed at Oscar at all. This is just like, I haven't seen a single Ambush ban against Jaeger, I think, the entire NPL. And I was so disappointed. Like, oh no, did it go away from the Jaeger bans? That was so cool. Because it just completely changes the dynamic. But first of all, it forces Victus to always play Wamai, or at least pretty much always play Wamai and or Aruni, to play with the Aruni gates, right? And you have, with all the utility that you have now on the side of Ambush, it makes it so much easier to play with nades and throwables, because at least the ADSs will be gone. It's only now down to Wamai and potentially Aruni. Yes, Uport's going to bring in the Warden, because, okay, they're banning Jaeger. I think we know what they're cooking. Are we going to see a Ying? Are we going? Oh, actually, never mind. My entire talking point is just removed because the fellow swapped over to Jackal.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's really unusual for me, because I think lately a lot of people are kind of running the glass when it comes to this basement attack.
Attacker retake.
9 times out of 10, though, you can get that kind of garage wall open very, very quickly. So people are just using the glass to kind of cheese a bit of aggression on that area. So yeah, seeing the 6, of course, you do still have the smokes there, but I guess they're valuing the information game yet again more than kind of the utility needed to try and go for some aggression. So once again, Ambush focusing on the information game more than perhaps the gunfights.
I also believe it could be because they droned out and they saw the warden and they were like, okay, our entire strategy is just out the window. Let's just, let's not go for this. Let's just, Uber's playing warden. Let's just go and do something else. But again, it's the warden pick is. I mean, obviously you would, as a playing basement, you would expect a lot of smokes and utilities. A warden is always a good pick there. But you might see even more warden as the fella's getting the opening pick though. Let's move past the operative pick and Ben and joining here and get into the action as the fella's getting the first blood, and that's the start that you want to see for Ambush. Now, keep in mind that it was the attacking half where Ambush got all 3 of their rounds in the previous matchup. So let's hope for the side of Ambush that they can have a strong attacking side here so that they the potential of a more difficult defensive half, should we say, is a bit easier by a strong attacking half.
Yeah, I will correct my point earlier. I thought it was Victus that would be starting on the attack, but Ambush have indeed chosen to go with the more sensible option of having themselves start on this attacking half. So I think that's certainly going to benefit them here. And so far, it's looking good. Again, just a little bit of a clear needs to come through. I think the extension that we're seeing from Victus has been really lovely. Upor could potentially cause a lot of chaos in this last remaining minute now, Snarl, and that's going to be pretty interesting to see. And again, this attack is mostly coming from that northern side now. It's coming from that car garage area. They're trying to collapse into wine, and this information should be picked up very, very quickly by Victus, especially with that sound going through. Again, the SEADSs are gone, so that utility can't be destroyed. It's thrown in there. Oh my goodness me! The self-named Unica taking down Kilius as the C4 comes through. Nick is down. It's going to get picked up from Rastin, but these walls need to be open, and this execute needs to be focused, Snarl.
I mean, I'd say we keep saying stick together as a team, but this is a little bit too close for comfort. And an impact nade is enough to kill off Nick. Explosives works both ways. The fella's just going to try and come down blue here because the positive thing here is that they're actually going to be all eyes on the wine door now. Now, there is someone watching the blue stairs. That's going to be the smoke, I do believe. No, sorry, the mute. It's going to be Adam, and that is just super unfortunate for the side of Ambush. I mean, all credit. I mean, it's Victus throwing out a C4, and of course, Unica cooking his second nade, and of course, it ends up like a friendly fire martyrdom there. And it's just, oh man, you hate to see it. Look at this. Because you get the C4 down on Nick and Unica, and the nade somehow ends up killing Kilius all the way. I mean, that's just unfortunate. That is really, really unfortunate.
It's a little bit of a spicy one, isn't it? It's a little bit of a spicy one. I mean,
I do believe you'd call it a silly sausage.
Well, this is the thing. It's the idea of what I was saying, where you have the magnets to use instead of the ADSs, and instead of just destroying the utility that's thrown at you, those grenades and things like that, it actually redirects it. Which still, there's still destructive capability there. It just means that it's not going to be exactly pinpointed where the attackers want it. If you then take that opportunity for that kind of moment where everyone's pausing to see what happens, to kind of launch your C4, again, it's very opportunistic. I can't get my words out. Opportunistic from the side of Victus.
There we go.
To actually try and be like, okay, launching the C4 now. And I think they're really good at doing that, to be honest. They're really good at taking those little moments where perhaps they have a few milliseconds to act on it, and they'll just go for it. And it's really beautiful to see. And again, I don't want to be, Victus #1 fan, constantly harping on about this, because I think people do. It is becoming a bit of a meme at this point, but they do it so well. And it's really exciting. I just want
to point out, I think I know how Kilius died now, because I didn't really catch it. And it's funny that you're mentioning the magnets, because that's how he died, isn't it? Because I believe he was in kitchen working on the hatch, or in that area holding the hatch, and the nade was redirected to the corner above the door, where I do believe the floor is soft, and they actually killed Kilius above, I think. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. He could have gone down at the time. Anyway, Rustin getting an opening kill to Uper. That's good. That's great. Getting an opening kill. We saw that in the previous round as well, but this time around, let's hope that we don't get a little bit of a whoopsie nade on the side of Ambush. And of course, the C4 coming through here. Victus A lot of pressure on the side of Oscar now, but Adam's getting a C4 kill. The teamwork is there, and it's just great teamwork and just great individual play again by Oscar doing this flash blind that he doesn't even need eyes to see to shoot people. And then when you're playing up against players like that, Rustin with his triple low, that's great. Individual performances need to come out here now by Ambush, but when you're playing against players such as Oscar and he just keeps shooting like this, great shot by Nick. It just feels impossible to get past him. Adam, Launch Soldier now, 1v3. We've seen some great clutches here in this matchup, in this best of 3 earlier. Adam, formerly known as Skeptic, certainly has the capability to try and clutch this. A lot of time on the side of Ambush that should favor them, because it means they have time to drone him out, get some intel, make sure where he is. Line coming through here as well with the E1D and all the timing. Unique knows exactly where he is, and they can apply pressure. There we go. It's a 3v1. You don't need to go for the plant, but if you're going to go for the kill, at least swing together. And yeah, sorry, I just needed to shake that. No, sorry, I see in the replay I was completely wrong. The nade actually does end up killing Kilius over by Boiler. He wasn't Boiler. I thought he was playing Hibana. I'm stupid. Never mind. I thought it would be fun if he was actually naded above, but yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just cast.
Ambush around for themselves now at least. Going into round number 3, we're going to go to bar and gaming.
Attackers need to locate.
So again, kind of probably going to be much of the same, but again, let's see how they're mixing things up. I haven't really seen the POG maps been as substantial as they could be lately, I will admit. I think a lot of people nowadays, they are expecting it when they are going for the droning for those entries. They are kind of really watching out for it nowadays. They would be curious to see if there is any kind of replacement at the moment. No. One thing, again, I really want to kind of take my hat off almost at the fact that Ambush were able to not kind of go immediately into that collapse when they did have such a massive player advantage. They were still patient with it. Of course, they did have the time to do that with. But it's the fact that, you know, even that first map, how much they were hyper-focusing objective, I kind of had a moment of, oh, are they going to try and like all rush in suddenly and like forget that plant down? But they didn't. They were really patient. They waited until they knew exactly where Adam was, and they just kind of played together, and it was really good to see.
See, indeed. And again, Jaeger being banned, it's going to be Sense this second time today. We haven't seen Sense at all, of course, earlier in the season because Sense was in a quarantine, but they are now open this entire playoffs and final stage, and we're going to see if some players are actually going to be able to bring it out. Defele, and I do believe that we saw it in the previous matchup as well, is opting for the DMR because people don't seem too kind of the other primary gun available on Sense. Again, a lot of throwables here on the side of Ambush, and again, the Jaeger ban makes sense, and no pun intended, actually. That was just, I don't know when that happened, but it was going to happen eventually. But it's nice to see Ambush. You see a lot of games where teams actually don't play into their own bans, and Ambush are definitely doing that, and you like to see it because it's... hate to see it when teams are just banning things and just running the same thing. It's just like bans are just like, oh yeah, we need to ban, now we have to start the game. But Ambush are clearly banning and playing towards a playstyle here, and that's nice to see. And even then, still flexing operators based off of the operators on the side of the defense. Look at that. Oh, I just missed the door though. Oh, Unique are just running in with the blitz, and no, it's actually going to lose that fight because it went all too close, and that, it's nice for the corner to cut that one off, but Adam is just like, no, you don't get it, this is my house. He just pulls him down. There we go.
I will confess, like, I am just really impressed with the fact that Ambush are willing to bring the amount of utility they do, not only this matchup, but consistently throughout the season. You poor beautiful kill there onto Kilius as well. Just patience of Cobras in grass. There we go. Wise it and pick onto Nick there as well. It's all down to Defeli here on the Sens, trying to make something quick, but realistically 1 versus 5, less than 40 seconds or so to go. They know where you are. What can you do? There we go. A flawless round from the side of Victus. Really, really good stuff. The second time's the charm.
Second time's the charm, and that blitz play didn't really play out the way they wanted. I mean, the setup was there. The idea was there. Now, the Sens didn't cover the door. Now, I don't even know if that was the point, and it's just unfortunate to lose this one as a blitz, but because I didn't really, I didn't remember the sightlines in the corner there, which is of course pretty default, but the sense might have actually been thrown in to cover that, and then let the blitz run fully against the door, because you don't want to smoke off the door too much, because the blitz is going to be running there. Like, you won't be able to see where the player is. So could actually have been a great play with the sense. It's just that it was a little bit unfortunate losing that fight there for you, Nico, and it happens. You know, sometimes they swing earlier than you expect, and yeah, it goes the way that it goes. So there was an attempt with the sense. Unfortunately, Victus has guns, and they're not afraid of using them. And that kind of sucks on the side of Ambush right now, because right now Victus is getting a flawless, and if they are starting to get the momentum to try and pull this away from Ambush, it's not going to look too good for them, because we do remember the bank game. Some of those rounds were completely dominated by Victus, whereas Ambush did have some close ones, but it just felt like every time it was down to a gunfight or like a 1vx situation, you always felt like the advantage was on the side of Victus, because they just seemed to win more of these crucial gunfights.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. I think this is what I'm worried about. I do think that Victus do have a very strong attack. I think out of the majority of the teams in the tournament, the strongest attacks we've really seen have been, in my opinion, from Victus. So they're just so fluid with it, and they're able to make these nice little plays here and there. But I will confess, like, again, I think throughout this entire season, I have been so impressed with the Nordics teams, and, you know, especially Ambush. I think Ambush have really been able to hold their own at times, and it's not only that, it's the fact that they've done it with a lot of creativity as well around the strategies and the utility use that they want to bring. It's one thing that I always think of whenever I think of Ambush. It is their ability to be like, let's try something a little bit different. Let's try something that we're really focusing on the utility and how we're going to use that on every single approach that we take. And I think, you know, we've seen that a lot even in the previous map with the constant changing of these operators, and even now we're seeing it too. We do have Nick there on the Nook. Again, it is kind of slightly more common nowadays when people are trying to go for that kind of solo entry, just to give the odd surprise to their enemies, really. But the fact that they're willing to even take like globals like the Lion and things like that, even trying with the sense, you know, now they can have sense it out as a new op. There we go. Oscar having a little bit of a dance around this staircase, but Nick taking a lot of damage there. Oscar kind of, I guess, being the better in that situation, just on the fact of not really losing as much health, but still a lot of the health nonetheless. Oscar repositioning now to this fireplace area and just gonna sit down ready and waiting for any other approach now from the side of Ambush.
Attempt from below with the nade there coming through from Unique, I do believe it was. No, Defele, actually. Sorry, my bad. And not going to amount to a kill. Less than a minute, and actually no one died yet. It's only been a little bit of a gunfight between Oscar and Nick, where either one's taking a little bit of damage, but yet Ambush needs to get themselves on site. They need to get some map control, and the Upor is just holding down inside of trophy room, and he wins both with the SMG-11. Sometimes it just sings, and Upor is the conductor here, and it's just composer, I was going to say. Sorry. Anyway, C4 is being eaten out here fishing for Kilius, but he's still alive. And Nick is going to make sure that Adam, formerly known as Skeptic, is no longer even on the server. So not just a name change there, but also it's just being deceased. Kilius taking down Skydie. It's still a 3v3 here, and look at this. It's going to be all down to the gunfights there. Why is it whiffing a couple of those shots, but he's going to hit with a deagle. Again with the SMG-11. It's all down to Nick looking around the front corner. Also close. A little bit of ring around the rosy, but it doesn't matter because chaos is what's occurring in front of us, and Victus just seems to thrive in it.
They do. It's like it's their energy and their aggression. I think it just flows really naturally into those kind of more hectic, chaotic points. That was a little bit. My heart's kind of beating a little bit from that kind of ring around the rosy in the closet area there. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. But again, I think Ambush have the right kind of ways that they want to approach this. I think they're setting up nicely to try and go for these pinches. I think ultimately it is coming down to the gunfights mostly. Obviously, we're going to avoid that last moment with Nick there. But yeah, for the most part, it is really coming down to these gunfights a lot of the rounds as well. I think both sides are doing a really good job of just setting up nicely and kind of getting the angles that they want to utilize. And it's also the correct angles to utilize as well in these moments. It's just the fact that ultimately Victus are coming out on top in these moments. And again, 2 more rounds to go for this half. will things change when things flip over? We've seen the momentum shift in an ambush before once they're able to go over. But again, today it hasn't really been working out for them too well, has it?
It hasn't really, and one of my criticisms towards Ambush this season has been that they're a team that are notoriously late in calling timeouts. Like, they just don't seem to want to use the timeouts before a potential overtime, and it just, like, if it is a mental thing, if it is down to, you know, maybe it's you know, not negativity, but maybe it's like you just sometimes you just need to shake off and stop the momentum from the other team. You need to get something off of your chest in a team or something. Just use the timeout to maybe try and reset a little bit. And it just feels like Ambush rarely, if ever, does that. Like you can probably count on one hand like how many timeouts they've used this season, and it's a bit worrying to me because this is a best of 3. This is a potentially the final map, and yes, you do have a loser bracket, but it's not like you have a set amount of timeouts. Just don't be afraid to use them. I do understand that you might want to save them for an overtime, but I mean, what if you're not going to get to an overtime? What if Skydie is just going to take off your head every single time? Nick is able to trade back, but again, opener goes to Victus, and I just worry for Ambush that sometimes, even though they're really good at adapting in the round itself, I just worry that sometimes they might be a bit too stubborn when it comes to the actual timeouts.
And maybe it's a case of just a hyperfixation on the fact of just going through the motions within the round itself and trying to pull it back. And again, I think maybe it's something that they're gonna have in the second half. I don't know. I do agree that if you're on the kind of stereotypically more advantageous side, you should try and use your timeout there if you aren't doing not as well, but you're having a few issues here and there. But it could just be that they've acknowledged themselves, like, you know, strategy-wise, there's not really anything dangerously wrong with our approaches. It is just for gunfights. So again, what's the point in having a timeout to just be like, win your gunfights, lol?
It's true.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But it's still also like like, I don't know. This I don't disagree. Like, I'm not saying it's not the strategy is going wrong. It is the gunfights, and then it's like, well, why would you use your timeout then? But Oscar, he's sitting there nicely. He's like, yeah, the breach is open, the door is open. You wanna come and say hi? I'm gonna be here waiting for you. Dustin's gonna open up the second one, but he's not gonna have an angle towards Skaid. He's playing safely, right? And Oscar is just committed. He's just gonna die here. Like, he's gonna suicide here. I mean, I'm not saying he's gonna die, because there we go. It's Oscar, even though he knows where he is. He's waiting to get a triple. Can you stop, man? It's insane. Like, I'm probably cutting out, but I don't care. Oscar, how are you getting away with this time and time again? They know exactly where he is. He's in a corner. It's like this old trope is like, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck. Look at this.
This is it, Snarl. I think what actually happened, from what I personally saw, he threw an Electroclaw down to deny the charge from going off.
Yeah, he did that.
And then it didn't deny the charge. I think that you could kind of see him like wiggle a bit as if to be like, what just happened? So he didn't have the time to move, but I completely agree. Yeah, they should have acted upon it. They had the ping, the yellow ping was there, and they didn't pinch him. I completely agree. They did not pinch him.
But that's the thing, Grace. They did. Like, if you look at the replay,
the timing though.
No, but even still, in that position, he should die 10 out of 10 times. It's like, yes, we could blame Ambush. We could say that Ambush are absolutely terrible at that pinch, but they did everything right. Like I said, Oscar, very unfortunate. He was in a position that he shouldn't have been in. But this is what I keep harping on about when I'm saying, like, yes, Siege is a strategy game. Like, it's a tactical game. Teams with the best strategies will win. Blah 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 blah. But when it comes, but gunplay. What, like, individual...
Gunplay is gunplay, but if you're going for a pinch, you swing at the same time, Snarl. You swing at the same time, and they just were like, let's take it in turns to take this gunfight against one of the best gunners in this league.
Even then, the 180 towards the second guy coming through Boiler is like, I know, I really want to harp on what Ambush did wrong there, but Oscar, my God, it's just like... He's having like a Shaiko moment. It's like, if he's stuck in a hard position, you still call it a 50-50. That's just insane. I'm sorry. Yeah, go on. But I agree with you. Ambush should have timed it better, but like, oof, man. Oh, it's just beautiful. It's just insane. Get that man into the highest tier level ASAP.
Well, again, I'm very vocal about my opinion on this, but Oscar doing Oscar things, of course. It is Saturday afternoon if you're just tuning in. This is the playoffs match between Victus and Ambush. Whoever loses this will play against Coalesce in the best of 3 after this one. Currently looking like Victus may be taking the lead. It is round 6 at 4-1, and they already have a map in their pocket. Beautiful trade coming through there as Adam takes down Nick, but Kilius is ready and waiting to punish him, and Skyty there getting a pick himself. So Ambush again being torn apart a little bit, Snarl.
Yeah, hate to see it. Hate to see it. It's like whatever Ambush is trying to do now, whether it's like they're trying to set things up nicely, have a good pacing, just try and get map control. Nope, they're just denied. If they're trying to turn up the pace, nope, they're denied. And it's just, like I said, I understand that you don't have to use the timeouts when you feel like, well, it's nothing that we're doing wrong. We're just not, succeeding in it. But again... And it's disheartening to see, because you can see at Ambush as well. You can see in some of these runs. Oh, there we go. There's a Pogmat. You were talking about the Pogmats? We're talking about the Pogmats?
Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Yeah. That's all I wanted.
Yeah. There we go. That's one.
That's all I wanted.
In the chat as well. There you go. I mean, it makes it a 5-1 defensive half for Victus on a map that, I mean, some people would argue that it is attacker inside-ed and everything, but I'm just like, okay, I was really trying to praise Oscar earlier because I really want to praise people doing good things and not just people messing up, but I still question this Chalet coming through by Ambush. Like, I can see why they would ban Border. It just like, I don't want to be an Sandu, the coach. Like, I can see how difficult it is to ban maps against a team such as Victus, because it just feels like whatever you do, they're going to have something for it. Like, are you going to take them to Border? No, because like we said, they're incredible at shooting people, and you don't take those kind of people to Border. It's like, that's insane. Why would you do that? And so it just feels like Ambush haven't... They're just, right now, Victus is just showing them that they're a class above in terms of gunfights. I mean, I don't think that's the case in general. I think in general, when Ambush are playing to their level, they can absolutely duke it out with Victus. But it's just a continuation of the poor form that they've had a second split, and how, like, they've just not been the same Ambush that they was in the first half. And Nick, I mean, he's going to try. I like seeing this, because you have to try something risky. You even if things are going against you, even if you're 5-1 down, you still have to try and make some plays. You can't let it get to you and be like, oh, I'm just going to turn it up and sight and sit here and wait. Because Victus are just going to dominate you if you do that. I mean, look at the aggression here from the Ambush. Like, they're around doorways here now. They're on the windows. They're just trying to swing things and get that opening pick. So here's the series stats, by the way, for Oscar. Just look at this. It's wow, man. It's just a beast. Just a beast.
He is, and this is the thing. There is a reason why people always sing his praises, and I think if you're a viewer currently, there is a very, very good reason, as stated there by the data, as to why people do hype up Oscar so much. But again, it's not just Oscar; it's the rest of that team and how they can be. There we go. Skyty getting the pick down to Rastin. Nice little opening engagement to start things off. Oscar, another one to Nick. Skyty a second to Fele Unica, and Kilius falling to a flawless first attacking round. Snarl, how do you like those apples?
They're great. I don't think Ambush like those apples. I think Ambush was just completely torn apart, and this was. I hate to sound like I'm a hindsight 2020 kind of guy, but this is kind of what we were worried about with Chalet. Like, I know Ambush. I know they want to try, and I know that they're thinking like, well, it's a best of 3, but Victus has just shown before that just when they are confident, when they're comfortable, I mean, look at Upor 7-1. Like, I talked a lot about Oscar earlier. Look at Upor again, 7-1-1. It hasn't had like those super plays on Chalet in terms of like Oscar getting a 1vx or a 1v3 there in that situation that it was in, but Upor has been so ridiculously consistent after he joined Victus. It's insane. Like, I still I keep talking about V86 and 10-star after the split, but that doesn't mean that Victus haven't been strong. So, I mean, whichever team ends up playing, and right now it looks like it's going to be Victus. Imagine the matchup between V86 and Victus tomorrow if this is the case. Like, the performances that we saw from those two teams, like how dominant they were. If they're going to have the same showings tomorrow, if Victus gets this one round, then, oh boy, these playoffs are going to be lit. Going to be lit.
Absolutely. I love the little attempt at an opening engagement there between Yunica and SkyT as well. The sniper rifle of Glaz, of course, really allowing you to take these long angles as best as you can. So SkyT's also choosing to be for this setup as well. I'm assuming that those... Okay, there's not actually smokes there. Maybe we'll see a bit of a nade come through the drone hole at some point from SkyT, but the fact that they're choosing to utilize the glass there is quite interesting to me. If we're not going to see any smoke utility, I was hoping maybe we'd see some smokes and then, you know, that glass line of sight being held a lot more spicy is how
you know what, I'm sorry, but looking at the way that Skyty's playing this glass right now, I just feel like he's feeling it. It's like, no, it's a 6-1. I can do this. It's just all good. We can do this all day. The fella as well, you can see his head there, and even so, Skyty is just still swinging this. Like, he's feeling it right now. Like, the confidence on the side of Victus right now is just insane. And there you go. Why wouldn't it be? Because what happens if you ban Jaeger? You have way less ADSs, like we said before. Okay, the fella will be able to pick up Upor. That's good. So at least they get a trade. But it just feels like Victus has their number. Oh, Speedy Gonzalez. There we go. And Nick will take them off. There we go. Skyty gets a glass kill. YZN gets out to the fella as well. All of a sudden it's down to Unica and Kilius, to be able to stem the tide here and hope that they can get 5 rounds in a row to even just force an overtime. We'll see. It's not looking too good, as YZN's just going to almost literally drop on the head of Kilius and take him down. It's down to Unica. He's in the floor above. Plan's going to go down. It's going to be a post-plan situation now. 1v3. He gets 1 injury at least. Is going to get 2? No. Just going to confirm the first kill. 1v2. They know where he is now. And there we go. Skyty. There we go. What happens when you're playing as Glass? You get a big yellow person showing up in your screen. Even I can see him. And I can see Victus going to face Viperio 86 tomorrow in the upper bracket semifinal. Or, well, it's actually technically going to be the upper bracket final, I guess. But anyway, I mean, this, like, that clip alone in the replay is kind of just summarizes how Ambush have been feeling in the last split for me. It's like from heaven to hell. Like, from heaven in the first split to hell in the second split. And it hurts to say, but, like, if it hadn't been for that strong showing that they had in the first split, it's actually difficult to see how Ambush would play well in this playoff. Like, now they're going to fall down into elimination bracket. They're going to be playing against Coalesce. They beat Coalesce twice. So there's that. I think that's the one comfort that they have right now.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, for them now it's just focusing on this next best of 3 ahead of them and how potentially they can try and turn that into their saving grace. Again, for Victus, I mean, you know, a 7-1 victory there on Chalet, perhaps a little bit of a risk from Ambush to actually let it go through. Maybe it's hard, isn't it? It's one of those ideas of, like, how do we kind of change the map picks and maybe try and force a ban that's maybe a little bit more even Stevens or a bit worse. We did see the Oregon get banned out very, very quickly, which was a bit like from me. But no, I think this is going to be an interesting one, really, going forward. Again, for Ambush. For Victus, though, they're sitting happy right now. That was a phenomenal victory, and they don't have to do anything else today. They can kind of focus on their game plan for tomorrow, which is very exciting indeed. They will be going up against Viperio 86. So yeah, that's exciting.
That was me as Victus, by the way, chilling and just vibing all the way. Like, it's just a. Is that what they do? I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the youngins do these days. I guess I just hear terms, I throw them out there, and just No, but you're absolutely correct. And they both teams, V86 and Victus, are now confirmed for the upper bracket finals or semifinals. I don't know the technical term, but anyway, which means that the winner of that matchup is going to be heading to the finals, and it's going to be a banger. But you know what else is banging? This desk. Let's throw it back over to them, Grace, to Simon, Ollie, and of course Demo. Take it away.
Banging. I love it. What a description. Oscar on fire. Uport as consistent as ever. Guys, it was a bit of a whitewash in the end, wasn't it, Demo?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think just the run of form that both sides have been on at the moment. Victus obviously coming in with full force, no roster issues, which, if there's no issues there, not having the coach coming in and play, then yeah, this should be the same team that we've seen dominate during that first half of the season. And then Ambush, just at the moment, can't find their mojo, can't find that momentum. We knew that Chalet was always going to be the uphill battle for Ambush, and we knew that really everything they were relying on was going to be Bank, and well, Bank didn't work out. It was only really going to go one way, similar to kind of what we had earlier with Coalesce versus 86. The underdog took a risk, went for a map, didn't win their map, and then they go into the map that's favored by the big dog, and obviously the big dog's gonna throw them about, and that's what happened.
The big dog, did exactly that, didn't they? They just threw them about, flawless round in there as well, just to add insult to injury, but it was a clean sweep.
It was, and I think Demo sort of summed it up when we saw the maps come out. That, if this is a case where Victus are able to be successful on the first map, then they probably take it 2-0, and that's exactly what we saw happen here tonight. Ambush, I feel, just never really got started. It's a bit of a shame, really, because you think back to this team and what they were able to achieve at the start of NPL, when there was a lot of eyes on them and there was a lot of pressure on them at that time as well. How are they going to stack up against these other teams? And they did exceptionally well. And then ever since that sort of first split, they've just tailed off, and it's almost like the playoffs are coming at a bad time almost for them. Obviously, they've still got another chance. We do have a lower bracket, so there is still hope for them to get their act together, but it won't be against Victus today, I'm afraid.
No, sadly not. And Demo, I mean, an inspired performance from Victus, but will we get a same sort of performance against Viperio 86, who will be a lot tougher opposition going into that game tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how both those sides are going to go up against each other, because both of them are in very good form at the moment. So it should be, I think, all three maps you'd expect. And then, we'll see where it kind of goes from there. So yeah, I think Victus 86, they can obviously now take a break now. Both of them have done their job today, and they can relax and then get ready to go again tomorrow.
We do have another game today, Ambush versus Coalesce, a bit later on. Guys, you're looking forward to that one as well. I mean, these two teams have still got a chance. They've still got an opportunity, haven't they, X?
They do. It's a slim chance. You don't often see a team come through a lower bracket and take home, the big win right at the end. But we know what this is about this weekend. It isn't necessarily about winning the entire thing. Obviously, all of these teams would love to win NPL, but realistically, with 2 spots on the line and the fact that Heroic cannot take one of those spots, you do find yourself in a position where, you don't have to achieve first place to get yourself into EUCL. So from that sort of mindset, you can approach this and think, yeah, there's still a chance for these two teams. Now, how are they going to fare facing off against each other is maybe a bit of a different question. I think with what we've seen out of the two teams today, you would have to give the benefit of the doubt to Coalesce, given that we've not really seen Ambush get started yet, whereas Coalesce, in their second map of the day, they gave a really competitive show over onto 86. It was a much closer game, the closest game we've seen so far today. So you would sort of back that horse, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. And Demo, you in sync with that? Coalesce did certainly put up a good fight, but it was too much for them against Viperio 86. I mean, between them and Ambush, it's a tough one to call, isn't it, tomorrow?
I would say, if I'm looking at Coalesce and just kind of off the back of what we see already today from them, I think they have that potential to play good Siege. I think they showcase that in Clubhouse, that they can pull out these quick strategies that can work, during these kind of one round, and those one rounds can make the big difference. Obviously, Oregon was just a complete write-off. I think that wasn't their map. They went in with the wrong game plan. They were very apart, very solo. They kind of redefined that inside a Clubhouse. So if they can play the same way that they played against 86 today in Clubhouse, I think Coalesce should have no issues beating Ambush. I think Ambush have looked like the worst side today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we are going to find out how everything is going at Victus HQ after their win against Ambush, and now through to the next stage. Oscar, on fire as always. It's always great to see you. How are you feeling after that?
Feeling good. Trying to get for these finals, obviously. But we got the hardest opponent next, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be one hell of a meaty clash, that one tomorrow. I mean, talking about the game that you had just with Ambush, the first one looked a little bit more challenging, but you kind of had a word. I'm guessing there were chats had, and you came out with game 2 with just a clear plan in place, and you kind of whitewashed them there, and flawless round in there as well. Was the confidence high going into game 2?
Yeah, the confidence was definitely high. We won their map pick, so obviously when we go onto ours, we got massive confidence, and we just play our game, and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, and with it being a best of 3 now, has the strategy changed from the regular season going into this, knowing there's firstly more at stake, and obviously you've got to prepare for potentially more games as well?
Yeah, so obviously we got to make sure our mental is in check, obviously, because if you start losing a best of 3, then you can't carry it over to the next map or next round, etc. And we've been learning new maps, because obviously best of 3, you get less bans. So, for example, we haven't played Bank the whole season, and then Ambush think we don't play it, and they pick it, and then we beat them. So
nice. And before I let you go, our caster Grace, she's starting a fan handle for you. Because you've just captured the hearts of the entire NPL, Oscar, with some incredible performances. And, without kind of blowing smoke, I think you're potentially one of the best players to come through in Europe, and definitely one of the hottest prospects in the league right now.
Thank you, man. It means a lot.
There we go. So, Grace, that fan handle is coming. Oscar approves, and we'll just post it with loads of stats and content and your face and stuff. I don't know what we're going to do. We'll figure it out.
All right.
Nice one. Thank you so much for joining us today, dude, and a great win. Congratulations to you and the team. We can't wait to see you tomorrow in action as you go against Viperio 86.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, man. Well, there we go. X. Confidence is high there. Strategies had changed, but they came out with a win, and everything worked out well.
Absolutely, and I think that that just sums Victus up, right? They're just going to be going through the motions for it and looking to make this exactly what they want it to be. I don't think that they'll have been too phased going up against Ambush today. It's nice to sit here on the desk and to give Ambush the benefit of the doubt and to sort of build that up and remember what they have done in the past. But realistically, you've got to take current form into account, and I think that's exactly what Victus did today.
Yeah, absolutely. Demo, any thoughts on that interview? Anything interesting that was said there? I mean, you can clearly see that he's happy, and the synergy's good over at Victus HQ.
Yeah, again, similar probably to what 86 are probably feeling. I would say Victus are the same, where they're just having fun. They're going out there, they're playing good Siege, and they're doing their thing. I think Victus, obviously, with having those roster issues, they were, looking a little bit weak for a time. You can understand why, but, the full 5's there. They know themselves, the difference that they'll feel just being together again will be monumentous. So, yeah, I think Victus, very happy with how they're playing at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we will be back with Game 3, Ambush versus Coalesce. This one is an opportunity for both to still get in with a shot and an opportunity at those finals. So we'll see how that goes in just a short while. We'll be right back after this.
There are many finite resources attackers have to manage in Rainbow Six Siege, yet arguably the most valuable resource is time. If the clock hits 0 and the diffuser hasn't been planted, the attackers lose the round. However, deciding on an attacking strategy isn't so simple. Each round, attackers are faced with a plethora of ever-changing variables. There are multiple bomb sites, over 30 potential defending operators, and destructible surfaces that can be manipulated by the defenders ahead of time. All of these variables create uncertainty, and uncertainty creates risk. Attacking teams can take steps to mitigate risk, but doing so will cost them time. Let's take a look at two contrasting strategies attacking Villa's trophy and statuary bomb site. First up, we've got an attack from Arctic in their Playday 1 matchup against Victus. Arctic's plan is to simultaneously sweep across both floors from the south side of the map to the north side, clearing the area of roamers. By gaining significant map control, Arctic can reduce the risk of a sneaky late round flank from behind. Fast forward, and Arctic has successfully pushed all 4 remaining Victus members back onto site. However, they barely have any time left to effectively set up their execute. Without the time to use their utility to open up angles onto site, Arctic are forced into a haphazard push through a chokehold in the last 25 seconds of the round. More of an execution than an execute. On the contrary, Viperio 86 had a very different approach against M&M Academy. They completely disregard the south side of the map, instead focusing all their efforts immediately onto the objectives. Using the windows and their utility, they can force the defenders to rotate back or, unfortunately for Skiddy, eliminate them entirely. They've chosen to ignore a lot of M&M Academy's setup, which could leave them vulnerable to nitro cells from beneath. But the risk pays off, and V86 are able to seize control of Master Bedroom and Astro before the halfway point in the round. This fast, risky strategy attempts to make up for a lack of map control and options through speed and aggression. But a good strategy will only get you so far. Small decisions can swing rounds in an instant, and sometimes you'll just get outplayed. You might have heard casters refer to time as the 6th defender. The reason why is simple. If time runs out before the diffuser has been planted, the defenders will win and the attackers will lose. And as we discussed previously, the effect of time pressure can greatly influence an attacker's strategy. The more time the defenders can waste, the more pressure they can apply, which makes the ticking clock a defender's best friend. So much so that defending teams can actually employ strategies just to help this 6th defender. One way teams can achieve this is through the use of roamers, who are brilliant at making a defense proactive rather than reactive. A great example of this was TenStar's defense against Heroic on Bank during Play Day 6. Despite the bomb sites being in the basement, TenStar spreads 3 of their players across the top floor. This gives TenStar a lot of map control, which allows the roamers to help each other during engagements while also having escape routes if things head south. Now, as 60% of TenStar's players are off the site, Heroic could, in theory, go straight for the objective, but that ever-present threat of the roamers flanking late into the round is way too dangerous to ignore, forcing Heroic to spend more time droning and clearing the area. Less than 40 seconds into the round, Gorgona is taken out by Jegs, and immediately on cue, 3 10-star roamers run from the scene of the crime, retreating to the floor below. This leaves Heroic a man down with 3 roamers left to find and the rest of the map to redrone, because all of the information they've gathered up to this point is now out of date. But kills aren't the only advantage defenders can gain through roamers. Their presence alone can throw a huge spanner in the works for the attacker's strategy. TenStar demonstrates this brilliantly in their Playday 4 game against Ambush on Clubhouse. Once more, it's a basement hold, and TenStar have sent Jegs and Azza to roam the top floor. Azza is positioned in gym with the angle looking towards the jacuzzi wall. Jegs floats between bedroom and logistics, keeping an eye on the hatch. The threat that these 2 roamers pose draws the attention of 3 Ambush members and helps waste an entire half of the round. 90 seconds fly by until Ambush eventually makes a move, which ultimately backfires as Jegs fires back, securing a nice double kill for their team. Roaming is a deadly weapon when utilized correctly, and a fantastic demonstration of a player's skill. All of this talent is put on display here in the NPL.
quick kills. 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Grizz steps up huge for Ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Welcome back. It's playoff day here in Rainbow Six Northern Premier League with me, Simon. 2 down, 1 to go in today's encounters. We've witnessed Viperio 86 take the win from Coalesce in our first best of 3, and Victus take control of Ambush in an easy win to advance to the next stage. We promised you entertaining, enticing, and enthralling esports from the beginning of its, and it's truly delivered. It really has so far. As you can see, I'm once again joined by 2 of the NPL's OG casters, Grace and Snurleaf, back from casting. And I mean, what an encounter that was. It was, wasn't it? It was hot. It was spicy, Grace, as you said.
It was. Well, the first map was certainly spicy. I'd say it was like a hot on the chili scale, and then it kind of went a little bit down to a medium, only on the basis of how that scoreline actually ended up on Chalet. I think Ambush dropped the ball a little bit and kind of just allowed Victus to do Victus things. But again, the fact that we're going to see Ambush versus Coalesce is very, very exciting for me indeed. As I've mentioned earlier in the evening, the Nordic teams have just really impressed me with how they've kind of shown up, because I think going into it, everyone was a bit like, it's maybe a bit more biased towards the UK orgs and the UK teams. Apart from Snurl, who is offended every time I say this. Snurl apparently exists. But no, we've got this idea where, we kind of didn't really know what to think too much. It's just been really beautiful to watch. Ambush have been really good. Again, I think they're the king of pocket strats, to be honest. They're so good at just kind of in the moment throwing something new into the mix. And I think that creates a kind of very uncertain environment for their enemies and their opponents a lot of the time. This idea of like, how can you kind of bring a counter strat against a team that are just constantly changing and mixing things up like that, unless you learn every single pocket strat that they have. But Coalesce themselves too, they've had this amazing run since those changes. Everyone's probably got their eyes on how this is going to go, because again, it's either going to be an Ambush win or Coalesce, the Nixon Revenge Tour.
Yeah,
set to carry on.
It's alive. It's alive, isn't it, Snurleaf? And Grace alive. Said there, it went from spicy, a nice spicy, down to a medium, but we never ever got the sweet pepper in that. It was full on from start to finish.
I mean, I'm from Norway, so everything's spicy for me because I'm Norwegian. But no, but I agree, and I was a bit disappointed, and I was worried that we're going to see just that on Chalet. It's just it's a map that Ambush really hasn't shown much on, to be honest with you, and Victus has shown great form. I mean, Ambush have some really deep pockets, like Grace talked about earlier. I mean, I don't even know if Ambush knows all of their pocket strats, to be honest with you, and that's what I've loved with the casting the Nordic scene for this many years, because the Finnish teams have always been, daring. They've always wanted to try something new and spicy, and they always wanted to try something in the mix and try to create a meta themselves. They don't want to always go for what is currently working. They want to try and be creative. They want to try and do something and add a little bit of Finnish flair to it, and you love to see it. And arguably, that's one of the reasons why Ambush has gotten as far as they have, and they're not out of it yet. They're going to face off against Coalesce, like you guys now just said, and I think it's going to be a good one. But I am this is the first time, I think, since day one, maybe even not then. This is actually the first time I think I believe Coalesce might actually take it over Ambush, even though Ambush has beaten Coalesce twice, and I'm just a bit worried about the form that we're seeing from Ambush. But it depends on the maps, of course.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the brackets so far. I think we've got one to come up. And here we go, the playoffs. As we saw, Viperio 86 there against Coalesce, Victus against Ambush, both 2-0 sweeps, which do put Viperio 86 and Victus in a game tomorrow. But now we're looking forward to Coalesce against Ambush. Grace, talk to me about what you're seeing there.
I mean, again, it's going to be a bit hot under the collar. I think Coalesce very much have I will say aggressive team, to be honest, but it's the strategy and utility that you want to bring around that aggression. It's also choosing those moments for aggression as well. That's some really interesting predictions, actually.
I didn't mean to laugh.
Stream at Ambush and everyone else.
I have to stress one thing, and I keep stressing it. Like, I'm an Ambush stan, and like Uberos was always the one. Like, I always thought that Uberos would be on the side of Ambush, but he really wants the prediction throne. And I said that I'll take over. I'll always stan Ambush, with the exception of the previous game. I would probably change my prediction now, but I'm going to let it stay, because otherwise it would be a very, very boring cast where every single prediction is the same. I'm going to stick to the guns. I'm going to stick to Ambush. You know, it's my boys. I need to back them up.
Well, yeah, everything seems pretty uniform, but you know, and I like people that take risks, Snurley. So.
Yeah, and you know, they have a Norwegian coach, so there we go. You know, I can't say that, you know, on paper when they've beaten Coalesce twice. I mean, if it's worse for me to do what I've always done this season and stand by Ambush than it is for to bet against Ambush and then have the Norwegian coach come to me and be like, dude, what? Why? Like, we beat Coalesce twice. Why would you ever predict against us? So that's worse than being wrong again. So I'm going to stick with Ambush this time. I'm going to stick.
Yeah, well,
that's it. There's no big praise. Like, I still think that Ambush can do it, and I think they have a deeper map pool than Coalesce. And yes, Coalesce look like they have a spring in their steps, but it's just like, I think Ambush are very good at punishing those kind of plays as well. And even though they have a lot of confidence inside of Coalesce, Ambush is used to playing against teams that are aggressive, and they are good at shutting them down. So hopefully, I think the level of play is going to be a little bit more even now in terms of gun skill, and I think this matchup is going to be a very close one, and I hope that Ambush is going to edge it out. But Zeus is going to shout at me as well for not predicting Coalesce, but I lose either way, so I'm just going to stick with Ambush. You know.
Well, let's take a look at the veto. We're ready for this, guys. Grace.
Yes.
You know, let's have a look here.
Oh,
theme park! Oh, wow!
Yes, no! Are you kidding me? I'm literally like probably the only guy who actually likes theme park to play it, and I've been waiting for theme park to cast it the entire season, and it's two Nordic teams, and they pick it when I'm not casting. Come on!
Too bad. No, I love that. I love that from Coalesce. I completely agree. I love theme park. I think that I enjoy not only theme park, but I enjoy people attacking theme park. Yeah. It is my personal opinion that there's a very, very easy way to kind of approach it in a very fluid manner. Majority of the rounds as well, when you are on that attack. I'm curious to see what Coalesce are going to do. I really hope they just go fluid with it. Again, control a little bit of this aggression. And then when it comes to final collapse, that's when they could just really win these gunfights and do it so beautifully. I'm really, really excited to see the Coalesce on theme park.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see theme park. Like, I got food in the microwave, and I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here and just be munching all that theme park up. Like, but it's I actually, sorry, can you get the veto just real quick again? Sorry, because I am excited. Ollie is probably gonna be tired, because I do believe that Ambush did get to pick Cafe, and I love myself a little bit of a Nordic special on the Cafe. What did I say? But it was Cafe. But I am a bit worried about Ambush. I feel like since they didn't ban theme park, so I hopefully it means like they're not too uncomfortable on theme park. And I know that they played well on bank against Victus, like at least in the attacking half. But the problem is Coalesce has been really, really good on bank as well. So I am a bit concerned. I think like out of those three maps, like obviously theme park's going to be a 50-50 to me. Coalesce feel comfortable enough to actually pick it, which could be a worrying sign for Ambush. Cafe, I would count on Ambush, but there we go.
Yeah, well, there we go. It is game time. It's our third and final playoff game of the day. Ambush against Coalesce. Who will come out on top? Demo, this one is going to be tasty.
Why has he specifically went for me?
Demo.
Why is it not Ollie? Hold on a minute. Why me?
I might go, you know. Kenny, do you want to go and get a drink?
I got a 2-litre bottle of water right here. So
right, solo
I've got a bit of squash here, so we
Honestly,
could just sit back and just.
I think you forget. There used to be a day whenever it was only just me in these broadcasts. I think people forget this. It was only me, and then the solo casts were coming.
People try to forget
fast.
that demo.
Thank you.
I think people are
sitting there, me casting a whole Challenger League season by myself. Like, good.
Have you got a little violin as well?
Oh, he's gone.
Brilliant. Honestly, that genuinely couldn't have happened at a better time.
Yeah.
We're gonna just go straight into game. Demo, sort yourself out, buddy.
Oh, I'm back. It looks as if that somebody said, demo solo cast, I'm just being DDoSed. Brilliant.
That's how much people don't want it. People are here for one person and one person only. And that person is Medics. Because he brings us all of the fantastic scenery, all of the views, and all of the action. Ambush versus Coalesce, our two losing teams for today.
Goddamn Medics.
One of them here is going to have to win. There is no real two ways about it.
What's Medics thinking? Medics, who's winning? Let's put him on the spot. What do we think, Medics? No, type. I know what you're saying, but you need to type it.
The viewers. There you go. I agree.
The viewers, yeah.
There it is.
Whenever I think of Medics, like, obviously, you know, he's been observing for quite a while. I do think of him, I don't know why, I think of him as like an elf. I don't know why, I just think of him as like a mystical elf.
What?
Just works all year round, doesn't he?
Who's Father Christmas?
God, who is Father Christmas? Who works one day a year? Who
Wait,
works
Des.
one day a year? I can't say that. He's a CFO of it. Also is.
Finker, Thatcher, Valkyrie. I'm here for the Finker ban, Kenny.
Yeah, it makes those gunfights a lot more balanced for defenders. And a mute ban from Ambush. Mute is actually a really powerful operator on Theme Park specifically, because there's so many just single doorways which you're forced to drone through. Which is why you see a mute Mozzie combo a lot of the time on this map. If you think a lot of attackers are going to push from the dragon balcony across, and where do you start? You start from a single doorway from the balcony and a single window. Mute jammers and Mozzie pests, they could just run rampant in denying and slowing down the attack from that side of the map. So Mute's actually a really good ban. Obviously, it does leave Mirror open with the Valk also being banned. Mirror is fantastic on Theme Park. I personally think this is
I didn't used to respect the Mirror. I never used to respect the Mirror in Theme Park until your co-coach Ryan made me think otherwise in a game.
Was that in a staff hub game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in that game.
Yeah. Were you on my team or the other team?
I was on the winning team.
All right, so against.
Yeah. I don't know, like, it's a shame. Yeah. It was a fantastic game.
Yeah.
As soon as Mirror was left open, we were like, that's it. This is over. And
I'm pretty sure we went 6-0 down, I'm pretty sure, didn't we?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I think that Mirror is... did you say it's the best map, Demo?
No,
I think it's her best map.
Kenny said it because Kenny said it was right behind it.
I think Cafe's the best map. That's because I have specific Mirror windows that I just love.
Demo Mirror.
Which we might see, because keep in mind, second map is Cafe. We are really going from one end of the spectrum to the other in these two maps, by the way. That doesn't happen too often.
There's a lot of coordination needed on both maps, which I think is the only takeaway from what I hear. He just... Okay, that's how we go on this map. Nix has just air jabbed in a jump out, which doesn't work because your feet have to be on the floor to trigger an air jab, so completely pointless. 101. You can tell he does not play that very often. Maybe Coalesce don't play this map often either. They've just picked it for the fun of it.
We did mention that both teams wanted to, take risk with their first map picks against 86 and Victus respectively, and well, this is the first map pick, and I don't think either team really needs to be desperate, because you would say that this is much more of an even game compared to what we've had previously.
It should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Realistically, I think there's still an edge here for Coalesce, in my opinion, based on, you know, the way that we saw them play this morning, but you've got to level it. Even Stevens now, once again, and whilst Ambush are coming in hot off a loss, they're coming in after just playing an official. So that could be, you know, the little bit of a... No, I don't want to use the word warm-up scrim because they'll have one of those as well, I imagine, but it could be that little bit more energy that they need to try and convert that and go, right, didn't go for us this, you know, in our first game. We've got a whole nother game now to focus on.
Nick's going to be holding on to Cafe, which is a very powerful position inside of the map. The defenders want to deny the attackers getting control of it, and the attackers want control of it, especially on attack into Bunk and Daycare. Nixon doesn't look like he's aware of the prone position of Nick behind the counter, and Nick could pop up at any time and take Nixon's head off, but it's going to be a tree drop from two other Coalesce members. Nixon runs into Cafe and is caught off by the lurking Nick, and it's into the meat grinder for Coalesce. 4 kills with no response. Make it 5. An Ambush quite convincingly, well, very convincingly changed that. Take a flawless round of the defense on Team Bat.
I don't even know what that attack was. That was a full 5v5, and they thought, okay, our plan is drop a hatch and push in Cafe. That's all they've done. That's not going to work. Never going to work. I mean, hatch, drop it in that corridor. There's about 20 different angles you can get shot from. So it's never going to happen. And then just push from Cafe, not even clearing Cafe. Don't even know where to begin. Do not even know where to begin for Coalesce. Again, I would say this was probably the effect of the mirror. And I think Coalesce, okay, fair enough. You're against mirrors. Deal with it. Because you can't avoid them. You're going to have to front up. Because those mirror windows basically force you into, you have to attack them. Because any other push is not going to be viable. You know, Theme Park, I think, in my opinion, is very linear in a sense where you have to push this way, you have to do this, you have to do that. Similar to kind of what we see in Clubhouse. Because it is very hard breach orientated, where you have to open up these walls. You can't try and go for what they've just done. You have to try and challenge these mirror windows. They have plenty of hard breach. Habana's up, Ace is up, Twitch is up, which I think would be a great pickup for these mirror windows, which, to be fair, they've got Kane now on the Twitch. There is ways that they can deal with it. You know, if we're sitting here and we're saying that these sides are going to be competing to get into Challenger League, and they're both very capable of doing so, they need to be able to deal with a mirror window.
You got to get twitchy on it. You got to get slippy on the Twitch drone. See if you can. See if you can sneak one of those canisters away. That's exactly what Kane's going to be doing here. It's a good response. You know, we've seen. You know, round 1 didn't go Coalesce's way. They've made a couple of adaptations and a couple of changes. Going to be bringing the Dokkaebi this time as well. Maybe wager that a more hard breach would be the answer here to, you know, just open up some of those choke points a little bit more. You mentioned Hibana there, Demo. That's almost a must-bring, in my opinion.
There's so much hard breach as you spoke open, but they're only hard breach as a Mav, which signals to me they're going to do a minimal maintenance take, but it looks like they're actually invested into clearing the map. They've got the Dokkaebi to be able to assist with their own clear, but a minute gone and Coalesce haven't even entered the map. They're just kind of AFK outside, looking to pressure Break Room, and as I say that, Nixon does repel in with Divided into Break Room, and it is going to be Unica to stem that push. He has a shield in pocket, and it's not going to work out because Divided pushes the Break Room rotate. Really good pitch from Coalesce. They have found themselves a fall of Kane as well. The second Dokkaebi call goes out, and still Ambush persists on the roam, and Nick's just going to hit the re-swing even without the mirror window and find the head of Zeus.
Oh, Nick! The quick peek finds Noah, and Coalesce have just tried to force their way into these engagements, and they're just getting shot down every attempt they go for, and again, Ambush can just sit back and relax and let things just trickle through. And oh, there's Ratson and Nick. Ambush a second round, Coalesce. You just have to put a question mark. From what I've gathered, just from playing Theme Park, okay, you're dealing with a throne. Upstairs is good, because obviously you have the verticality. You can open that up. You can sledge out the back of Armory. But it's not that good because it doesn't cover off the other bomb site. You know, Throne is still untouchable in many senses. You still need to rely on Hard Breach. With them only bringing the Maverick, you're not going to be able to do that. You need something, because either way, one of the 6 walls that you can open up needs to be, you know, has to do something. You know, you just cannot rely on a Maverick. I think an ace is. I think the ace is probably the biggest thing that they're missing. Ace or Habana, just something that can deal with the mirror windows and also give them the option to open the wall. If you're going above, if you want to go for that clear, then a yellow stairs take is going to be perfect because you can clear out throne, or you can clear out army, should I say. You can let the guy sit in throne because you have that big massive pillar that you can plant behind, which is a blind spot plant. It's like the basic principles from Theme Park need to be done for Coalesce. That's it. It's all about basic principles. Same way we talk about Clubhouse. You need to do the basics right, or else you're not going to have a chance in this game.
It is a shame as well because you think about how sort of plant-orientated Coalesce are as a team, and they're one of the more plant-orientated teams out there. So to not see that sort of consideration in how they want to build up and how they want to actually get to that position to get the kit down, it does seem a little bit strange. And I would agree, like, Maverick on their own, sure, it is a hard breacher, but it's always going to be a secondary hard breacher in my eyes. You know, you can use it for either, you know, a very small amount of hard breaching that you want to do, but you're never really going to be able to take good and full proper map control just because it takes so long. It takes someone out of the game for so long just sitting there with a blowtorch. And that's great if the other 4 people are busy and you've got someone else that's opening angles for other people to peek through. But if that's your only hope and you're not even bringing can openers, it starts to get a little bit tricky there. So hopefully we'll see Coalesce make a couple of changes. Because realistically, they're going to have to, I think, if they're going to continue to attack in that way.
Well, it's a fundamental, in my opinion, misunderstanding of how to play the map. Like, if they cleared the roam, great. But as you said, they have 1 hard breacher, and clearing the roam on Theme Park takes 75%, 8% of your time.
It does, yeah.
And then you say you get to actually hitting the site, all of a sudden Maverick has to spend 30-40 seconds making a wall soft, and you don't have 30-40 seconds to spare on Theme Park because it's such a time sponging map.
It's a big map.
And it just takes so long to get through. And they got the mirror windows open last round, great, but if you notice, there's no mute. Ambush banned mute. There is no wall denial for the mirror windows that Ambush are bringing. So if Coalesce have a Hibana or an Ace, which are both open, they can simply just hard breach, charge the mirror windows, and they're nullified. You don't have to risk the 50-50 chance of a Twitch drone getting the mirror window, because of course as soon as a Twitch drone gets 1 mirror window, everyone's senses are then heightened on the defense to shoot the second Twitch drone, are ready in the upcoming rounds for the Twitch drones. So yeah, Coalesce need to change something about their attacks now.
I know people might think that, you know, we're being quite harsh on Coalesce because it's only 2 rounds, but it's for a good reason. You know, Theme Park is not an easy map to play. There's a big reason, I think, in my opinion, why we don't see Theme Park in EUL, is because it only, you know, you have to really put a lot of work, and it really only specifies, you know, a certain team who puts in a lot of man hours into that map and has really understood the fundamentals. If you're a team who isn't well practiced, which I'd be surprised if Coalesce and Ambush are sitting here prepping these theme parks for time and time, and especially at their level, where they're not really having to worry about dealing with, you know, a massive 7 map pool that a lot of the professional teams are kind of getting used to. Especially whenever, you know, they're still very new teams. You know, you look at Coalesce, they've only had their players in for, you know, this recent split that we've had, so they're still learning to get things together, and you'd probably want to do that in other easier maps. And Theme Park, if you don't know how to attack Theme Park correctly, you can easily go 6-0 down. Before you know it, you're in the gutter, and that's it. You've just lost 6 rounds in a row on your attacks, because it can happen. It really can happen if you don't have it. It's not like a map where you can play Cafe. Oh, you can fluke around because somebody's walked in and gotten free kills. Theme Park, it's all about doorways. It's a lot of congestion. It is big old bottlenecks and choke points you can hold. It is very, very difficult attacking this map, and if you don't know how to do it, you're done.
You speak about momentum and losing, you know, round after round. Both of these teams have had that happen to them already today. They've both been on the receiving end of that. So you would hope that they'd be taking themselves to maps where they do have a little bit more of an even chance of, you know, going toe to toe. They're going to see Drug Lab chosen here. Ambush's 3rd choice. Little Flores drone sneaking on through to deal with the Frost map. Great utility lineup from Ambush as well. You know, you look at what they're bringing the Frost, they're bringing the Azami, they're bringing all these things that are going to cause problem and slow down. We know that Coalesce aren't, you know, too keen on the old hard breach. They're showing that again here and now with not bringing any of it. Now, granted, you don't really need any hard breach to attack into this site. Instead, they've opted for a little bit more of a flexible approach.
Coalesce are shaping up for a bathroom window jump in. That's exactly what Divide's going to do. Shoot the Frost mat. There is an audio cue of the goo mine, and it is only Kilius on site as the Frost, and Divide is just going to work his way in through the rotate and not take down Kilius, but Kilius is now stuck in a corner. Another one goes down for Coalesce, and it's just... well, ambush. They're falling by the wayside. Raston's going to find one back, but site control in the hands of Coalesce. Noah finds himself a third on the Amaro, I assume coming in break room upstairs, while the rest hit the site. And Raston, he has it all to do in the 1v3.
Hunt going down. Well down to Raston. See what he can do. Does take a couple of shots, and Noah hits home with that G8. Great gun and great hands. I mean, we mentioned Noah before. He was really the only saving grace that I think Coalesce had throughout their earlier game against 86. And, well, if he can continue that form, then he can be a big playmaker.
Absolutely. Noah had a decent game on Clubhouse as well previously. So, you know, definitely one of the players to keep an eye out for. If you're wondering who Noah is the... I think he's trying to... Was it Shaiko that he's trying to copy with that name? Like SAIY something, and then it's just like Noah at the end.
I think he just likes anime, and it's something.
Oh, is it an anime thing?
Yeah.
Obviously, Zeus has copied. As you know.
that annoys me so much.
I really like Zeus's name. I think it's quite cool.
The thing is with Zeus copying uses name, the way you'd say it, you Zeus, that's the way Des pronounces uses name. That's one thing that always annoys me about Des, because Des would say use this, he'd go you Zeus already, as if there is an E. Who does it, Jerry?
Jerry does it as well. I've told him multiple times, stop calling him Uzus.
I know. To be fair, not a bad name if you want to try and harness somebody. I mean, Uzus is playing some great seasons at the moment. So.
Exactly. Well, it's the highest rated player in EUL until Esport had 2 amazing games in the past 2 weeks. He's just showing the talent of the UK, and that's what we're all here about in NPL. The previous iteration of NPL was called Yukin, and Uzus was a mainstay for a long time inside of Yukin with M&M, and obviously now in Pro League, so everyone can come from somewhere.
Great time to mention the British heritage there in a Nordic battle.
Well, Nixon's English.
We got Nixon.
And Divided, actually. And Uzus. No, Zeus.
No, Zeus is not.
Isn't he?
No. Where's he from? Is he Swedish?
I don't know where he's from. Wait. Oh, he might be Benelux region, actually, because he's playing in
Oh,
Benelux.
yeah, he actually is. He's Dutch, isn't he?
No Twitch this time. Bit of a shame. I'm not sure how effective the Twitch shock drones were at actually getting to those mirror windows. I know that we've seen a couple of them popped and stuff, but Kane is instead this time opting for the Azami, opting for the Flores, but the Azami is a brilliant counter to that. Sure, you may have lost a little bit of utility there, but one keep a barricade thrown up, and all of a sudden it's another Rotero drone down. Kane now into his 3rd out of 4 as the Lion Scan comes in order to route the defenders to their position. See if these attackers can gain any sort of advantage from this rappel.
It's the same break room take, yet again from Coalesce, bringing no hard breaches. They're going to pinch between Cafe with a rappel into break room, and Zeus is just lurking on the dragon side of the map as the Lion. He obviously has that global ability, so he doesn't need to be with the team for the push to be able to be effective. He can EED scan as Coalesce rappel in the windows. Exactly what happens, but Defel's ready with the jump out. He does find one before getting hit by the Claymore. Coalesce, though, have absolutely avalanched the man advantage, and the kills going in their favor. Another 3 versus 1 in their favor. And after the tactical pause, something just clicked for Coalesce. Must have spoken about how they went about their offenses previously in Unica in a 1v3, caught by a nade and a crossfire. It's all done and dusted, and we are even. It didn't look like this was going to happen after the first 2 rounds, Demo.
I mean, they're doing this without hard breach. You know, these big walls that you expect to see get opened up to really create that space in the bomb site. It's just being left untouched, which I think is surprising. And the fact then that Ambush are not punishing that, the fact that they're not able to see that, oh, hey, they're actually not interested in going for these walls, they're just trying to get into sight through doorways and other means, that should be shut down immediately.
Attackers need to locate.
I just don't know why we saw Ambush play so aggressively there. We see Defele hopping himself out of a window. Sure, he got the kill, there was a air jab and a claymore on that window. It was belt and braces. There was no way he was getting out of that alive.
To be fair, those windows are tricky though, because I think there's like 6 windows on one wall outside that map. But it is a little bit, you know, you kind of pick your poison, unless you do want to like air jab off everything.
Yeah, but he got unfortunate, but realistically, I mean, it was a great shot that he managed to pick the player on rappel as he was falling to the floor. But did he need to really go for the jump out? Obviously, the pressure was being applied by the repelled player, but yeah, I just feel Ambush maybe giving a little bit too much away there. They could have played a little bit more passively. For all that they're, you know, playing behind the mirror windows and bringing this utility to look and really fortify themselves, they're not letting Coalesce come to them. You know, if you're going up against a team that isn't bringing a hard breach or is only bringing secondary gadgets or a Maverick, then make them work for that control. Make them really work for that map pressure.
And here again, we are seeing just the Maverick for the basement attack, but this time Noah is bringing the secondary utility of the hard breach device, so they will be able to open up a wall. I still don't like it because it's such a small breach to be able to work with that it's still heavily defender favored. You really should be only using can openers to open hatches, but I assume the hatch inside of Split is going to be electrified, which means the Maverick is forced to open it. It's actually open on the roam. Okay, thank you very much, medics. So Ambush really forcing it home with their off-site presence, and their win condition is obviously the frags against Coalesce before Coalesce can even reach the site, and operators like Legion, the mirror windows, and just the great gun of Alibi is really going to be the catalyst to that.
Ooh. Careful, of course, on that Maverick, as the hard breach needs to keep himself alive. Obviously, probably would want to use his blowtorch to open up that split hatch if he can. There will be trades though coming out from either side. Unico goes down, but Noah's also lost. It is going to be the soft destruction though, which helps him out quite a bit. I suppose he could use Jackal's shotgun, but it's not going to be as efficient as what the skeleton key is. But there's still players above that they need to deal with. Raston has a soft mirror window that can be placed down, and a pocket one at that. It's not one that we see as frequently. It is doing the job just to keep Coalesce back, and like you've mentioned before, Ryan, it's all about the time waste.
Minute left, and Coalesce only just getting drug and barrels control. Yes, there's a barrels rotates. They don't have to use a hard breach device on it, and that would be the Maverick, as Noah has fallen on the buck. 45 seconds left, and all the power positions still in Ambush's favor on site. Behind the throne, behind the bomb, you still have the fireplace area. It's just going to be all on Coalesce's nades to be able to remove them from these power positions, but no nades left in pocket, and you see them just scrambling, trying anything and everything to try and find a member of Ambush, but Ambush, more importantly, as you spoke, now not giving away the free pick, Solly.
It's going to be a very interesting final 15. 4 versus 4 here. Raston going to find himself one. Kilius picks 2 as Nixon draws for the pistol, but he too will fall. Line him up and he will knock them down. Kilius, nothing was getting past him.
I'm a bit shocked that we haven't seen just, you know, a straight up direct, just a direct attack. You know, if you think about how things have been kind of lining up, we know these very heavy extensions in towards the top floor for that armory and throne. Why are we not seeing them maybe just try and push for maintenance and that's it? You know, there isn't really anything the upstairs players can do apart from try a flank, but if you just lock down Dragon, that's really all you need. I would have liked to have seen them just go for a direct. If you know they're going to be filling the bomb site, then just rush it. You know, same way that we've mentioned about Throne, how if you're above, you can't open up above it if you're an attacker. Same thing works for defenders. You can't stop people running into Throne and going for those plants. I would like to have seen maybe Coalesce try something a little bit more direct. Maybe go for a rush. You know, that could have been an option for them.
It's very hard to still rush that bomb site, though. It's just funneling through either the barrels rotate or the split or into crossfires. You got to think the split hatch was open as well, so the defenders up on the top floor do have a very quick retreat into sight. Yeah, so sometimes on theme park you do have to just do something unorthodox to win a round, because it is so difficult to clear the map, and even clearing the map isn't even the hardest part of a throne attack. you then got to execute, and it's so hard, as we saw. The position behind the throne is just impossible to clear if you don't have either nades to clear it or a Capital. And then if the defense brings a catcher like a Wamai, you then have to worry about burning before you're nading. And there's just so many layers to Theme Park, which is why it's so difficult to attack. And we're seeing Ambush obviously lead 3-2 on the attack. I think if Coalesce will be happy with 2 attacks, I think most teams will be happy with 2 attacks on Theme Park. So even if they lose round 6 now, they should be in the driver's seat going into their defenses.
Yeah, you mentioned there about the amount of layers and stuff, and it speaks to how Coalesce is able to be in that position to get those final 3 kills, because he's essentially playing on the throne, on the maintenance side wall, and that's an area that you can easily nade, you can easily, try and deal with that. But when he's got Rastin playing inside of maintenance, that allows that level of security that, it's not getting mavericked, you're not getting someone, shoot the soft wall up at the top and pop a nade or a couple of flashes through. A really good defense there from Ambush, and obviously Coalesce just left themselves quite a lot to do in not a lot of time, and when there's only 15 seconds left, what are you going to do? You're going to have to rush through a breach, you're going to have to try and push through the doorway and see if you can make anything happen. It just so happened that Coalesce was in the right place at the right time. We did suffer a game crash there. It isn't a timeout, so I believe we are just remaking the lobby. I'm not sure if it is just the observer that fell off or if it is instead the lobby. I think we're starting to put that back together now, so we appreciate your patience during this, but we do have a bit of a game on our hands here, Demo. A lot closer between these two at the moment. We do still have Coalesce trailing, but looking at the fact, it is Theme Park and it is the attack.
It is, and if you look at Ambush, they're a side which I haven't been too impressed with in terms of how they've been attacking as the recent split. They suffered heavy losses against 86 and also 10-star because they just couldn't attack. I think, Ryan, last time you played them, you put up a 5-1 split where their attacks just, is it a case of your defenses? I'd probably say not, because you aren't that good. You finished 6th the first split. These aren't that good.
Fluke's 9 wins in a row. All right.
9 wins in a row.
No. Navi did it first. What's your point?
That's to Navi now. You've actually backhanded yourself.
I love this. This is wonderful. This is exactly what we need out of the TriCast. I just need a little bit of backup to deal with Demo's lip sometimes. We're going to go to a very short break. Save you listening to us flap our gums. We're going to get this lobby remade, and then we will be back. You will not miss any of the action. Don't worry. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Hello, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us during that short pause. Unfortunately, the teams didn't... Well, fortunately, the teams didn't crash out. It didn't disrupt the flow of play. So we actually rejoined with Ambush at 4-2. So a very successful defensive half for them, Demo. Coalesce there, not quite managing that 3-3 split, but they'll be happy with a 2-4 from the attack.
Yeah, like I was mentioned before we went to the break, it's more of a case now for pressure and ambush because they haven't looked as strong of an attacking side as what other teams have in the league, and now you're going on, quite a defensive favored map, which I think at the moment it's quite weird to say defensive favored map because I think majority of maps is certainly shying away from defender sided. You think about Oregon, Clubhouse even at the moment, Chalet, all kind of attacker favored. The course of the par. So I would say certainly Theme Park kind of breaks that mold of more classic Siege where it is the attackers who struggle 9 out of 10 times.
Nixon on Malusi, he's been unleashed. The support player has been let loose on probably the best fragging operator in the game at the minute. Nixon has the gun skill, I've got to say. I've been quite impressed with Nixon over Split 2. He's put up really good numbers in Coalesce's resurgence through the second split, despite being on hard support. And let's see if he can continue going into the defense here, as the whole of Coalesce with a very extended roam yet again on Throne and Armory. It's a full extension, holding all of the map, holding the cafe side, the arcade side, as well as the cash side, and even extending into drug. Legion is such a good operator for having traps on those window jump-ins around drug and lower arcade that no attacker, not even a knock, is going to be able to avoid those goo mines, and the sound cue that they give is really really important for defenders to be able to hold extended roams like this.
I'm wondering if that extension is going to be something that maybe Coalesce have to think twice about, because it was something that really did a lot of damage to them previously. Very quick Amaru in there from Raston. He's obviously droned out and made sure that it's clear, but he's not wasted too much time getting himself in. LA2 is going to be inside of Cafe at the moment, just going to open up that soft wall and see if there's anything that he can find on the other side. Raston will take down Neo, so that quick Maru in has been successful. Nick backs it up with a kill of his own over as more come flying. Nick actually picking up a second. Divided will find the first. That's a lot of damage done, and you start to worry about this extension. No one really there for the trades again, Demo, on the side of Coalesce.
Yeah, big difference in terms of how the teams have really attacked that ambush, who seem to be like one massive, gigantic force, just railing through anyone that they can and almost sandwiching the players inside of Office, inside of China, just together. Whereas, you can't look at Coalesce, they were very separate, they were by themselves a lot of the time, so just that little bit of a difference of that team play has made a big difference. So now surely if you're ambush, you take it slow, you've still got a minute left, and you can just pick up the kills as they come. Last player is going to be off site. Divided looking to swing onto the man inside of barrels, but Kilius will shut him down, and well, ambush take quite a quick round. Only took them 2 minutes to find that point.
I think there's a very, very big difference that you can see between how both teams attacked basement. Ambush at the same time just went for it, and I think the trigger point was the Amaru going into break room, and as soon as the Amaru went in, the players outside Cafe pushed in, and the player outside Dragon Balcony was distracting Zeus on the other side of the map, so Zeus couldn't go and support his players on the bunk and the Cafe side of the map. And everything, the roam clear for ambush, they didn't just wait around for a minute and a half, just not really with a plan like Coalesce did. They just had what they were going to do, and they just went for it with the trigger point of the Amaru. And I think that's where Coalesce could really have improved. They kind of waited around a long time for their roam clears on their throne attack. But at ambush, they've already ticked one box, one theme park attack under their belt, and they moved 3 rounds ahead of Coalesce. And this is Coalesce's map pick, let's not forget. Ambush, permaban, theme park, all throughout. Split 1 and Split 2 is the second most banned map throughout the whole season, and they're showing up on it.
Let's see if that can continue. A little bit of friendly BM in the old chat there as well. Coalesce, of course, calling that tactical timeout. Not looking to make the same mistake they did earlier on today where they didn't actually use a timeout before it was too late. The way that Ambush attacked previously, you would expect them to come with that same level of gumption once again. With Coalesce trailing by 3, they've not got many opportunities. They can't afford to let too much slip here. Be able to at least snag 1 or 2 rounds here before the going gets too tough for them. But with only 1 round separating Ambush from a match point, it starts to make things quite pressurizing indeed. Downstairs we go into the drug lab for round number 8.
I'm not a big fan of drug. I'm surprised that we haven't seen anyone go for the office side. I don't think we've seen Ambush defend that off. They also, of course, went drug, but I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of drug. I think there's too many crouch walks that can catch you by surprise, in my opinion.
Agreed. It's such a... You have to hold like all of the top floor above the site, but you have to give up the dragon side, which is one of the biggest choke points of the map. So
and you have to hold arcade as well.
And then obviously you have to hold the site, which has 2 direct window jump-ins, and that's why you see Nixon on the Frost was playing in the corner close left of the window behind a shield, so he could deny both window jump-ins along with the Frost mats. When Coalesce attacked this, they just exploited the bathroom window, just ran into sight because Ambush didn't hold it, the bathroom window jump in themselves. So it'll be interesting to see how Ambush go about things.
It's awkward, isn't it? You know, you've got to play the Aruna, you've got to play the Frost, you've got to play a Legion. You need that immediate notification that someone's just trying to hop in because, as Nemo says, the crouch walk is one of the bigger problems there. It's not a site that I'm too particularly fond of. Anywhere that you can pretty much hop straight into the site from outside is usually a bit of a problem. We're likely going to see that into fruition right now. Kane gets a great kill over onto Kilius. That's a kill that you would expect Kilius to be coming away with. There's army barricades there, just going to be looking to block up the window as the nade sails through. Deals damage to Nixon, but that was a full red nade symbol. He's taken half, or just less than half, but he's still stood. Rastin is still primed and ready with this Yin Candela, and is in fact going to throw it on through, but doesn't immediately go for the challenge. Still 2 frost mats underneath drug window as well, which is going to make it very difficult to hop in. It's going to need to be dealt with potentially from above here, as Unica is going to be in place for that. Nick on the Amaru. Not really the typical place you would see Amaru entering in from, but is still going to be able to do a little bit of damage from there if he gets himself in and around that double window.
Really starting to slow down for Ambush right now, which is going to cause a lot of issues. You know, it looks as if they were maybe going to go for the execute with the Candela, and it was sent in at full blinded. I believe it was Kane, but just nobody was there to really follow up. Nick should find a freebie with that G8, however he misses a lot of ammo. But still manages to find the kill. Rastin gets caught out. Too many frost mats he had to look for, and it will be an easy kill for Coalesce. A great collapse and Ambush are done and dusted. The frost mats were able to create enough of a distraction. Obviously, if you want to jump in the window, you have to look down, look away from the players right beside you. And that does leave you quite an easy target just to get shot, surprisingly. But yeah, it just seems as if Ambush, they had a good bit of momentum, good bit of steam rolling. And then everything just slowed down to a halt.
I'm out. We're just forced into the choke points of Coalesce. Unfortunate with the nade onto Nixon. That would have alleviated 1 crossfire in with Rastin jumping in the drug window. But as you said, he still had 2 frost mats to shoot and then a player beside him, so he would have died despite the crossfire being there or not. And it was just Ambush sat outside for 2.5 minutes, and then their utility didn't work. The Candelas did nothing because there were too many crossfires held by Coalesce. But I think that the most important thing for me was we saw in the late rounds, the Sledge actually got arcade control and started doing vertical play. If the rest of Ambush rotated upstairs, they could have had quite a good push, because the whole of Drug Lab is destructible from above, storage isn't, but they could have killed the Aruni, who was their storage player, and then they would have been able to isolate Nixon inside of storage and hit the site from there, because Nick on the Amaru had all the barrels control, so they didn't have to worry about their arcade flank. It was just a bit of a mess, Ambush. They didn't really look like they knew how to attack that site.
Yeah, that's the takeaway that I get. It was just very disjointed. And it was almost like there were only 2 people, 3 people maybe, that were in the right place at the exact right time. Speaking of timing, Divided. Going to get a great bit of timing onto Coalesce. It's going to be the diffuser cold on the ground and the hard breacher. We were talking so much about hard breach when Coalesce were on the attack, and how they were opting to only bring a can opener and a Maverick at best. Well, Ambush, they opted to bring an ace, but it doesn't matter if your ace isn't alive to deploy the Selmas, and Coalesce is not in this round. That is going to make things a little bit trickier for them. The tactical timeout of Coalesce so far, Demo, working wonders.
Certainly is, but we need a few more rounds though, Ollie. Coalesce need to get back in this, because they've only gotten 3 rounds, let's be honest. It's good to get that round back, but still, they're not in the greatest of positions. 2 more rounds for Ambush, and they will take the first map, so they need to be able to do something here and now and close that gap as best as they can. The window gameplay will be happening 2 players outside of the kitchen windows, and I think a little bit suspicious that there could be jump ups happening, like I mentioned before. There is 6 windows on that side of the map. So it is a little bit Russian roulette sometimes. You have to be able to make sure you're looking at the right one, because it can be tricky, of course. Just all it takes is look at the wrong window at the wrong time, and the player who you're trying to protect is done so.
It's this break room attack yet again that Coalesce displayed. Are Ambush going to be able to follow suit with a win on the offense? Rastin has found himself inside a break room, and the Yin Candela is going to blind Noah if he doesn't manage to hit the shot, but he does. If Noah's able to put out another disc, and he will, that's going to catch the second Candela. It will go off, and Noah gets blinded. Rastin, however, he has to walk into a crossfire between Train and Bunk, and it's just all stalled out yet again for Ambush. It looks like they have a plan A, but if plan A doesn't work, what happens?
Well, Rastin is going to attempt to re-peak this. He doesn't want to play too aggressively onto it, and he won't need to. Noah gives himself up, but it's likely not going to be enough. The 5-4-1 man count advantage. Nixon picks the final 2.
Oh, we didn't get to see his perspective. That's annoying.
Great display from Coalesce. Noah played that perfectly. Like, it's so difficult to be in that position where you know you're about to get pushed, and you just got to trust your teammates that they've got your back covered, and you only need to concern yourself with one angle. Now, sure, Noah lost the engagement, but it ate up so much time and that utility. And again, we didn't see that push coming through from Ambush at the same time. It was very disjointed.
It was strange, because Rastin had all the utility to his disposal to win that engagement. He had 2 smoke grenades that he could have used to smoke off the cross from Train through the rotate, and then Ying Candela into Bunk again, blind Noah, and just take that 1v1 engagement. It was a lot of time. I see a lot of players around T3 that forget that they have stun grenades, forget that they can pop flash, forget that they can smoke off an angle and isolate someone else. It's a very, and especially with the flashbang change as well, which carries over 2 Candelas, that they just blind you no matter if you're looking at them or not. Ying's such a powerful operator, but as we see from T1 down to T3, your Ying player has to be an effective Ying player. You can't just play Ying and benefit. It's a very high ceiling operator, and it's the same with a Monty as well. But obviously no Ying this round. It's going to be the first time we're seeing a Thermite brought out, and it's going to be a thrown attack. So potentially we're going to see a minimalistic maintenance take demo.
Yeah, maintenance has been kind of neglected, I would say, for the majority of this rushing an entire map for both sides. This wall has just not been an interest. Even just the maintenance, the gong, all of it. Nobody has had any reason to go here, which is a big surprise, because generally this is like, you know, the wall. That is the wall that we always see opened up. That's the one that everyone wants to get control of, because it just puts so much pressure now on the players inside of Throne. This is now where you can probably start to see Ambush try and go a little bit more direct, which has not been done. You know, Coalesce, they had no interest in going for direct take, but it's not working. They've tried to go direct, and they've just been slaughtered because they don't have top dragon control.
Dragon control being so important on this take, and Ambush continue to fall like flies. Nixon really starting to chalk up the kills now. Nick got a bit of a yellow ping there as to a location, but with somebody above him, this is going to be very difficult. The diffuser cold on the ground. Maybe has the option to try and rotate for that. Somebody at the top of top dragon. He did get a glimpse there. It's almost made things a little bit safer for Nick here. He knows that it's going to be difficult for someone to make that rotation now. He's likely got a bit of a drone helping him here. And I'm surprised to see Coalesce letting him get the plant off. They know that they're going to have to go for the retake. They will likely have known where that diffuser was, but they want to wait until they are buddied up and then they can take this challenge together. Nick playing from deep. He's got himself way back in the site. Going to be gifted one. Finishes Kane. He's left in the 1 versus 1. Zeus, he's got 25 seconds to try and get this kill, and he needs to get it. He's got to disable that diffuser. Gets a glimpse, gets a shot, but it's not going to be enough. The time continuing to tick. Nick is playing this perfectly. He's laid down prone. The kill comes through. Zeus, time to spare.
So close for Nick. He could have just played the time for an extra 3 seconds. He had the positional advantage behind the pillar, and you saw Zeus was frantically flicking left and right. Which way is Nick gonna peek? And unfortunately, Nick decides the course of action was a prone peek, and it's tantalizing because he did everything right in the 1v3. He had every advantage. He became the defender inside of Armory, being able to hold the full sight cross with that 1.5 on the F2. Unfortunately, he didn't have the bottle, and Zeus closes it out, and that was match point on the cusp for Ambush, but instead it's 5-5, and we're going to at least see all 12 rounds of regulation.
Wow. I thought he had it. I'll be honest, I thought that Nick, just everything was lined up for him. Stars were aligned, and nope, just throws it away. I don't know, the fact that even Coalesce have almost let him get away with that, which realistically, I think Coalesce probably should have lost that round just from that position that Nick was in and the way he played it. Just came down to the final hurdle. Yeah, I think Coalesce need to look at themselves and think, okay, why have we even allowed that 1v3 to happen to begin with?
Yeah, that's the bigger question there, isn't it? It's, you know, great stuff for Zeus to pick the clutch up, but realistically, after the game, look at that a little bit deeper and go, how did we let that happen? We knew where the diffuser was. We had an inkling as to where the last player was. Why did we let those two things link up and then get a plant down? You know, Nick's vulnerable for 7.5 seconds while he's getting that plant down. It's a long time to be sat there looking at the floor, praying that your teammates have got sufficient drone information to keep you alive. But Coalesce, they've managed to level things up here. Could be about to see the same split as well, you know, if we do get that 4-2 halves for the defenders here. Might be a bit of a trend on the map, as that's certainly the way that it's heading so far. Ambush only picking up 1 round on the attack so far, and after that round, I dare say they've gone from bad to worse almost.
This is where I worry for Ambush, because their previous attack on Drug Lab was dire, to say the least. They have to figure it out now, otherwise they stare down the barrel of match point and another attack onto Bunk, potentially. That they were pretty dire at again. It's do or die now. This is Coalesce's map pick, so it's not the be all and end all. We are going to see Cafe no matter what happens here in these next 2 or maybe 5 rounds. And it's similar again from Ambush. They're setting themselves outside of bathroom, outside of drug, using the Flores drones to clear utility. They've cleared Nixon's shield quite early on, which is good. But see Kane here now. He's playing that bathroom spot. He played last time as a Rooney, but this time he's playing it as Jaeger with 3 ADSs to stop him being naded out.
This is, again, another questionable selection, I would say, from Coalesce to go back down to Drug. Obviously, yes, it did work, for them last time, quite successfully, but I would say that Ambush will probably learn from their mistakes. I would say they've probably realized where they've went wrong, and that was just not being able to hit the site quick enough, and then Nixon appears with 3 kills. They tried to hit the site, they just tried to jump in, which is one thing that we mentioned is a weakness in that bomb site, but Nixon just stands tall and just punches them away.
There's 7 drones left, and it's about the halfway point in the round. How do we not know that there are 2 ADSs that are going to gobble up those Candelas? And how do we not know that Nixon's just going to be sat there waiting for you to fall onto his lap? Like, terrible stuff from Ambush. This is shaping up to be a flawless here. We've got Defele on the top floor. He's got 1 Candela to his name and 1 drone. Realistically, what is he going to be able to do? There's a minute left on the clock. Checking every single corner would lead us to believe that he's not really got too much info. Going to try and place a Candela through the floor there and give himself half a chance at least 1 gunfight. Player inside of barrels, not even going to get past Noah. Noah hanging out in barrels. He picks up the kill previous. And he's going to pick up the final kill there as well. Coalesce, map point.
I think it's very obvious that Ambush don't attack that site very often in scrims. They just have a Hail Mary plan, as I'm going to refer to it as. They just chuck everything they can at 2 rooms and jump in 2 windows and hope it works. It's sometimes on other maps you have these off sites. I would say Drug is the off site on Theme Park. I'm going to refer to Living Room Library on Villa as the off site. Sometimes teams bring out these off sites, defend these off sites to hope that the attackers don't really attack it and don't have a solid attack plan for that site. And sometimes, like Living Room Library, if a team knows how to attack it, it's easy. But because teams may not practice against it very often in scrims, some teams may not be as well versed as attacking a Living Room Library as they would an Aviator, because every scrim, for 100% certainty, you're going to practice an attack on Aviator at least two times, maybe 3 times. But how often are you practicing against a Living Room Library in an actual game format, rather than just potentially dry running it once just so you're semi-prepared? And that's what it looks like for Coalesce. They bring out that potentially quad preference, the 4th preference site, and it just catches Ambush off guard. So match point for Coalesce, Demo.
Have we lost Demo again?
Demo.
I think we may have lost him.
Oh, I'm here.
He might have just disappeared into the ether.
I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here.
Are you back? Okay.
Don't worry about me.
Just need a moment.
Sometimes. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. I mean, to be fair, follow up to your point, Ryan, as a coach that you are. How do you then prep for that? Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you ask it, oh, can you actually play this bomb site for us? Is that what you do? Or, what's the... Everyone know?
No, well, you just have to have a solid on-paper plan of how to attack the site. You have to understand it fundamentally from the blueprints about why it's such a bad site to defend, which is the reason it's an off-site, and you're prepared in the fundamentals of how to attack the site. Obviously, you may not scrim it in practice, but you still fundamentally understand. It doesn't look like Ambush knew fundamentally how to attack that site.
These mirror windows.
Playing in behind this mirror window demo. One of your favorites.
It's it's kind of been the sleeper pick. It's been the sleeper pick, has been the kind of talk of the town has been mirror.
we've lost Demo again. We're going to wait until we get him back a little bit more solidly,
nade it from below.
This is something we've not seen enough of so far, Kenny, in my opinion, today. We haven't seen enough vertical up nades. We're going to see an attempt at a little bit of a challenge there from Rastin, but he will get caught out, as will Nick, as players on ambush continue to fall. The Lion Scan was not enough. Unica left in the 1 versus 4 here. Got a lot of work to be doing. 42 seconds left is an eternity of time to keep yourself alive, and he isn't going to manage it. Who else other than Nixon to pick up that final kill? Great performance there by Coalesce. They came back after such a great disadvantage there. 7-5 will be the end score. Not necessarily the result we were expecting given the start that we had to that game, Kenny, but a very good comeback there from Coalesce nonetheless, and it just goes to show the importance of that side. That attacker and defender side here on Theme Park really can be the difference.
Yeah, it's a 4-2 half for Coalesce on their, well, a 2-4 half, sorry, on Coalesce's offense. Always put them in the driver's seat going into the second half of the map. Ambush had a couple of rounds on attack that could have gone their way. Notably, the 1v3 that Nick had, we could have seen overtime if Nick had won that 1v3. But ultimately, this is Coalesce's map pick, so Ambush won't be too disheartened, I don't think. They did permaban this map all throughout both NPL splits 1 and 2. So moving on to my opinion of their most preferred and best map of Cafe on map 2, they won't be very disheartened.
Yeah, quite possibly. Certainly the map pick there coming into it as well. Demo, welcome back. We've got you back here again. Any sort of overarching thoughts there, Demo? Obviously, we've seen both of these two teams play already once today. We've seen Coalesce there really keep the mental in check, I think, is maybe the bigger thing. You know, they did go down, but they were, you know, they'd set themselves that almost mini goal of picking up those 2 rounds on attack, and that was kind of their win condition, right?
I'm having some issues. I don't know if anyone's noticed.
Yeah. With your internet, you mean?
Yes. I would say it gets to 5-5, and those last 2 rounds for me, it just felt as if the Amber said, just go next. That's what it felt like. Yeah. You look at those last 2 rounds, that was just, they just full send it, and they just want to get on to the next map. I don't know why. There is still massive potential there for that team to dig in and keep going and try and win Theme Park. But it just looks as if they threw in the towel as soon as they got 5-5. Oh, we've lost the lead. Oh, we've lost the 5-2. That's it. It's done. Yeah. You know, you need to be able to pick yourself back up.
That's almost something that PX said in the interview as well that we had a little bit earlier with Simon, where he was saying, you know, let's not just look toward the next map. Let's concentrate on this one. And we did kind of get the impression there that Ambush just sort of rolled over a little bit there. We're going to throw this one back to our wonderful desk. They're going to break it down, and then we are going to be back with map 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Wow, well, what a game that was from start to finish. It's warm. It's warming up, guys. It's heating up. Grace, let me come to you first. What did you think? I mean, Coalesce got back into that game after that timeout, and Divided was allowed to just strut his stuff, as was Nixon. You know, the revenge tour was very real, especially in round 11 with that triple kill.
Yeah, I think they just started playing again closer together and really working around each other a lot better. I think it was really interesting towards the end hearing like X and Kenny kind of point out that, you know, there wasn't a lot of verticality coming through throughout that map, which I was really shocked to see as well. Like, I think when it comes to that map, that is something I expect, but to be honest, on both sides. And the fact that we weren't seeing kind of up nades and things like that was a bit kind of like, that's interesting. Or even, you know, a way of defending where you know where these approaches are coming from, and there are opportunities to try and use that utility to get a few picks in the bag. And I think that was maybe the issue in the first instance was people weren't really focusing so much on their utility use. They were trying to take these solo gunfights too much, and then it was getting a little bit rough around the edges. And then, yeah, for Coalesce to kind of turn around and just pull it back like that and then ultimately get the win, I think that's really good going for them. And it was their map pick, wasn't it, Snarl? So we do kind of expect 9 times out of 10 for a team to win their map pick. But It was the quality at which they did it in that was quite interesting, because again, they really were struggling to begin with, and then they just went like something snapped, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, they got a couple of breaks as well because of the technical pauses and stuff to really catch their mentals back. And it was evident towards the latter half of that game that Ambush is just like... you can tell that like Zeus, how quickly they jumped in the chat whenever Zeus got that clutch against Nick, and it's just like it is a momentum game. It is a mental game as well. Like as much as players don't like to admit it, like sometimes it's about getting into the other team's heads and make it difficult for them. And Coalesce is probably the team of the league that has been trying to utilize that for Esport. Like in the beginning, it might have been a little bit like almost like meme, but now it's like, yeah, when they're hyped, they're not afraid to share it with the rest of the server. It's a way for them to try and influence the opposition, and it really did seem like the last couple of rounds for Ambush that they were like, you know what, okay, this is their map. We're going to Cafe afterwards. I'm not saying they're gonna like they gave up, but it just felt like some of those attacks weren't really like it might even have started earlier, but it just seemed like some of those attacks just weren't as coordinated as we used to seeing from Ambush.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we hit a break, Grace, round 10 seemed to be the turning point. Nick had 3 seconds to hold on to that plant. The advantage was well and truly there, but he just needed to hold on. And for some reason, he thought the best course of action was to peek out and Coalesce capitalized and even on the score.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's a high pressure situation, and that's when those split-second decision-making skills can really come into effect, and it can really go either one of two ways for people, of course. But it's potentially not the right play. But my book.
It's
notepad just falling on me.
I'm reading. Yeah,
it's my notes.
Yeah, I know. Like some of us actually work as opposed to me, who's just eating in the break. But anyway, I think like it's easy to pinpoint that play, but it's a team thing. It's like, with the exception of, can we really say that we've seen some individual like performances today that really stood out by Ambush? Like with the exception of a couple of rounds by Killius, I just struggle to like remember, okay, which one of these rounds did they win like in a fashion that we're used to seeing from Ambush? Like if you compare this Ambush to the Ambush that we saw in the first split, it has, yeah, sure, Nick was playing a lot better in the first split, but at the same time, there was also this completely different sort of momentum, it seemed like, with Ambush. And we saw that in the first half of Bank against Victus, and the potential that they had momentum, they had pacing, they knew the fundamentals, but it's so difficult when like it's disheartening to see as an audience and as someone who really likes the team and really likes the players, when you see like this isn't going the way that you're supposed to. But again, all credit to Coalesce. They love going out and getting their faces, and they really punish them for some of those plays, and there are definitely weaknesses there for Ambush to really capitalize on, and hopefully you'll be able to do that on the Cafe, because that should be a completely different beast for Ambush.
Yeah, no, spot on. And we are going to be up for game 2. It's coming up next, so don't go anywhere. We still have Ambush versus Coalesce. It's best of 3, and it's game 2 coming right here after this.
With the merge of the UK and Ireland Nationals and the Nordic Championships into the new Northern Premier League, we get to see the best teams from both regions clash together. Now let's take a look at our Nordic teams and get to know them a bit more. First on the block, we've got a Coalesce, who spent the last year in the Benelux region playing under KVM. But a couple of roster changes later, the team had a Swedish trio, and so they ended up in the Nordic Promotion Tournament, but a flawless run earned them a spot in the Northern Premier League. Sharp on their entry and lethal in the clutch, Coalesce like to get a bit funky and break away from the default operator picks. It's Uses, Capitaos and Yings galore, and they are on the attack. Now Ambush, these titans of the north need no introduction. Runners-up in the Nordic Championships and 2-time Finnish champions. Ambush are the team to look out for in the race for the Challenger League spots. Ruthless in their executes and fearsomely efficient even when down a man, you can never count them out. Recent additions of Rastin and Nick have added young firepower to the experienced core, and the explosive mix has lifted Ambush to new heights. They are sure to turn some heads and take off a couple others during the season. The perennial little brothers Arctic are chomping at the heels of Ambush and have been trading blows constantly for the past year. Now finally arriving at the nationals level after fighting their way through the Nordic promotion tournament, Arctic are looking to get one over their local rivals. Years of hard work has brought the team up through the ranks to fight among the best the region has to offer. Picking up South Park at the start of the year to round out their roster, Arctic are not going to play nice. Like a wolf, they wait for their chance to dethrone the king. Hailing from Norway, Riddle picked up a team who blitzed through the Norwegian championships without dropping a map. Play under their license in the new Northern Premier League. Snatching the talented Ket from their local rivals to prepare for the competition, Riddle presents their opponents with a conundrum. Underestimate them at your peril, but you can't give them too much respect either, or you'll run down the clock. What they lack in experience, they make up for in raw potential, and their volatile playstyle can catch teams off guard. And that wraps it up for our Nordic competitors, who you can catch in action battling it out against their UK hopefuls during the Northern Premier League season.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in, and Slaughter just picks them apart. And try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blood just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills, all E1 DCs. What?
Welcome back, everyone. Ollie, you're knackered.
Hey, there we go. I had something muted. I'm sorry. Everyone was talking in my ear, and I just had something muted. Welcome back. Demo handled that exceptionally well. You probably caught my reading face. My very confused reading face.
Oh, see,
no,
I
was reading something important. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for map number 2. So far, Coalesce versus Ambush. Coalesce took map number 1 of Theme Park, and we are going to be looking now toward Cafe, which, if you listen to Snurleaf, and some people do that, you will know that this is a map that is highly regarded inside of the Nordics demo, and there is no one that can take it off Ambush. Now, is that going to be the same thing today? What are you thinking?
Didn't Ambush, I think during the first split, didn't they try and play this against Heroic and lost? So it's like, you know, what logic is he making? Am I not right in saying that? Did that not happen? I swear.
On Oregon, and they played them on Oregon again, both splits.
Let me see. You know,
they beat.
No,
Victus.
they did play Heroic on Cafe, and they lost. So
they decided. So they obviously liked the map because they decided to take Heroic and Na'Vi, who were still in at the time, both to Cafe. So they obviously think it's a strong map, and they took Victus to Cafe and won it 8-6. And Cafe is a very good Victus map.
Coalesce also play Cafe. They're happy enough to play that map. I mean, they played at Playday 17 against SSP.
Yeah, but they did ban it 11 times out of 17 games.
Well, let's see. We're heading on in. We, of course, have Kenny with us today, and Kenny brings with him not only like a wealth of like personal, just general knowledge about the game, but you also bring with you on-hand statistics and an on-hand preparation that you've been doing throughout the course of NPL, given that you are a coach for 10-star. So it's kind of good to hear and listen to when you can just sort of come and lay waste to demos like, oh no, I think this happened. You're just like, nope, this is what happened.
I have the hardcore facts. Ambush will probably ban Wamai on their defense, so I don't know what they'll ban on attack because they're very erratic with their attack bans, so that's open.
Ambush do love a catcher ban. They went through a real heavy Jaeger ban phase.
Yeah. Oh, they flipped the switch.
Oh, it's almost like... See, I feel validated now. I feel really validated.
They saw Eminem ban Jaeger in EUL on Monday, and they were like, "Yeah, Jaeger's a better ban."
Ambush have been banning Jaeger for goodness knows how long.
It's a decent ban on Cafe, especially because if you think there's set power positions, Pixel, Cocktail, Heaven Side, which we call C1, and those are set power positions where your Wamai can only play one or the other. He can't obviously set and forget as the discs accumulate over time, but Jaeger is set and forget. You put one ADS in C1, then you put maybe two ADS as Pixel, and then you're flying around the map, roaming basement, maybe running out bakery or whatever. But when you don't have the Jaeger, your Wamai has to be in the right place at the right time to set down the catcher. And obviously if your Wamai is playing Pixel, he could die in Pixel, and then you have no late round catcher to crutch on. Obviously the third catcher to that is Aruni, and she will be in play, and she is the other set and forget catcher that we have. She also has the punch ability, which is super useful for Cafe because you're usually making so many holes on your defense, and we're seeing it in full effect here. Zeus on that operator. It's in the castle from Divided, which I think is going to spell potentially a shop hold, or just denying the window angles because there's so many windows.
It
on
also
the top
denies
floor.
the Maori's coming in as well, which is one thing about Castle, which is nice, especially Heaven. That's usually where teams want to try and get their Mario in. No Mira, which I'm so saddened by. If Ambush lose this map, or not Ambush, if Coalesce lose this match because they're not bringing the Mira, I'm telling you now. It's so good. It is so good on this map, especially for top floor. It is just what's the mirror window that you call it, Ryan? What's the definition that you call it?
It's the demo mirror.
Thank you.
He referred to it. Yeah.
Thank you. It's me justified. Right.
This is
I'll
the
be on
test.
my way.
This is the test. Does Medics know where the demo mirror is?
Oh yes.
Oh.
And also, does he know the spot called demo on this map?
Absolutely not.
Bad times.
It is not universal, therefore it is irrelevant.
I would say most people know. Just Medics is a bit of a scrub. That's really the main issue. Oh, Unica. Oh, look, Raston wall hack Unica. Did you see that?
His own teammate.
My goodness.
East-sided take. It's not uncommon to go for more of an east-sided approach. Typically, if teams are going to go for this, they'll use it in conjunction with a book from below. With that, you're able to cause a little bit of disruption to those players in and around the cocktail. That's not something that Ambush are bringing here. Instead, they're bringing a ton of nades, and they are going to use 2 to get rid of Zeus. He will be for the cameras only in this round. Upside down repel there from Rastin is going to be enough to get the down onto Divided. Kills continue to come in as Defele picks one up onto Kane. Nixon playing quite aggressively underneath that new hatch. Drone at his feet is essentially one of only 2 members up and fighting now, despite the fact that it is a 1 versus 3. Divided is downed and unlikely to be recovered. Noah grabs himself one onto Unica, and that's an important player that has been removed there. That white stairs push does hold a lot of value here when it comes to holding onto the site and trying to make their way in, because for all that they have pressure on the repels, they allow players like Nixon to drop off. Could get a little bit slippy.
Divided getting stuck inside a freezer, and did get picked up. Ollie didn't think that he would, but he is now alive and he managed to get a kill from it. Divided finds 2 now, almost finds a 3rd. He's being body blocked. Nick is clogging everything up, but will find Divided. Kilius was really worried there for a short period of time, and now Nixon inside of the 1v2 is a smoke. Has a touch of bib he can toss out. Can try and stall things out. Diffuser on roof. Good call, Ryan, because now that does make things very difficult for Ambush. You have to try and chase the kill, and you're dealing with a shotgun in close range. That's not going to work, and Nixon clutches up 2 kills with the pump. The question marks come in. Wow, he's so good.
What's happening? Who's left the diffuser on the roof?
Who was up on the rooftop?
I don't know.
Oh. Was it Divided second kill?
It was Gritters on the roof.
Did Gritters drop diffuser and then jump in rather than taking diffuser and jumping?
Yeah.
Oh lordy, it was a 5v3 as well with 1 player injured, and this has been something for Ambush all throughout both stages of NPL. Whenever they get man advantages, they lose it so often. I think Snurry has referenced it a lot of times. Ambush in a 5v3 or a 5v2 is possibly one of the worst, like, number sided they can get, because they always lose them.
Statistically impossible.
Yeah, and they shouldn't lose them. Nixon even in the 5v3 dropped down to the middle floor while Divided was still injured, so technically there was 1 player who can make a difference on the top floor at that time, and Ambush still managed to lose the round. There were just so many different factors. They did everything right up until then. The dual nades into cocktail to assure the kill onto the cocktail player. That was brilliant. The coordination of utility, and you see why Ambush historically favour this map, but they just can't close it out, and it's been the story of NPL for them so long. They just struggle to close rounds out when they do everything right up until the end.
Oh. We move very swiftly on into our next bomb site, and it is typically seen as the 4th pick. This is the one that we don't see as often. It's going to be the mining and fireplace rather than typically the reading and fireplaces where we're situated. Really the biggest thing that you have going for yourself instead of picking reading is the fact that you can retake upstairs, I think, a little bit easier compared to what we see sometimes when reading, where you can shut down things a lot easier. Whereas I think whenever you're kind of dealing with this bomb site, if you're attacker, it's all about just piano control. That's really all you need compared to...
Well, Demo's having some troubles today. Apologies for that. We'll pick up mid-flow and see exactly where he was going with that one. But 4 versus 4, chance for a little bit of an upnade here. It's something that we, again, Kenny, haven't seen too much of today, but slowly but surely it's creeping its way in here and there. Bele is going to continue here below. in an attempt to try and maybe rotate up those brown stairs. There's a bit of info knocking around for Ambush here as well, Kenny.
Yeah, and there is the pick onto the player in reading. Coalesce is, however, traded. It's just a flurry of kills, and Ambush come out on top in the 3 versus 2. Kane also has low HP. Noah is 50. The Thinker boost comes out for Ambush, and that's going to boost them up if they get into an engagement, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen just yet. The round has slowed down. There's still intel on the side of Coalesce. These Maestro cams are going to be useful for the clutch, and still Noah persists on the top floor, and that's such a powerful piece of control on the map to have. Top floor, he can control all of pillars, and it really forces Ambush to funnel into the dreaded Older. Noah makes his presence known inside of New Balcony. So Ambush, they know that there's only one player on site. Are they going to be able to collapse efficiently? Because Kane is holding a brilliant angle, but Unica wins the gunfight despite the brilliant pixel, and it's all down to Noah, who finally does drop into pillars. Defel has the cross, and there's the yellow ping for the intel, and there we go. Ambush, what they didn't do in the first round was close out the man advantage, and they do it in round 2. They're learning from their mistakes.
Better stuff there from Ambush, absolutely. Keeping things even here on Cafe.
I don't want to see
slow around as well. I like the point that they got themselves to there, Kenny, where it wasn't quite frantic, but there was a lot going on in the early part of the round. We had Defele playing on that Nook, trying to gain a little bit of an advantage, throw the up nades through, see if he can just pick off any players that are rotating on that ground floor level. But then there was a nice point in the round where all the pace just sort of got taken out of it, and Ambush then initiate like part 2 of the plan.
Yeah, I agree. That's what happened in the first round as well. They got the 5v3 with the downed player inside of Freezer as well, and they just stopped and they reevaluated the scenario in the round. Unfortunately, they obviously couldn't transition that round, but they did so on their mining attack. So that's always a really good call when a team can just get into a flurry of kills. It gets really frantic, and then they just stop. They just reassess what's happening. What control do we have? What control don't we have? Do we have any drones to be able to find the positions of the remaining defenders? So really good from Ambush, and it's going to force Coalesce into not reattempt the mining bomb site. They instead go down into kitchen. And welcome back, Demo.
Hello.
Hi.
How goes it?
Oh, he's here.
Right.
Have we gone for a turn it on, turn it off, turn it on again?
Maybe.
Very nice.
I don't know. I just maybe I need some new cables. The cables are a bit old, I'll be honest.
Cat been chewing them.
Hello? Who's chewing Ethernet?
Your cat.
Swapping! I don't. Me and cats? No, don't think so. Dogs are superior. Everyone knows that.
Dog chewing it?
Not a big fan of cats. At least people say, oh, cats. No, they're not. No. No, no.
You don't think that the little meow's quite cute, though?
No. Too many people who meow that sadly I'm friends with.
Ooh, great pick there from Noah.
Oh!
Noah's so good at finding these kills. His positioning today so far has just been exceptional. Often finding himself multi-kills. Unica, how is he still alive? I mean, he eventually gets finished off and leaves a lot for Coalesce to do. I really don't want to like paint it this black and white, but when Ambush get themselves into a position where things aren't really going their way, it seems as though they just throw bodies at the problem. It's just like, oh, nothing left to do, let's just all pile in, and usually someone's just left outside in the cold because they were on the drone or something.
Yep. It just seems as, for me, for Ambush, right, they're a side where, there's obviously, like I mentioned, with I haven't been too impressed with their attacks. If their game plan A does not work, it's over. There's no game plan B. There's nobody who will step up to the mark and say, okay, this is what we need to do. There's no one who will do that. And that has been, probably for me, Ambush's biggest issue. If you go for, like, a spawn kill, if you target one specific player, if you know a specific route that they send one player in, and you double up and you get that kill, Ambush just, they're moving around in the dark. They have no idea what they're doing.
I think that's what teams inside of T1 do really well, such as Heroic and Wolves. They have such good fail safe in a round. If their initial utility clear doesn't work, say they miss clearing shields of power positions, or they can't nade out a player inside a specific position, and then their initial plan A, as you said, Demo, doesn't work, they always can come up with something creative to then double up on positions rather than just throw bodies to the wall.
I don't want people also to blur the line between teams having, you know, good playmakers and having like that kind of plan B, and not kind of put that into the same boat as clutch players, right? Because I think there's two different things. If you look at Rogue, for example, where I think I seen it around from the other night where was it Deepak and Prine, or Deepak and Kant, was one of the two, and it was like a 2v3 or a 2v4, one of the two, and it wasn't a case of one player was just making all the plays. It was both of them working together in conjunction, having a game plan and putting that together, whereas other teams solely rely on one player just showing up and clutching, which I think M&M would probably be a team that has like a lot of clutch players where any of them could just, in a 1v3, 1v4, whatever it is, and just do the business. I think there is a distinct difference. Sure, Ambush at the moment might not have anyone who you can look at. Maybe I'd say Nick is one of those players who I think can have those clutch moments. But there's no one else there who you could say who's going to be that playmaker, who's going to be able to lead whatever remaining utility that they have and make a round win. Whereas I think, you know, like you mentioned, teams like Rogue, teams like Wolves, the top teams, they can do that very, very well.
It again comes down to that consistency, doesn't it? Because whilst we know that Ambush have got players that are capable of that, it doesn't happen all the time. It's not something that we're consistently seeing. We'll see good games here and there, but there's no real overarching consistency. And that again is something that, you know, comes with time, comes with experience. Nick dropped into New Hatch there. He's knows that someone's likely going to be playing over on the Heaven side, but no one's really dealt with the Maestro camera yet, and that really should be first on the list.
I'm amazed he's actually dropped down and not noticed the Maestro cam. That was a very easy C4 from below if Kane was in position to. Unfortunately, he's expended his C4 elsewhere. In the meantime, Noah has been picked off inside a piano. That's the Wamai down, and that's some important utility with those discs gone. No longer can they regenerate and be able to fend off the throwables coming from Ambush, which they still have 5 nades, which is very powerful on a map like Cafe, especially against the top floor when they have shop control. There's no pixel shield to deal with. 2 of those nades, however, down the drain. Divider finds Nick.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, is control of Ambush, which of course is always a good staging ground, and C4 gets tossed out, but nobody is there to get picked off by it. Looks as if Ambush may be looking for some nades from below. So not only having this main force pushing in, you know, kind of default towards piano into long bar, you also have this kind of second attack that's trying to hit them from below and create a little bit of chaos, because obviously if they're not in long bar, they're not on piano, they're going to be in cocktail.
Well, they've got to be somewhere. Rastin looking to make a challenge. What a great heads-up play from Nixon. He's going to drop through, take Rastin down. He takes a bit of damage on the way back up through the fire, but not too much to worry about. Defele announces his position with that Rooney gate disabling, and Junica left in the clutches. 1 versus 3 here. He might have an LMG, but Zeus has an LMG on the other side. The Alder dishing out the damage from long range.
It looks to me like Ambush are just running out of steam. Obviously, they've played a best of 3 previous to this. It was a quick affair, albeit, but their attacks just... they get control. Nick was in shop and U balcony with 2 minutes 10 remaining, and then Ambush, they rotated their nades below. They didn't find any kills with them. They were kind of nading off no intel. You saw the Maestro of Zeus not playing inside of C1. He was on the other side of Cocktail, so the nades from Rastin below onto the default position just found nothing. And when Ambush, yet again, their plan A, if they don't find the kills with their nades, then what do? They just kind of walked into bar and just fell into the crossfire of Freezer. So Expectedly a timeout here for Ambush. When in the regular season they played against Victus on Cafe, they had a 4-2 attacking split to start the map off with, which is very strong. So they're falling below their expectations on the offense so far, and this is their map pick. And of course, if you missed the first map, Coalesce won Theme Park 7-5, so this is do or die for Ambush. We're in the lower brackets, so one team has to be dumped out of playoffs here tonight in this best of 3. And Ambush, they've got to start picking it up, otherwise it's going to be them.
We go to this bomb site. This is the only site that Ambush managed to win. So it is a bit surprising to see Coalesce have another bash at it. Maybe they think that, okay, actually, we know where we went wrong. We know what we need to do now and try and adapt and counter how Ambush played it the last time they were here. That's really the only thing you would expect, because, again, it's not like a surefire bomb site that we know works. It is still, you know, a risky one, in my opinion, compared to the more typical reading.
I think Coalesce are in a position where they feel like they probably can afford to take a few risks. They're playing very confidently. They're happy to, you know, kind of give it the big one in the all chat because they know that things are really going their way. And on the C4, you see this nearly every single time that Cafe has played. A little bit of hesitation there as the Hibana pellets are going to be used instead to open up that hatch. But Kane, he's thirsting for it. He isn't going to be successful, though, as we can see it instead just hits the big AC unit on the side. Not quite a waste, but certainly no value to be gained.
Not a waste.
Yeah, and just throwing a C4 by the wayside. Meanwhile, Nick's just found himself into pillars, and this is brilliant from Ambush. They must have spoken about this. They just need to be more unpredictable, more explosive. It's exactly what Nick's done. He found a kill for himself. Alciella off the board. He does find himself traded out. But where's his team? Obviously, we spoke about doing things together on Theme Park, and Ambush showcased it in a couple of their attacks. But Nick was alone. There was no one even pushing him from Pillar's door at the same time. Rastin's outside of Pillar's door, and he's just about finding himself going, still outside. Half the round, and no other Ambush player yet inside the building. It's slow. Well, there is a player in piano, and finally Unica gets himself into cocktail, but a minute 15 and they've just established top control, and this is a fireplace defense, so top control is massive. So can they transition it into another and a second offensive win?
Minute left. Need to try and see if they can find some kind of foothold, and I would say that if you're Ambush, you need another pick here. I think you need to try and have that man advantage, then use that extra man to hit them from behind, whatever they need to do. But going into a 4v4 with still quite a hefty amount of utility on board, you can still see plenty of barbed wire scattered around the bomb site. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of Melusi traps as well. You can see them starting to ping those out. Oh, their Zeus does get picked off. Rastin makes a good play. Sneaks in towards White. Eliminates him. Down goes Noah. And Ambush, they've just kind of waited for really, again, Coalesce used to throw themselves at them. However, Kane does go on Jack, and it will be a 3 versus 2. And now Coalesce maybe trying to hold on, but Rastin will find Kane, and Nixon. He's clutched once before already inside of this map. Can he do it again?
Well, he's picked up the first, can't find the second. Little bit too much to do there for him in order to get that clutch off. It was touch and go. If there was a little bit more time left and we'd seen Coalesce a bit less pressured there with that such an important kill that Kane got onto the diffuser at the bottom of those red stairs, it could have spelled disaster. As it stands, Ambush have been able to salvage that round, and they may have salvaged the half here, as there's still a chance for them to hit that 3-3 split.
And it will be that offense onto Kitchen, which was a pretty poor attack last time around, and we saw on Theme Park when they had that really poor attack onto Drug Room, and they reattempted the attack onto the site. They kind of did the same thing without a real plan. So I'm hoping to see something slightly better from Ambush. Maybe front the bakery take. Remember, Jaeger's banned. Clearing out bakery is not that difficult. You don't have to You don't have to burn 3 ADSs. Wamai is only going to have maximum 2 discs at the start of the round. There's no Aruni on side, so Burn Bakery should be pretty simple if you've got the right utility. You've got a couple of stun grenades, then you chuck your nades in.
10 seconds to insertion.
But we'll see. The ace is coming out from Kilius again. We're seeing the Lion and the Nomad, so this screams to me, especially with the Nomad, that they are going to go for a bakery take. Nomad off the Wedding, double door to stop the retake into small bakery. But we'll see what Ambush have cooked up.
This is a big round, really, to set the tone of how the next half's going to go. If Ambush, if they manage to pull back and even split, that'll be 2 rounds in a row and a bit of momentum, perhaps, going on their side, moving into their defensive half. And we've mentioned before that Ambush, they've looked like a better defensive side than they have on the attacks. Coalesce, obviously a 4-2 would be great from them. It's just, can they get to it, though? To Ambush, not looking to go above, looking to play very direct. VIP Restaurant is actually an attack that they went for last time, and it was Noah who shot them down, and he's already starting things off again with a great pick.
Noah consistently performs in certain positions, and that's definitely becoming one of them here in this map. This was one of the occasions where we kind of just saw Ambush throw the towel in and just start hopping in through windows without really too much consideration. And whilst they're not hopping through windows, it's kind of happening again, isn't it? Look, kill after kill, time after time. No one there for the trade. And these are all known positions as well. It's no secret as to where Coalesce are playing here. Rastin finally responds, takes down Divided. At least guarantees it's not going to be a flawless round going against them, but there's still so much to do. Kilius knows there's going to be somebody playing inside of Christmas. Can he hit the shots? No, gets caught on the shelving. Corrects himself and will find that player. Rastin, hello, please. Somebody shut him down. Kilius comes in, taking Kane out, and we're all level 2 up apiece. Toxic Babe canisters to try and deny any further push. But with Freezer open, there is a good opportunity here to try and get themselves into sight. Kilius can take a moment to get out on that drone and see if there's any info that can be gathered. Air jabs placed to try and secure that flank further. There is still the small matter of the Yokai and the Toxic Babe canister in the hands of Nixon as we hear Goyo's starting to get popped. Final canister now will be expended. With 45 seconds, that's going to be enough time for that to dissipate. A little bit more drone checking here as there is a caution and a concern on the side of Ambush that their information isn't entirely accurate. Nixon, what a shot! He's been hitting bangers all night, and that one's no different. Kilius falls, Rastin to be taken down by Zeus. Excellent patience there being displayed by Coalesce.
My issue in the early round was you saw Rastin dump 3 flashbangs outside main door into Coates. Then 10 seconds later, the player pushes Coates from small bakery. If you're going to dump 3 flashbangs off into an area, why not push with it? Why is the push coming 10 seconds later? There's an obvious disconnect in coordination for Ambush on their offense, and I think that they'll be glad to get on the defenses. Cafe historically is slightly more defender-sided. We see 4-2 splits kind of consistent with most games that we see on Cafe. So hopefully here for Ambush, starting off on a bar cocktail, probably the best site on the map in objectively speaking. We'll see a closer game, and maybe we'll see an overtime, which we just narrowly missed out on Theme Park. We're seeing the Azami for the top floor for Ambush, which I think is a power pick for them. We didn't see Coalesce bring the Azami on the top floor. I think back to Benja for Heroic on Cafe, just running rampant with an Azami inside a piano. You can just block off all the angles of the 3 windows in piano and just keep consistently just swinging shot because your keeper barriers block the line of sight from the windows, so the players on the piano windows can do nothing. It'll be an interesting half for sure. I think Coalesce have the momentum, and we see they're a very momentum-based team, and Ambush, they just have to start. If they get this defense, I think we'll see an overtime, but if they go 5-2 down here, we may see them keel over again like they did on Theme Park.
I'm really sad. Like, is nobody like my mirror window? Is it not good enough? not. Ollie, do you think it's...
Has the demo window not made an appearance?
It hasn't made an appearance.
I'm not familiar with where it is, I'll be honest.
I just feel a bit... Basically, I put it inside a bathroom, but it's on the wall that faces into, like, bar stock. So not that one, it's the other one, that one there. So you put it on that wall, and then you basically just swing the heck out of piano. Nobody can enter it, because it's just so free. And then I can stop them pushing in the plant bins and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, it's just really good. But, maybe I'm just done. I don't know.
Is swing the heck a technical?
Just kill anything that moves, really. And then typically it's Freshio like suicide inside a pixel for me, and he usually dies, but he hates it. Every time I see the mirror, he hates it because he has to play that position. He dies, but it's a necessity.
Well, unfortunately for you, Demo, there is going to be no demo mirror this time. No mirror at all on the side of Ambush, which is not too surprising, but with it being available, you'd expect to see it at least sometimes. But with it only being their first round of defense, they can be excused. A great swing from Rastin, taking it down. Noah going to pick himself up a second onto Nixon as well. You can't pick who you get presented with, but take down Noah and Nixon is no small feat indeed. Both have been popping off this game. Divided. He's dropped new hatch. King going to look to try and approach now into piano as well. Not dealing with too much info though. The pre-firing absolutely everything. Divided eventually shuts Rastin down. Goyo going to tank him up just a little bit, but he can look to try and sneak his way through this bar. The diffuser is going to be in Divided's hand. He's unlikely to be given space to get this thing down as he goes for the Finkerstim, but he will be swung. Defele there taking great advantage of that known pre-fire and just using the door frame as a little bit of cover. Kane will be there with the trade, but 1 versus 2, never an easy one. Ambush need to be cautious to keep themselves alive here. They don't want to challenge onto this all too much. Still, a couple of impacts left, but no C4 in the hands. Kane going to be trying to get this plant down. He knows he has to stick it, but now he doesn't know where the defenders are coming from. Unica and Kelius, they had used the buddy system, and they had strolled themselves in through shop and come up behind. No one expecting that move.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Ambush, they do win the first defense, and I think that's exactly what they needed to just call this game back within arm's reach. It was a bit shaky. They got the 4v2, brilliant pace from Rastin, but then Rastin overswung, and I was kind of scary. I thought Coalesce looked in very good shape in the 2v3. Fortunate for them. Well, fortunate for Ambush, sorry, that the 2v1 was closed out with the body system, as you spoke of. And we're going to move down into... because I didn't read it beforehand. Reading room and fireplace for Ambush. We didn't see this defended by Coalesce whatsoever, so it's the first appearance of this bomb site. Coalesce opted for the mining room site, which is intriguing, but this is more standard, isn't it, Demo?
Both teams from that last round seem to be struggling from information. Lack off, I would say. Lack of information. If you actually looked at how that kind of situation went with 1v2, everyone in Coalesce was watching Kane, and everyone in Ambush was watching the other two players. There's nobody on cams at all. There's no drone set up, no bulletproofs, no nothing. So that's, I think, a bit more of a worry from an attacking perspective, that there isn't a drone on site that can feed some information, because there is some good little drone spots you can hide around the kind of the clutter, I would say, you know, inside of piano. You can get over towards the new balcony as well. You know, there's couch you can put it on, there's like a little dresser you can put it on. There is areas where you can set up cameras that does help whenever you're going to go for those executes. So both teams just maybe have to look at some information that could assist them. And I mean, even Zeus going to go for the nuke. There isn't really any information apart from the default cameras from Ambush, so it's maybe not the greatest of picks, but as we know, Nuke's still just a good operator, good gun, nades being the main one, so yeah, still going to be a preference pick.
Ambush are going to feel pretty good about picking up that first round. It's always important, especially when you've only been able to pick up a couple of rounds on your attack or on your defense, that when you switch those sides, you take advantage of that preference and of that map weighting that we do sometimes see. And Cafe is no real different. You know, we do see a general weighting toward the defenders. It's now on Coalesce to really deal with that. They're going to be going for this top floor clear. They need to ensure that everything has been droned out sufficiently. It's taking them a little bit of time to do so, though. Use us. There it is. It's caught me as well.
Done it.
How deep are we into the broadcast and it's caught me at this point, man? Fuming.
Fuming. Well, Coalesce going to be fuming with their progress because they made absolutely none. Zeus has found himself inside of mining, and it will be Defel to be the first line of defense inside of train. And if Zeus swings this, he might be caught off. Defel not able to land the shots, but he has the Roni 1.5 in hand. He's going to swing wide, and he's met with two peaks at the same time. Great coordination off the side of Coalesce, but the C4s run the double onto Coalesce, and we find ourselves with pretty much a site execute already with 50 seconds left, Demo.
I mean, you say site execute, there's nothing much, I would say, that Coalesce really have, apart from just guns. No walls being open, no hatches being open, no pressure really all being applied to ambush, and yet somehow they've walked away with the win. They literally pushed from one direction. That's it. One direction. And I don't mean the boy band. Just, that is it. Just the one way.
Harry, Liam, Zane, and Louis.
Who's the other one?
That's it, isn't it?
There's five of them.
Five of them.
Harry?
Niall Horan. Yeah.
How could we forget Niall?
It's just, I don't know how that's worked. Medics is baffled that we know that. We were brought up on X Factor. We know this stuff.
Yeah.
Called being cultured.
Exactly.
Defenders, protect your bombs from...
And they have some bangers, to be fair, and anyone that says that they're not is lying to himself.
Mm-hmm. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Smoke barbed wire. I shake my head.
A great single they had. Smoke barbed wire.
There's one for the ages.
What's wrong with smoke barbed wire? Eh?
Just bring the shield.
I mean, well, that's crit locked in, you know.
Yeah, but barbed wire is terrible and...
Yeah, but where are you putting a shield? Like, shields aren't that good in this bomb set. Apart from if you're going for, like, a VIP extension.
Bakery extension, VIP
Yeah, but the bakery extension, like, you already have that big cabinet which acts like a shield.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but it just gives you more maneuverability. If you're confined to the cabinet, easy nade. If you can move around.
But even if you have the shield, you're still going to get naded. That's the thing about bakery. Like, it doesn't matter if you have the shield or not. The only thing that's, like, I would say helpful if you're expecting the bakery, whack a shield in the double window. That's about it.
I like a good shield. I'm on team Kenny for this one.
You have a Zami. 5 pocket shields. There you go.
Yeah, but the shield can burn that extra bit of soft brick. They can't clear any more Azamis.
I've seen plenty of teams impact a barbed wire before.
2 barbed wire beats 1 shield.
Yes, exactly. It's 2 burns instead of 1.
Game.
You fool. It does look to be direct.
Bakery.
They have the Ying.
Shield would be nice right about now for Nick, wouldn't it?
He's fine. Look. Look.
Oh,
Nick.
Beautiful stuff. Pick up the last. Go on. Kane is scurrying. Tail firmly between his legs.
I'm sorry, what just happened? In a minute.
I thought he was just going to hold on to that nade there and just go next. Like, that was just a mess. Why is everyone pushing through bakery double like that? They know that someone's behind the counter.
Well, that's the exact position that Zeus played against this attack, and Coalesce just aren't expecting it themselves. The exact same punch hole has worked against them, and I think Kane is obviously, for good reason, just going to sit outside, and Nixon's going to talk to the boys. Well, or they're just going to sit in silence. Who knows what the comms are like in a minute. The good old medic spin as well, just to give us a something to be amazed at, rather than just someone stood still.
Just take the time, I suppose. I mean, it is playing as if you're using a tactical timeout in a sense, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because now you don't necessarily need to, like, use one, because you're basically doing one right now.
Yeah, you've got 2 minutes to talk to each other rather than 45 seconds. The only downside is obviously you don't speak with your coach, but Nixon
they're not a necessity. We know that. We know coaches
Who wants to speak
needed.
to the coach anyway?
Exactly. Coaches are only a hindrance.
Coaches just get in the way of the fun.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm a fun guy. My timeouts can be serious, but
if we were to bring on a 10-star player, do you think they say the same? Oh, kills. Few exits, of course.
What's your like go-to as a coach? Like, what do you feel like the team needs in that timeout?
I think you've got to be calm.
10 seconds to go.
Because if the team's in an official, obviously emotions are going to be heightened. Sometimes they just need someone just to come in with a calming voice and just slow the tempo down, take them out of the game, just to collect themselves again. And Ambush are collecting rounds back. It's 4-5 now, the score. Bar and Cocktail is probably going to be the next bomb site. And I'm proving wrong, what do I know? Fireplace and Mining is the bomb site. And Coalesce, they defended this. If you're defending a site, surely you got to know how to attack it. I don't think this is going to catch Coalesce off, but we've seen a higher pick rate in recent times of this bomb site on Cafe in T1, and now obviously we're seeing it in T3. Smoke barbed wire again. Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, and that's 2 burns. We've been over this.
I'm not too mad about the... I don't know. I'm mad about the amount of impacts that they're bringing. Especially when you bring in the smoke shotgun and you're not looking to like actively impact deny or something like that. There's definitely other options, but maybe they feel like they need the barbed. They've got them Lucy as well, though. So
demo.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Well done.
Attackers are heading out to defuse bombs.
An SP. So, Coalesce. Plenty of, one thing I've noticed about both teams is just plenty of nades. And I wouldn't say there's been too many nade kills, though. There's been a few, but not as much as, like, for the sheer quality or sheer quantity of nades that we're seeing throughout all these rounds. It's not been as effective as what maybe it should be, to a degree.
Yeah, I think the only nade kill I can remember was the one on the
was that double one, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, when they threw 2 nades into C1 at the same time. We've seen a lot more C4 kills than we have nade kills, which is a rarity. Obviously, C4s are quite
C4s aren't as popular, actually, as one thing I've noticed as well.
C4s are not on meta operators anymore. You very rarely see 2 C4s in a round. You might see 1 on the wall denial operator. Every wall denial operator, Mute Bandit and Cade all have C4s, and that's probably the only C4 you're going to bring. Valkyrie is banned out a lot of the time, so there kind of goes your secondary C4. But it's going to be Coalesce. They have to take top floor on this bomb site, and Nixon's made his way into shot to start the clear of it. Nick in C1 may be met from his rear on the heaven window. Kilias, we were speaking about the C4s, and he's going to net one.
Oh, there's the nade. So 2 red indicators, and somehow they've been picked up by the Wamai discs. And all of a sudden, Ambush have found 2 more kills. Coalesce just falling by the wayside once again. The attack's not working out for them. Divided will find one, but easily being traded out to jump out of the window. Noah is going to go hunting. Misses the player. Somehow, some way, Nick survives this. And Noah actually jumps down just to try and find just that single kill, but Nick is nowhere near that side of the map now as he's back safe on site.
Noah was desperate for his freebie there. He was absolutely chasing after Nick. But Coalesce, rightfully so, taking a tactical timeout after this round. Kane's already called it. Noah, he can burn time and have a pre-tac timeout, or just try and win the round, but it's pretty impossible with that brilliant crossfire set up inside of Reading by Ambush. And we are level 5-5, but I am getting flashbacks to Theme Park whenever Ambush hit 5-5 against Coalesce. Ambush then crumbled. But it could be the same story for Coalesce. Right now, they are on the offense on a slightly defender-sided map. They're the ones that need to take the initiative now, because Bar Cocktail has been unlocked yet again. The mirror for Rastin, it's not an operator that we saw the first time for Ambush defending this site. And Coalesce looked like they couldn't really deal with the mirror window inside of pallets or planks. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about this next offense, and that might be what they're talking about.
Do or die time really for Ambush, isn't it? Given that they are one map down in the series already. Cannot afford to make another mistake, and this is an opportunity for them to stay in the race here. They've already played one game today and were unsuccessful. This being the lower bracket means that after this there are no more chances, I'm afraid. Going to be pulling out that bar and cocktail top floor. This time, Demo, they're going to be bringing the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that that pleases you?
Well, if they put my mirror window, then of course. I have a confession. I didn't create the mirror window.
I didn't think you did. Did you not get it from Latam?
No, I stole it from the French.
You stole it from where?
The French.
Oh, wow.
Sadly. Played against a ranked game once against French players, and then it stopped working ever since. So yeah, there you go. I'm a fraud.
So, no demo mirror anymore. We're just.
Well, I don't even know what mirror that is. That one there in the bathroom. 5 seconds to insertion. I don't even want to know what that is.
Oh. That can just be shot from the Whitehall window.
Exactly.
Very questionable. Maybe they just had. Well, like, we'll just stick it anywhere.
One thing I also think that we forgot to mention is, if Ambush lose this map, that's them done, and their chance of getting the CL spot out of NPL is done.
Pressure's on.
That's it. That they have to go for the open quals.
Of course, for anyone new, we do have 2 CL spots given through NPL. We're the only national league that do have 2 available. Every other national league just gives the singular. Nice little lineup here from Kane. He's going to look to absolutely lob a nade into bathroom, but it gets caught by a Wamai disc. So the second one sails through unhindered, and the mute jammer gone from the mirror window, which means Nixon later on in the round will be able to X-Karos it for free.
Coalesce not looking to take any chances here, going nice and steady. Those long lineups and really committing to removing that utility and removing that sort of safety net and buffer Ambush trying to build around themselves. Another nade being prepped here by Noah. As though he's going to be going for the 2 players that are stacked up inside of the cocktail here. Nade does come through at the perfect time. What about that for timing? Noah's had the right idea, but Defele really did it to himself there. Unfortunate time to hop over the box. Will find himself sent to the cameras here as that opening pick comes at quite little cost, really. It's repels, it's nades, it's not committing to really putting yourself in a gunfight. You're just using your utility as an attacker.
Plan B, it looks like for Coalesce. They've tried an East take and their nades have only found 1 kill. 6 used, 1 kill. It's obviously good going in terms of man count, but not much progression. Nick tries a hopeful jump out, and given the scenario, I'm not sure that the Azami was the best operator to do for that, especially when it can be so powerful inside of Piano, and that gives Coalesce a 2-man buffer to maybe look to go map and series point up if they can convert it. A hop down the skylight's going to see Noah hit into the injured state. Divided does trade it out, however, and it's all down to Yunica. Divided gets 2 on the round for him. Yunica, he's going to get it into the 1v3, but with the diffuser going down any second now from Nixon, it's a task, and the mirror winner is going to work against him, but a fantastic shot onto Kane, who swings. He almost finds a second, lights up Divided slightly, but yet again, it's against a Finca LMG, and there's loads of bullets to be able to be rattled in his way. And a Runegate will be triggered. That's a little bit of information for Yunica, and he's gonna obviously have to try and fight against Nixon, who's close onto the little corner in Cocktail. And there we go. Map point timeout works for Coalesce.
I don't know why Ambush have just flung themselves out the windows. I don't understand. It's all well and good if you know that you're struggling with, like, piano control, for example. You still have, like, the mirror window and freezer still, or, that you can easily try and hold piano from that angle. Nobody from from Coalesce can enter into that room, so I don't know why you're flinging yourselves out the windows trying to get these picks whenever you know Nomad is an operator that's going to be open. I don't know. It's 5-5. Everything to play for. 5-5 is very important because it either gives you the match point or you're against the match point. And just then to go for a jump out, which is so risky. Yeah, I don't know. I think Ambush just beat themselves there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And it's not the first time we've seen it either, Demo. It's not the first time we've seen Ambush kind of get tested and then just sort of start to play very aggressively. We saw it a little bit on Theme Park. We've seen it earlier today as well. And it's a little bit of a shame because you know that they're a capable side, but if you just start throwing yourself out of windows, everyone knows that Cafe is a very sort of dangerous map in terms of jump outs, and attacking teams are prepared for that. They're willing to commit utility, to have people watching hotspots. There wasn't too much rush in the previous round from Coalesce, and that's something that I really liked. They were more than happy to sort of spend that time, spend those nades, and see what they could pick up before fully, committing and trying to hurry the round along. It's something that they've done quite well all evening, really, in terms of achieving. So you'd hope to see them be able to do it here and now and close this out. But if you're an Ambush fan sat at home, you're going to be wishing it for a little bit of something more. It's not going to start out like that, though. There's Rastin. He's going to be the first to fall.
It's a risk here from Ambush to go down to the reading room site. They were whitewashed on it the first time that Coalesce attacked it. And it seemingly, with the Wamai's death, there's no one left on the top floor. That was the only player upstairs. And they have given up Cocktail with all those reinforcements, all that utility, Goyo canisters and everything. Coalesce's drone work doesn't look to be as diligent as they don't actually know of the top floor being clear. A nade down the hatch almost sings Unica down and out for the count, but not cooked to perfection. Mid-round stall out here, Demo.
This is where I think Coalesce can take the time. Don't have to move things as quick as what I would feel that they've probably have been expected to. They've been very quick team and attack sometimes, which is a bit of a downside to them. Burn the utility away, set yourself up. You have that man advantage, which is the key thing. Still 2 nades from Kane, 1 nade from Divided, 3 flashbangs that you can still utilize to burn through. There's a lot going in favor of Coalesce. Just use the minute you have left and see this out. See the series out and move on to your next game.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, it's going to continue here for Coalesce as Unica will be the next player to fall. Ambush not really in position to trade themselves out all too much either. Nick will find first blood for his team onto David. Question is it going to be enough? Toxic Babe canisters now to stem the flow of attackers looking to push in on this reading door. Still got a lion, no lion scans available. No smoke canisters left either. 1 C4 in the hands of Fele. But with Neo going above, it's going to be even more difficult for him to keep himself alive. Finds one over onto Zeus. A very important kill. But look at Kane go inside of this round when his team need him the most. He's picking up kills left, right, and center. Kilius picks himself up a down. The time is ticking. Nixon's got the diffuser. He's got no choice but to try and get that plant down. We're going to have to see this challenge. Noah has to be there with the cover, but he gets taken out. Kilius with the shotgun doesn't know where Nixon is. Nixon picks one. It's 1 versus 1 here. Kane is effectively down. The C4 goes off, takes out the down player, but not Nixon. Low HP on Nixon as well. Defele, he got the read. He knew where he was, and he finishes him off. Time enough to disable that diffuser. A very close round, but Ambush keep themselves in it.
Tight as it could have been. A 1v1 on round 12 sees us to overtime as Ambush come out the victors, and they see themselves on the defense, the favorable side. We see 4-2 defense splits from both teams. So Ambush, they have the advantage going into overtime here, but quite regularly we see a defender-sided map turn and flip its head in overtime into an attacker-sided map, and you think that Coalesce really should have hit that home. 5v3, as Demo spoke about, they can take their time, they can set themselves up for a plant, and it just got super messy, and they were just all over the place. They were worried about a player in mining that isn't really going to affect you planting and reading. You can just stick a guy in pillars and hold the mirror's retake into pillars, but instead they tried to push the mirror. They tried to force their advantage even further, and it didn't work. An ambush, they escape. They escape and they stay in the series. It could be for not much longer. 2 more rounds for Coalesce, and it'll see them take this best of 3, knock Ambush out of the playoffs bracket.
10 seconds to go.
That round's really annoyed me. Like, sure, there's smoke canisters, there's the go that was popped on reading door. That's gonna be clear in like 15 seconds. That still gives you 15 seconds still in hand to plant that diffuser. Why are they not just planting on the reading door? Why they're chasing somebody inside a train, I'll never know. Why that's happening, I'll never know. Why they're rushing in deep. Sure, stick Kane on the laundry hatch, that's fine, because he can drop if somebody tries C4. You know, he's there, can cover off that rotate. Why they're not just trying to plant in the door, have that bit of cover? Because they had that cover. They had a player above, remember, who was searching for somebody in Narnia. Searching for somebody that's never going to be able to do anything. Why are they not just getting that plant down? Why? It's just...
Could be pressure. We spoke about pressure for Ambush. Obviously, Coalesce themselves on match point. It gets into your head. 1 more round, and we could see a misdrone here off the stage. Kane, it doesn't look like he is going to check it. Oh, he does. And there we go. Unica, he's now trapped. And can Coalesce capitalize?
Realistically, Coalesce should be able to deal with Unica here, but there's no one really actively following up on that information. Now, sure enough, it's a Gemini clone, so maybe you would expect the Iana to run on the first in, and therefore they're not really going to be effectively droning themselves in too well. Instead, it's going to be Rastin to fall. Unica just going to bait him out here. Beautiful stuff there. Noah entirely baited, but it's not going to be enough. Nixon comes through with the swing and takes them both out. They are going to be very happy with that indeed. Very good response from Nixon.
That's the sledge down, but luckily for Coalesce on their top floor take, they still have the buck alive to be able to exert some vertical play. Down onto Kitchen. Nick, his red flank is going to be faulted by his own barricade on the mining double door.
He has impact, sir.
Yeah, he could spring a surprise, but he's going to decide better of it as a few warning shots go his way. And a minute left. It's been a deceptively quick round. 50 seconds for Coalesce to make their execute onto the site. It's going to be hard, but they don't need to clear VIP, more importantly. Freezer, double reinforced.
Yeah,
well, the drop in. Come in. Take it, Demo.
You take it. I don't want it.
It's going to be over before we've decided. Nick, last alive. It was an unsuccessful attempt at stopping the drop. Coalesce, they are going to come away with that round, dropping that fabled question mark once again, putting themselves on match and series point.
Yeah, this Ryan fella messing up our mojo, Wally.
It's terrible.
Honestly,
I feel like Ryan brings enough to the broadcast that we can allow it.
Oh, me and you looking bad? I don't know.
You can play by play, Demo.
I can play by play, but I don't want to hurt Ollie's feelings.
Match point for Coalesce. 7-6, and Ambush now have to force home an attack of their own to stay in the series. And it is on to Kitchen, which, if I remember correctly, they lost both attacks on.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, and it mostly came down just from bakery holes. You know, I would say that both teams haven't been too impressive with attacking this bomb site. And a lot of it just came from not being able to attack that bakery. Or maybe just the fact that they've attacked bakery hasn't been too good. Obviously, then we also seen Ambush maybe go a bit more VIP restaurant orientated, and it was just Noah's world, wasn't it? He was just in his element. Anything that moved, he shot at, and it just hit the head. So I would like to see a little bit more traditional from Ambush. I'd like to see them sweep top floor, move in towards mid floor, cover off the staircases, You have the Nomad to do so that's not going to be an issue as, oh, we're worried about holding flanks. You have a Nomad. Utilize the destructibility from the Sledgehammer, open everything, and then you can rotate down. Go for your VIP whenever all the pressure is going to be on the players. You pick apart VIP and Restaurant because there's only going to be, what, maybe 2 players max to defend that side of the map. You're going to have at least 4 players up with guns ready to kill, and then you drop Freezer, then you plant. And nobody can challenge you because you have the entire top floor sledged open. Nobody can touch you. That's as easy as I can kind of plan out how a kitchen attack can work really, really well. But they're gonna just go for this bakery instead. So I've sat there and rambled and spieled for nobody's entertainment. as usual.
That's okay. I was entertained.
Right?
It was a nice journey.
Did you learn something? Did it feel as if you could like see that happening, like as if you were picturing it in your head?
I felt like I was at Siege School with Ace.
Could have done the accent if you wanted to be more like them. Really get you in your element.
Nixon playing pretty aggressively with those Toxic Babe canisters. We're going to see the Goyo popped as well. In and around the halfway point in the round. Without that direct control of Bakery, it does open the option here for Ambush to somewhat advance through. Divided. He's going to find some success onto Nick, as he will be the first player to fall here from Ambush.
It's strange that Divided has just decided to hit a Nomad trap, and that's a freebie for Raston there. Nixon does answer back onto the hard breacher of Kilius, and I don't think they got Bakery wall open. Because the rotate was reinforced off, and no, this attack now becomes a whole heap harder for Ambush. No hard breach to be able to open up the Bakery wall. They do have a hole in prep, and Defel has made his way upstairs, so can exert some vertical play, which might be the defining factor of whether Ambush can pull this off or not. The hatch is open, thank you medics, so he can have a quick drop into sight with a pinch through prep. 40 seconds though for Ambush to do it. Not much utility for them. 2 toxic canisters and a C4 left on the side of Coalesce. Ollie, take it away.
There's tons to wade through here. Fortunately, the Finkerstims are going to do a little bit here as Raston's going to crouch walk his way through prep. Might just look to try and sneak the plant down here. Kane has got a yellow ping, so knows that something's at least going on, but kind of gives the game away. Is he expecting the red player? Yes, he is. Picks him up, but the plant has already gone down. 2 kills coming in here from Ambush. Make it 3. Raston and Unica getting it all done there. You can see by how frantic the mouse movement is, just how much that means for them.
We're going all the way. All 15 days. I've been able to do that in a while.
It flips. Attacker sided after being defender sided. It happens so often.
In overtime,
yeah. Choice. Look at the site choice.
It's really odd, isn't it?
Oh no.
A reading.
No.
I mean, I'll be honest. Whenever Ambush won this bomb site the last time, it was down to Coalesce just making an absolute mess of things. If Coalesce do what they did, but don't freak out and don't panic, they'll win this easy. Look at that! Look at that's such a close game. Look at this. The stats in that. You can't. I don't think you can pick a best player of this game, which I think is always great to see.
I don't think you can either. There's no one that immediately springs to mind that's clutched more than anyone else, that's got more important kills than anybody else. Everyone's really done their part. If you would, if you might sit there and say, well, you could say Nixon. Flip that around and say, well, I would say Raston then. There's nobody that has truly stood head and shoulders above the rest. They've all equally pulled. Really not a lot in it at all, actually, looking up and down.
Wash a bottle like Ambush. 1 round shootout to stay in the best of 3 and send it to Villa? Is Villa our decider? Or is it Clubhouse? Who knows, but we're in the here and now, and it doesn't matter if Ambush lose this round what the decider is, because they won't be going to it. It is Villa, thank you very much for the confirmation.
Medics is unsure. Oh dear. It's Bank.
Oh, it's Bank. He's shot me.
Oh, goodness. I'd love to see this go to bank.
Why'd you say it like that?
Honestly, up the ambush right now. I'd love to see this go to bank.
The ambush. Well,
I can't deal with you. I can't deal with him sometimes.
Coalesce have decided to front the mirror windows as they're going to be going through shop and piano on their take with an extra ended push on the east rappel from Noah. There's a lot of utility and a lot of time that Coalesce are going to have to come up against if they want to go for this sort of push. Divided has rotated around to help Noah on the east side. Unfortunately, they're not given the same luxury as they were last time, and yes, they have. Their Wamai is dead, and Wamai was the only player on the top floor, so all of that control now in Coalesce's hands. They're going to have to transition it into a site execute, though, this time to take the map. Why is there one player on the top floor?
Well, don't worry, they've got a little cheeky pre-placed. I'm currently waiting for Nick to detonate that at the right time, but I'm unsure if it's going to happen or not.
So we're at the exact same position again, where Coalesce have everything that they need, everything set up. Ambush are trying to hold train, even though that's not going to do anything if somebody wants to try and plant inside a reading. So it is really, really weird. And the difference is there's no Goyo. So that means the whole flame situation where Coalesce were just panicking and flustering, that's not going to affect them now.
Well, the C4 did get detonated and it did go to nothing, so no advantage to be found there. There is still a C4 in the hands of Unica.
Still a nade.
And it's likely going to come down to that, honestly. We've got a nade for Kane. Unica pushing up there, but will be shut down. Zeus taking him out, tries to tank one with the shotgun, but instead will be taken out inside of the laundry. Ambush players are falling here, body blocking each other on the elbow. It is scrappy stuff indeed. Nixon nailing the plant to the floor. Kilius fighting for all he's worth. But it is going to be a flawless round for Coalesce, and with it, that is going to be Coalesce taking the map and the series.
Oh, that's a good way to finish it off. If your Coalesce are flawless, have learned from the mistakes, it was the worry. If Coalesce just didn't panic, as what they did during the previous match point, they would win that, and they did that in great fashion. Ambush going back there again, just that... I don't know what they're doing over in train. I don't know what the purpose is of that. That's not going to stop them pushing into reading. I'm really confused about that setup from Ambush, and... well, it's cost them. That's them out of the running. They can no longer qualify into Challenge League through NPL. They're going to have to go for the open qualifiers if they want to make that happen. That'll be them locked out, and they're out of the playoffs now.
Yeah, Coalesce, they set themselves up a date tomorrow with the loser of Viperio 86 against Victus in the upper bracket semi-final. That will be our second game tomorrow. Of course, we still have that fabled Titan clash of 86 against Victus to start us off tomorrow. And it will be Coalesce to be the ones that still give themselves a chance of making it.
So, that's us. Done and dusted here. It was good old game, good old slobber. We didn't get to see the bank, which Ollie was dying for there for a stage, but it was still a good cafe nonetheless. We've seen a full OT. It wasn't a sweep, it wasn't a stump, which is a little bit different than what we've seen. So yes, it was a 2-0 on the surface, but it wasn't as clear-cut as maybe what people would see just from a 2-0 standpoint, but that's going to be us done and dusted here. Ollie, that's us done for the day. Of course, me and you will be back tomorrow. Ryan's gone. He's disappeared somewhere.
I think he's just gotten his chips and dips, hasn't he? He's had his first experience of the TriCast.
He's left us.
Like, that's so good. I need to run and tell my mum. Maybe that's where he's gone. I'm not too sure, but it was enjoyable. I hope you enjoyed watching it at home. It was a little bit more relaxed, but it's a bit more informative as well. And I still think we got the point across. But great games today, really. I'm glad we finished on a good one there, Demo.
Yeah, it's good to see teams really get stuck in. And I think Coalesce as well. Like, let's be honest, Coalesce in the first split was not good. You know, they were not a side that you would ever consider to get to this point. He's back. He didn't leave us. And to see them with these two new additions, with Nixon and Divided coming in, look at the impact. You know, would you have said that they would have beat Ambush if they still had the same team? No way. No way would you have said that. So you have to give credit to Coalesce. I think they've done extremely well in the short space of time. And yeah, it's just, the effect, Ryan, of having 2 new players, it's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, when you bring experienced heads onto young talent, I think that's one of the best combinations that we see. We've seen it work for the past couple of years inside of Siege, full stop. Bolo joining TSM. You see Benja going to Heroic, now Spoit going to Rogue.
Skiddy.
And Skiddy coming up. Savage going to Secret. You're seeing this elevation of young rank stars, so to say, coming into pro play and being taught how to play the game at a competitive level. And you think, I think my comparison there is Noah on Coalesce. Noah has incredible mechanical skill. I think he just needed that bit of guidance, and Nixon could potentially do that, and it's reaped the rewards for Coalesce.
It really has. Well, Kenny, thank you so much for joining me in Demo today. It was a pleasure to have you on, and it was very enjoyable as well. Demo, of course, it was a pleasure as always, but we are going to throw it back to our desk because don't forget, we do still have a debrief, and I believe that you still have a little bit of something left to say here, Kenny, so maybe we'll see you sticking around for that as well. But before then, we are going to go back to the desk and they're going to break this down. Simon, take it away.
Thank you very much, X-Demo and Kangaroo Kenny. Aren't they really, really, really good at their jobs? But guys, our first overtime of the day, our first playoff overtime, and boy, was it a big, beautiful barrage of back and forth action, Grace.
Yeah, it was indeed, to the point where me and Snow were like borderline kind of arguing with each other about how the rest of the map was going to go, because again, that was for me personally, that was a very chaotic map on both sides at times. Ultimately, Coalesce got the win there. I think what they did was beautiful, to be honest. We saw a lot of really gorgeous moments from them, where they really, again, I mentioned previously in the day, it would be cool to see more Duro play from them, and that's exactly what we got. And it was working so well when they were doing that. Apart from round 8, I believe it was, where we did see, we kind of saw this magical C4 come through. They got these kills in, and then the C4 came in from the side of Ambush, and it just kind of completely threw a spanner in the works.
Oh, you're waiting for me to pick it up, Simon? Sorry. Am I muted again? Hang on.
No, you're fine. Simon just can't hear anyone.
Oh, he can't hear anyone. Sorry. Keep smiling, Simon. Sorry. Okay, so I can be heard. Okay, sorry. I would just a bit put out. No, but it's. I mean, I was going to say, like, a chaotic map with a Nordic team on Cafe. Never have I ever. But it is it is a bit disappointing.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Technology.
Woo. I was like, no. But if anyone had said to me that Coalesce would be like the top placed Nordic team after the first play, I think they would have been, really crazy, but it is what it is, and Coalesce had the better form, and it, like we all know, is a marathon, not a sprint, and those 2 new player acquisitions for Coalesce really paid out for him, so all credit to him. Credit where credit's due.
No, absolutely, and we'll come back with some more analysis in just a short moment, but first, we're joined by Kane for a special interview.
Whoop, whoop.
Dude, I mean, yeah, the whoop-whoops, you deserve them. You went out there, but look, let's be honest, Ambush put up a fight today.
Yeah, that was too sweaty, but a great match in overall.
I saw that you'd tweeted out just before your game with Ambush, it's do or die time, and you guys really meant it. You came up, you knew what you had to do, and you put a shift in to keep those final hopes alive.
Yeah, I mean, after the first split, it's only been do or die, and when we got a second life in the upper bracket, I guess we couldn't find ourselves. Let's believe that is the way, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what were your thoughts going into overtime? Ambush have been kind of renowned for taking teams all the way before. So was this something you were already prepared for? Did you think that this could be the case going into this game?
I mean, it's their map pick. They're pretty good on Cafe. They've only seen our Cafe once. But of course, we expect it could go to overtime. But I feel like we set the pace more than they did, so we felt very confident going into overtime. So as long as you set the pace, I say overtime is our side.
And you yourself, you've had a pretty good season, especially the second half. You've been putting up some good stats and building your way up those top 5 tallies. And what does it mean for yourself and the team now? You've come back in the second half, and we've really seen a different side to Coalesce. Not just obviously with Divided and Nixon in, but the team synergy seems the best it's ever been.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, like we put in way more time. Of course, it's showing in the server. But if we look in general, we vibe well as well, obviously, which helps a lot with the synergy and coordination. Also, shout out to the coach who's helping us a lot. Like the discipline is much better than before. Before we kind of played more for, I don't know, like we trolled more in practice. Now it's try to replicate like how it should be in the officials, So way more stricter practice. I think that's what helped with the synergy.
Well, it's certainly showing, and we're going to see you tomorrow. You've got a big mountain to climb, but it seems like you guys are up for the challenge.
As long as it's not 86, I guess it's fine.
Well, congratulations on your win and making it through to the next stages. Looking forward to seeing what you guys do tomorrow, so enjoy the celebrations, and no doubt we'll see you doing more Coalesce things tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. No Coalesce, no party. Yeah.
I'll celebrate for you. Have a good day. Right, guys, so there we go. I mean, spirits are high, although Ambush did put up a fight. I was quite intrigued as soon as they pulled it back and hit that 5-5. The same as they managed on Theme Park Snell in game 1. And I mentioned earlier, Ambush can't be underestimated, as they've been known to go the distance on a few occasions.
I really don't want to take anything away from Coalesce for having a good second split. I think Demo and Ollie and Kenny really touched on it earlier anyway, about how Coalesce really had a good showing in a second split and was actually one of the best performing teams in terms of form. But I don't think there's any you can not talk about Ambush, not talking about this incredible slump in form, and that it's such a tragedy to see, really, as a Siege fan, because if you compare the games that Ambush was playing in the first split, sure, there were some mistakes, but no team doesn't go out without a couple of mistakes, especially ending up in the second place in the first split. And then some of the rounds that we were seeing from Ambush at the end here, like all of a sudden, like a team that nearly never calls timeouts, and all of a sudden they're calling timeouts after 3 or 4 rounds. Like it's completely unfamiliar territory for me as a caster of Ambush this season. I mean, in particular, and it's just weird to see. It's sad to see how far they've fallen down in terms of form, because if you said before the first split that Ambush would collapse like this in a best of 3, I would never have believed you. I do agree that you should never underestimate them. But this is a shadow who Ambush was in the first half of the split, and I think that's probably going to haunt them more than their placement. I think it's just the fact that they're going to feel like, guys, we played so well, what happened? But hopefully they're going to stick with that.
Yeah, 100%. Let's
Do you
disagree, Grace? Everyone what went on today in the results. We'll have a look at these now. Grace, you can continue with that and this. I mean, what a day! What a first playoff day here in the NPL.
I mean, absolutely. And again, we speak of the predictions from earlier, and the majority of the predictions are right there in front of us as reality, and there is a good reason for that. Yes, maybe Ambush have not been doing as well as you say, Snarl, but I think it's more to do with the fact that Coalesce have gone and built this amazing roster. As Kane said, they've been putting a lot more time and work in, and because of that, the proof is in the pudding. They just 2-0'd one of the best Nordics teams, and a team that throughout majority of the season were kind of pinned as kind of Nordic's best hope. They've kind of taken that crown from them almost, and now it's actually Coalesce who are Nordic's best hope. And I think that's what I want to focus on. Really, it's less to do with Ambush not having a good time lately. And the energy has shifted, but Coalesce have brought this absolute vigor, and they can be a bit spicy in chat. And there's a few funny moments from tonight, but I think
hang on. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm like I said, I'm not saying. I literally started my point with saying that Coalesce was one of the best performing teams.
I get that, but I think it's more. No. I get that.
I'm not having this. I'm not gonna, just because I point out the elephant in the room. Ask anyone who's watched those games. They're gonna say this is not Ambush. I'm not saying that doesn't make Coalesce good. They 2-0'd them. I would be the first one to say that if you capitalize on the mistakes of a better performing team, you are better on the day. You're better when it matters. I'm just saying that this is. It's not just Coalesce being a better team. They have improved tons, and they had to, because they were absolutely terrible in the first split compared to the expectations we had when Lurie and Pat was in the team as well. It's just that it's a complete switcheroo, and that's what I'm saying, both in terms of form and also in terms of performance. So I hear you and I respect you, Grace, but we just have to agree to disagree on this matter. I shan't take it.
Oh, right. Well, before we hit the brackets, MVP, Oscar. The guy has been unplayable today, hasn't he? Really has.
Come on, Grace.
No, I'm not doing it because everyone just bullies me at this point for being #1 Oscar fangirl. But I'll do it then. Fine.
Go ahead.
I don't need an excuse to talk about Oscar. Oscar overpowered. Again, this is what we mean. Statistically, by getting the MVP today, it's we spoke a lot about how Victus have created this amazing roster at this point. Before you had SkyT, Oscar, YZN as this beautiful little trio, and then you'd have that backup structure of the other two kind of to support it. And now we've got Upor in, and that's kind of taken them to a whole other level now. And they are a force to be reckoned with, and it's terrifying. And I think going forward, it's going to be lovely to kind of see some of the numbers on paper, both throughout the rest of the tournament and also within CL Quals in the future as well. But Oscar is still coming out as that MVP for good reason. Look at that cost. You've got the free KDR. So again, it's the idea that the impact that you're making, you're getting a lot of those kills in every round. You're picking up a majority of those kills, but the cost being so high, 83%. The absolute shift that Oscar is putting in every single time he shows up to a play day is just next level, and that can't be scoffed at all or forgotten about.
No, and I'm sure it won't, because we'll remind you again tomorrow. Let's take a look at how today's results have left our initial playoff bracket. Now, don't forget, we have 2 spaces for teams to advance into the European Challenger League. NPL is the only league in Europe that offers that, which makes these playoffs even more valuable, Snurley.
It's going to be such a good day tomorrow. The first best of 3, and that's going to be the first one that we're going to start off with, and it's going to be Viperio 86 against Victus, and it's going to be so good. You have to get up, don't stay up too late tonight, kids, because you want to get up in time to watch this. And keep in mind, this is CEST, so if you're over there in the UK, it's 12 o'clock, okay? So don't come late. No referencing anything else there, but...
I'm keeping it to myself. I need to let it slip.
Yeah. But also, whoever loses between Viperio and Victus is going to get that second chance playing against Coalesce, who's of course going to be buzzing after their win today against Ambush. And I think Coalesce is going to be that potential for upset team. They're going to be playing they have nothing to lose, they have everything to gain, and I think that can actually make them very scary in a best of 3 such as this.
Yeah, 100%. Grace, final words.
I'm just so excited for tomorrow. Bring it on. Genuinely, bring it on right now. Can't we just get some kind of time travel machine?
It's called
Bring
sleep.
It on. That's what we want. We want it all. Well, the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League is heating up more than ever before, and this is why we love it. This is the passion. This is esports. I've been your host, Simon Hill. We'll be back for more big beefy battles tomorrow. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Rainbow6_UK, and of course, you can watch all of the action back anytime you wish here on our Twitch channel. Don't get going anywhere, though, as we have our debrief where myself, Grace, and Snurleaf will be joined by jack of all trades, master of every single one of them, 10-star coach Kangaroo Kenny will be joining us for a deep dive into today's games and more. So stay there. We'll be right back after this.
My name's Nikki. I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before. Didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we tried lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
that is hard to face. Do we need a second chance? Do we need a second wave? You never stop running, it's a battle in neon lights.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but blood just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
This is my debrief dance. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. It's the debrief, so we're going to have some fun. We're going to chill out. We're going to analyse some of the games that we've witnessed today. And, of course, I am joined by my trusted duo of Grace and Snurreleaf, who have been through this amazing journey with me today. It's been pretty hot and heated, hasn't it, guys? And, of course, as you can see, a 4th member of the group. It's 10-star coach Kangaroo Kenny. Dude, first of all, your casting is absolutely impeccable. When are we going to see you all over doing everything ever?
I'm worried now.
Well, if we bottle
whose job is he taking?
If we bottle Challenger League, you never know. You never know. That could be my fallback option into casting.
I'm just happy that Ollie and Demo actually decided to share Kenny with the rest of us, and they weren't just going to be like, yeah, he's ours now. He's ours, right? Yeah. So I'm happy that Kenny has actually taken the time to be among us mere mortals as well. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Boomers is what they're calling us now.
Boomers +1. I wouldn't call Grace a boomer.
No, he's a young man, isn't he?
I was talking about Grace, but okay.
Oh, Grace! Yeah,
I too am a young man.
Well, this is off to a great start.
First of all, Kangaroo Kenny, I mean, what do you make of today's games? Some amazing back and forth from game 1, but that last game went all the way, and it was just intense. As soon as we got into overtime, you just couldn't tell where it was going to go at first.
Yeah, I think that's a telltale sign of most games in overtime. They just flip on the head, whereas it was defender-sided beforehand. It just flips in overtime because I've thought about this before. Why does that happen? And I think because if a game is defender-sided in regulation, teams know they have to pull out something out of the ordinary in overtime to be able to win, especially if you have the double attack in overtime. It's been a defender-sided game. You realise you can't do what you were doing in regulation because it wasn't working. That's why you lost the attacks in regulation. So teams just... And obviously, a lot of times, teams are re-attacking the same bomb site, so they kind of have a good idea about how to go about it now. But it's a really interesting flip a lot of the time in Siege, and that's why I love Siege, because there's so many moving factors that you could have 2 6-0 defensive splits in Theme Park, and then both teams win all 3 attacks in overtime. That's why Siege is such a great game.
But could it also be the fact that it's just so much more on the line and nerves come more into play in overtime? I mean, I'm not like, obviously you would never admit that your own team is ever troubled by nerves. We're, nerves of steel or whatever. But I just feel like if you look at some of the rounds that we saw from Ambush on the overtime there as well, it's so much more hectic, so much more chaotic, and I just feel like it's really like the pressure really gets real for the players when it's only 3 rounds left, and it's like. I obviously see where you're coming from, and I don't disagree, but I'm just saying add that with the factor of every single play counts, and it's more hectic, and you can see players making some weird split-second decisions that they wouldn't have made earlier in the matchup. So I think it's like a mix of all those things, and I think that's, like I said, that's the beauty of overtime. That's also the beauty of best of threes in a playoffs, because you get stuff like that because of nerves.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that kind of flips onto when you're defending.
Yeah.
Obviously, in attacker-sided, well, maybe not attacker-sided, but when you're defending, obviously most of the time you're just sat waiting for the attack, and if then you're hit with pressure, you're more likely to just sit still and not make plays to win the defense. A lot of teams that I see, like in T3, when they defend, they'll just sit and wait to die. They won't be the ones taking the initiative, and pressure probably confounds that.
True. I see that.
Right. No, carry on, Snurlif. Do you want to jump in?
No. I just had to say something because it's in my nature. I was like, yeah, I agreed. It's the testosterone speaking. Don't worry about it. Carry on.
Well, of course, Kangaroo Kenny, we do have you here to do some deep dives for us. So let's hit our first one, and of course, our analysts. You are free to jump in as and when you please. And yeah, Kenny, take it away. I mean, what we looking at here?
So this is round 6 from Coalesce against Viperio 86, and I want to showcase this round where Coalesce hit the site very quickly through server window, get the bomb down, have full site control, but 86 come back and win the retake. So I want to show a few factors to this. So at this point in the round, we have 2 minutes left. Coalesce have the platform breach open, and they are doing a split take, so they're ignoring garage, and they are going for master side into construction. So I'm going to play it at this point, and I want to just pull your attention to these 2 players down below for 86. There's Grubby in kitchen with a C4, and there's Hungry in bar, ready to impact trick through the stage hatch onto the construction wall. And then we move our attentions to Nixon and Divided on server window. Now, you may have missed it, because I also missed it. There is a swift shot call from Nixon, I assume, being the IGL, where they just hop in server window. Grubby, just before this, has C4'd from below in kitchen, which is obviously information to Coalesce that at least one player is off-site. Earlier in the round, Zeus is on a cam that sees Hungry inside of bar. So now Coalesce know 2 players are off site. So the shot call is, okay, we're going to go in through server window and we're going to take the gunfight onto the rafters player. And this is how they take site. Divided gets in, finds one, and full site control is in hands of Coalesce. You see right here, all 5 players are on site. The 2 players inside of construction have now moved into cache and are holding red stairs. Nixon planting the bomb. Zeus, who was on cams, has dropped onto platform breach and is holding red stairs. Divided is holding the rafters retake as well. So Coalesce have full site control. And obviously, if we move down a level, 3 players from 86 are confined to retaking just up the red stairs or the garage stairs. And with the bomb going down, we're going to play it from here. Eventually, all 4 culminate in lounge and have to retake now into Coalesce. Kills are traded back and forth, and Coalesce find themselves in a 4v2. But as we all know, this is where it all goes wrong. Hungry has to try and retake up the red stairs, and Grubby decides to do pinch through garage. And now, if we just go back, Divided was the first casualty to Grubby inside of rafters. In a 4v2, Coalesce had 2 2v1s that realistically they should trade. However, they do not 2v1 the players. They are very disconnected and they do not peek at the same time. You see Divided here, when Grubby kills him, just peeks solo. When the player behind the server rack could have timed the peek, they could have 3-2-1'd him, and Grubby can't shoot 2 people at once. But however, Grubby finds one and finds a second because he is fantastically talented. And meanwhile, Hungry has just killed the thinker on the top of red stairs. So now a 4v2 for Coalesce has been flipped on its head in impossible circumstances, because a retake up 2 staircases should always be attacker favoured. Zeus is now last alive, and let's just take a moment to have a look. Where was the bomb planted? The bomb was planted right here in the corner of radio. This is possibly one of the worst plant spots that Nixon could have chose, because you cannot cover this from outside. The whole win condition from Coalesce was be in sight, get the bomb down, but they didn't think of the post plant. They thought, okay, we have site control, we win. But you always have to think of, where are you planting? I understand why Nixon planted here, because if you plant default behind the bomb on the server rack, you're probably going to get C4'd. Because all the players from 86 are below, so potentially an impact comes up, you die. So you plant in an off spot. However, this off spot cannot be covered from outside. You see, if Zeus went platform breach, there's an Azami barrier covering it. And if he goes server window, we'll see later on the round, he actually cannot see the long arm from Grubby. So he is forced to take an aggressive gunfight. And this is why you always have to think about your plant position when you are planting in an off spot. You have to think, can we cover this in the post plant? And Grubby starts defusing. Zeus is forced to drop and forced to take the gunfight, potentially even jump in if he had to. And obviously 86, they can one defuse, one covers the window. Instead, they double peek at the same time. And that is how you turn a fantastic play in trying to win the round into a calamity.
It's almost like someone should pay you to do this for a living. That's
I'll give you a round of applause.
No, but but it's like, this is one of the reasons why it's so fun to look at Siege, right? And this is also why it's so incredibly difficult to cast at times, because it's like, it's so funny to hear Kenny just shuffling through his notes and everything. There we go. Because it's just incredible how many times a round can completely flip on its head in terms of who's got the momentum and stuff, right? So Kenny, my first question to you would probably be like, as a coach, like when you are, say you're Coalesce's coach in this instance, right? Like, how do you have like a 2-star and a wish approach to this in terms of looking at the positive? Okay, this is what went well, and this is what we need to improve next time. Because like I said, it was clearly a timing issue there with the swing onto Groovy on the rafters there. Like, how do you improve that as a coach?
I think the best way is forcing 3-2-1 countdowns. If you listen to Pro League comms, and a lot of teams have started releasing their EUL comms, and it's a really good insight and something that has grown more and more. And I think G2, from the start of the season to now, where they've obviously went from playing terribly to playing really well and winning games, you hear in their comms there's a lot more 3-2-1s and togetherness. And anything you do in Siege, whenever I coach it, there's always a rule. If you're going to do something in Siege, it doesn't matter what you do it together. If you do something together, whether you time a peak, you 3-2-1, you swing at the same time, you're always going to assure the trade. But if you sit silent and both of you peak when you think is the right time, then disconnect happens, and that's when you see people win clutches, because players aren't communicating what crossfires they're holding or when they're peaking, whether they're holding an angle aggressively or passively. So talking is the best thing you can possibly do in Siege. And I say to my team, if in tactical timeouts, if we're losing the game because the other team are just shooting us better. I did this against Wild in the Challenger League semi-finals. Whenever we were losing and I took our first timeout, I said, okay, they are outgunning us at the minute. That is fine if they are outgunning us. They're winning gunfights. But that means we have to talk even more to make sure that every gunfight they have is now a 2v1 instead of a 1v1.
Grace?
Yeah, I mean, that's putting it perfectly, really. It's the same with, if you end up in those post-plant situations where maybe you are the only player left, it's also baiting those engagements to actually get the other team to address you one-on-one, which we've seen people do it before. And again, I completely agree with the fact that we are hopefully going to see a lot more of that kind of 3-2-1 communication when it comes to things, even when it comes to like it's simple things, like even actually going for the execute in the first place. If everyone's not on board to actually go for that final collapse together, that's when sometimes you do see teams kind of fall apart a little bit, because someone else is focusing their attention elsewhere and they're not actually focusing on, okay guys, it's actually time for the execute now, let's go for it. And it's about keeping that momentum at exactly the same time and making sure that you're all, as Kenny said, like on the same page, basically, approaching things. So that post plant from Coalesce as well, like I think I touched on this earlier, like it was just a little bit of an unfortunate one from them, and I still I'm slightly confused as to how Zeus ended up on like staying on that roof position. Again, it'd be curious to see, from his point of view, like why that happened.
No, but
we're
that
not
is
get that just yet.
This is so great to hear it from Kenny as well, because it's now everyone can relate to my support like cries when I'm in like ranked stuff or playing with my mates. It's like it's actually a skill to know when and where to plant, and it's actually a skill to play a pulse plan correctly. Like sure, like the way that Coalesce took that site was really impressive, and again that shows like how important it is to like really call, oh, there's a C4 thrown at me, 1 player's below, okay, that means okay 5 minus 1 equals 4, okay, okay, so that means there's tops 3 or 2 players around site, and then you have to push that advantage, and Coalesce did that perfectly, like Kenny expertly put it, like, and showed us. And that's why it's sometimes so frustrating when like there's a reason why intel is so important in this game, and so when you hear quiet comms, you're like, okay, what's not happening right now? Like, why are people dead? Like, what's going on? Like, but Kenny, a quick question on the comms there. Like, as a coach, just real quick, since it wasn't comms, does every player on a team, in your opinion, have as much responsibility to relay information, or does some roles, barring IGLing, of course, like require more communication? Because I know some players are completely in a zone when they're gunning, but do you still put the like pressure on them to be like, you still have to make calls, otherwise we can't help you, or do you just leave them be in the zone, if you know what I mean?
I think fraggers, well, I think you should have 2 vocal players on a team, and the other 3 only talk the vital information. When we were actually doing our trials between split 1 and split 2, we ended up trialing 2 vocal players in addition to leader, and we found that comms got so cluttered and just a complete mess because 3 people were the voice of the team. So I think it's actually, players have to know when to not talk and when to talk. So Jegs, for example, doesn't really say much, and that goes for, I'd bring it back to old G2 in their heyday with the Fabian, Pengu, Kanto lineup. I remember an interview where Fabian said Kanto hardly talks because me and Pengu just say everything, and then Kanto with that information can just go and kill people.
Yeah, but they're Finnish as well. You know, that kind of comes into it. Both Jags and Kanto. Yeah, it's like they don't really talk. But yeah,
right.
But thank you.
Let's dive into our next one. Kenny, you've got our next one lined up here. So talk us through this and what's taking place in this one.
So this is from the Victus Ambush second game of the day, and it is on Bank. We're actually going to show the meta right now, which is heavy adaptation, and how you slightly change your push to win a reattempt of a bomb site. So the first time Ambush attacked basement, they decided to go for this server push with the Monty. Obviously the thermite to open up both walls, and they were faced with heavy plant denial of the yokai, the Goyo canisters, so obviously the fire was stalling them out in being able to plant, and the single C4 on Upor. So how this push normally goes, you normally have 3 players in server. It's a minimalistic take. You don't take map control. You take 3 players in server. Kilius was actually positioned inside of Electric. You see him in the bottom left of the screen there, and he had air jabs, which I can just about see where my mouse is right now. There's an air jab on the archives window, the archives door, and on the cafeteria double. So it's impossible to retake through bottom square, and then there's the player of Rastin who is holding the top square flank. So you have a 3-1-1 split. You have 3 players on the site. You have 1 player on the middle floor and 1 player on the top floor. That's the theory of the attack, and the whole point of it is baiting out the utility, because you take server with no time at all. You see we have 1 minute 40 left in the round, and Ambush already have the site walls open and are ready to plant. They just need to keep baiting out the yokais from Skeptic, and eventually the C4 from Upor. They get rid of 2 Goyo canisters already. There goes the second one. And they clear the yokai drone behind the desk there, so Skeptic only has one yokai left. And at this point, I want to go to Oscar and the 3 players of Victus on the top floor. You see the win condition right now for Victus is a retake of the top floor. And that's exactly what Skyty is doing top floor. He manages to kill the player top square. Oscar and YZN are focused on retaking the middle floor player because they know that a standard take like this works in that 3-1-1 split. So they know there's going to be one player top square, one player middle square, and they do a 3v2 on it. And it works out. They kill the player top floor. YZN gets picked off by Kilius, but Oscar now has control of the server hatch. Meanwhile, Defel has had to fall off of the plant because Upor baited out the C4. And now the whole of Ambush are worried about their middle floor. Nick has gone up to the top of blue stairs to try and stem that off. And time is being burnt. But still, Upor has a C4 waiting and ready. Ambush have baited out now all the Goyo canisters. You see the yokai hiding behind the bomb from Skeptic. And finally, more kills occur. And Ambush are just about ready to actually plant because Upor has expended his C4. The yokai drone doesn't do its work, and Victus are now forced into retaking up the main stairs because they have no more plant utility left. They're met by their own castle barricades, and eventually nothing really happens so far, so I'm going to 2 times it. Ambush win the post plant because this is one of the hardest post plant retakes in the game. Eventually it will. Adam finds one, but Kilius, I have to say, this is a fantastic round by Kilius. He basically won it single-handedly. So, if I move on to it's round 1 and round 4. So, when Ambush now reattempt the attack on basement, this is what I want to focus on. I just wanted to give that first round for context, and now this second round is Ambush do something genius, and I was very, very impressed with it. Just gotta wait for the prep phase to go through. We'll just tick down. Any points to say on the first round? While we wait.
I mean, we were casting that, and it just felt like a Kilius round because, like I said, Victus were able to take down the Rust, and he was holding the flank in the top one, and it was just great to see Kilius be able to rotate and get that kill on, I think it was square stairs when he repelled in. Like, just goes to show like how good individual players can still save a round. So even though I love to talk about the tactics and analysis, it's great to see the importance of having people who can actually gun people as well when the plan doesn't go according to plan. So all credit to Kilius.
Exactly. So it's the reattempt of the basement attack from Ambush, and now they do the same thing. They take server. Instead of the Monty, they have Osa this time. Which presents a different problem to Victus because obviously they can't yokai stun a shield away from Osa. She can just place it down, and that's that. The yokai has no effect on it. You have to either destroy the Osa shield with an impact or a C4. Now the interesting thing, look, Ambush have no one in server. Yunica is sat on a drone waiting. The rest of them are actually taking lobby. And this will become very apparent soon when Defel and Kilius open up the lobby hatch. Essentially, what Ambush are doing is baiting a server take with Yunica. He is just being the noise and the distraction. And look how Victus are set up. So, the players on the middle floor are already trying to take advantage of retaking square, and the 2 players on site are worried about server. And while that is all going on, Kilius and Defel have opened up lobby hatch. Defel and Nick actually have opened up lobby hatch and dropped. And look, Upor is distracted by the Osa. The 3 players on the middle floor from Victus are trying to retake middle square and top square. You see Skyty there at the top of square stairs. He met by no one. the two players on the middle floor. They're trying to retake and kill the player in electric, but it's all a distraction because Nick and Defel are in vault and they've taken the backside. It's fantastic. Really just great adaptation. They bait the server take with the Osa and they hit the backside when Victus are not looking whatsoever, and it's a full retake of their own bomb site from Victus. Rastin finds one. He nearly gets a second, but Oscar manages to win the gunfight. And now it's a 1v2 for Coalesce. And what looked like a fantastic round for Ambush, they almost throw it away. But Coalesce hit the backstab through server. Victus have realized they need to retake into lockers, and they completely forget that there's another player through server. Coalesce finds the one pick that he needs to make the 1v1 very winnable, and now it's a cat and mouse battle. YZN has to bait the diffuser or stick it, and Coalesce has to take the chance with the peek. And if you just go back a second there, what was the catalyst to this attack? Look at that drone in the vent at the top of your screen. It's giving full intel on the backside for Ambush, and they have full intel on YZN's position right here. They know when he's on the diffuser, they know when he's pulled off the diffuser, and that gives Coalesce all the information he needs to win the 1v1 and secure the round.
You can really see that call would have come in, and then Ilias was able to kind of collect that. I just love the fact that they went for the old bait and switch. Like, I think it's really lovely to see, obviously from a kind of casting perspective, but also from just an audience viewer in general. When you see things like that, it can be quite kind of very exciting, actually. And these are the things that I like to personally see in Siege, when people are going to be a bit like mega brain about things like that, creating so much distraction around that kind of server skylight area so that they could go for it ultimately. Really good stuff.
Absolutely fascinating and really captivating stuff. When you're sitting down with a team and you're going through these games yourself, you're rewatching and taking notes, what's the process to be able to come up with something like that, or to be able to strategize team placement and things of that nature?
I think attacker repick is one of the biggest influences in that, because you can see a setup, you can see the bomb site, and you know that you can make adaptations based off of, okay, they're going to the basement again now, they bought the same operators, the same strategy, we've seen how the strategy is already played out, what can we change to then adapt and counter that? And it half comes down to preparation and half comes down to on the fly players that you have. Do you have the players intelligent enough to see a strategy and then be able to come up with something on the fly to counter it? I don't know if that was something that Ambush were already pre-planned, whether they knew they were going to do the server take the first round, then the second time they attacked it they would do that bait strategy adaptation that we saw. It really comes down to, you've got to do the preparation before, but you also have to have the people to make the difference in the server and just come up with something creative, just like that, because that's where teams end up winning 7-5 rather than losing 7-5, because they make those tiny on the fly adaptations.
But that's what I love about the attacker repick as well, because it really benefits teams such as Ambush, because I'm pretty sure that on a Chalet game as well, they were going to go for like a very, I was going to say, it seemed like at least, like they're going to go for a very standard garage push with like opening up the breach and just yinging and smoking the entire thing, because they had a Jaeger ban, but then, guess who they're playing against? They're playing up against Warden. All right, okay, let's just completely scrap that plan and go for a wine take instead. And that's like, it's so much easier to do that when you have the attacker repick, because if before attacker repick you would have to gamble bringing the glass, and then you're going to have to make glass work in a completely different part of it, whereas now you can just completely change on the fly. And I think teams like Ambush, who's one of their greatest strengths arguably is their adaptation, because you see this mid-round as well from Ambush, which is great to see. We saw it from Victus as well in the same map, which is it was such a great map on Bank to see teams adapting on the fly. But it's one thing is also the intelligence, but also I want to ask Kenny, is it does it also have to do with discipline? Because it's like, how hard can it be to actually get players to trust each other? Because it takes time to build trust, and I feel like there are tons of great ideas, but like sometimes players just have to, like you said, you have to commit to it together. Like, how long does that usually take? Is it easier at a higher level than a lower level, or is that an ego thing, or is it just inexperience?
I feel like ego is probably one of the biggest barriers to allowing that, as you referred to. Players have to trust and listen to the person who's calling it, and if there is, and that's why you're friends first. Like, yes, you are a professional team, it's your job. People have day jobs and they don't like who they work with, but when you're in a professional team environment, you have to enjoy the people you're playing with. And when you're doing team building exercises outside of the game, you see when we had the coach little snippet video, and Jake Souster was asked, what do you do outside of the game? And they say they watch films together, they play like little party games or whatever, and that just builds the chemistry between players. And it's so important, because when you have chemistry, you then have trust and you have respect, and if Skeptic is calling something, everyone's going to trust it to be the right call. And that goes back to the point earlier, if you do something, if everyone's on the same page and you all do it together, you're going to have a lot higher consistent win rate of it than if one person doesn't trust it and they're back off in Narnia.
I just want to really quickly point out before you go to the next analysis, like, it's really funny to me to hear that, as like, you have these two opposing views, right? Like, way back when, Canadians said, even way back then, like, I want to play on a team where I can be like with my friends. And I still remember people being a bit like, oh, it's a bit naive, this is a competition, you're not there to win friends, you're there to win trophies. And it's just like, it's so funny how that has kind of shifted over the years. I feel like it might have just been in my like vicinity, but I feel like there's definitely a bit more focus now on actually being, might be because the talent pool has increased or expanded, that people are like, I don't have to deal with this anymore, I can play with people I like, yeah, this is great. I don't know, but yeah, thanks for the input, Kenny. It's really nice to hear that from behind the scenes.
And just very quickly, Kenny, whilst we've got you here, before we wrap up on today, 10-star, now you must be proud of the transition from the first half of the season to the second, and now being able to capture that second place, only just about missing out on top spot. What's it like at 10-star HQ now? I mean, we see what you're doing on social media and how things are going. It just looks great over there.
Well, funnily enough, to counteract your point, I had a massive team meeting. So we had a couple of weeks off after our last play day, because we have the luxury of not having to play playoffs, that we could afford 2 weeks off. I think we needed it. We put in so much work to get to the level we were at after our changes in the transfer window that everyone deserved it. But when we came back this Monday, I had a massive team talk about we don't have Challenger League yet. We have won 9 games in a row. We cannot have big heads. We cannot have egos think we've got Challenger League in the bag, because we don't. We now have a big red X on our heads. 86 through their game against us, and it lost them second place. We stole second place off Victus, who had it in the first split. Both teams are now motivated and kind of want vengeance from us. So if we get complacent, we're going to lose Challenger League. So I had a look about, we have to stay humble. We have to do the same, if not more work now going into finals, because I like to have no regrets, and that's kind of how I conduct myself, that you do everything to cover every possible feeling of guilt if you don't make it. If you don't make it, you lost on the day. You did everything you could and you were just beaten by a better side. But if we didn't do enough work and we lost out when I thought, okay, we could have done more, that doesn't sit well with me, and I hate that feeling.
Yeah, but being as good as you are, aren't you always going to feel like you could have done more? Since I don't know, it's just like I like, don't get me wrong, I totally agree, but it's just like, I just feel like people like you and others that I know in this environment, like, there was always this one thing. It's like, yeah, but it's I swear to God, like, Yeah, exactly. That's my point. That's my point. It's like, it's always great to talk to you and hear your input because you got such a level-headed approach to it. So it's great to hear from a boomer who happens to be a teacher and learn about, a lot about this stuff. But it's like in pedagogy, and coaching obviously has a lot in common. So it's just nice to hear that actually come through in esports as well, like how important it is. So that's all.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kenny, we wish you all the luck in the world in the in the finals. Obviously, it's been great to watch your journey. Can't wait. I'm going to try and stay as neutral if I'm on air as possible and not fanboy over 10 star. But guys, last thoughts before we wrap up. Grace, you can hit first.
I'm just so excited for tomorrow. It's difficult to explain in words because it's just more of a physical feeling inside my body that I can't really articulate. But this weekend's going to be incredible. And going forward when it does get to those finals, 10-star heroic thrown in the mix too. It's just going to be, I'm so here for it already.
Yeah, absolutely. And Snurreleaf?
I mean, I've already said so many things, but again, I just want to thank Kenny to take the time to actually join us and bring some input, because one of the things because it's like one of the things as a caster is like people, like I know a lot of people are always like harping on about casters should focus more on the analysis and stuff like that, but it's like, first of all, a lot of us don't have the insights that a lot of people do. Like, why would you expect that from us at this level? And at the same time, like, there are different sides to casting. There's not just the analytical part. You also have to be there first and foremost to provide the entertainment. So it's really nice when you get the opportunity to invite someone who's great enough to take a little bit of their time to come in and help educate like the viewers, or like show us and pinpoint the audience and show like this is what to look for. Like, this is what made this play work. Whereas so I, as a caster, can focus more on bringing that entertainment and try to have that hybrid approach. And, don't force experts at hyping into being analysts when you can have experts in analysis break down the analysis.
Yeah. Spot on. And Kenny, I will give you the last word before I wrap this up.
Come back tomorrow. We have a stormer of a game. Victus against 86. That's the game that, and especially in a best of 3, I'm gonna be having my eye on, obviously.
Well, there we go. The Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. This has been the debrief. I've been Simon Hill. He's been Snurreleaf. She's been Grace, and he has been not only one of the best coaches in the NPL, but also a very talented caster, Kangaroo Kenny, and he'll be back with 10-star in a couple of weeks. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow from 11 a.m. BST, 12 p.m. CEST. Did I get that right, Snurreleaf?
Yep.
Yes. And we'll be right back here with more playoff action in the Rainbow Six NPL.
Indicated by attackers.
He sees one, look at the patience. He just has to sit and wait. Two of the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki. What a play. That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG. Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Hang on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam, picks up two.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. And Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothko's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.